problem with the headset.
Someone thought about that one, didn't they? You're going to have to cut your hats.
Yeah, you're going to cut some holes in the hat.
No, Dave might have it sussed. No, you look a bit Farmer Giles, mate, like that. That's not a good look. Nothing wrong with being a farmer, obviously. We might have to dispense with the hats for a moment.
Awesome, guys.
That's what it is.
Well done.
So yeah, this is it's always a great fun weekend. Anyway, we get to see lots of cars, bikes, and people that we don't get to see for a lot of the year, quite frankly. And one of the things that we have this weekend that is kind of unique to this weekend is the Showmanship trophies. Oh my goodness! And another unique thing, walking over there on the VIP balcony. Good morning, Mr. Price. Yeah, one of the unique things we have is all the Showmanship trophies that we've got. So for things like best burnout, obviously, best backup girl or guy, because it has gone to guys before.
Yeah.
What else have we got? Wheelie of the weekend as well.
Yeah, low ET, but obviously that's determined by the computer systems, and obviously the driving. Driving job of the weekend, best appearing team moment of the weekend. That could be absolutely anything. The spirit of Dragstalgia, which is a fantastic award to receive, and best appearing vehicle. So a great batch of trophies that we give out at this event. So, a complete legend has just walked into the tower. 28 years this man wore the helmet of truth. So, of course, John Price has come up to see us here. Okay, so we are in Custom Car Invitational, just to kick things off this morning. Then we start with our class qualifying. We should have got around to qualifying in last night, but unfortunately the weather had other ideas and that prevented that from happening. So you will see Gas Circus, Nostalgia Superstock, the Wild Bunch, Willis Wars, and then coming up to 10 past 11, the Dragstalgia Cannonball. We do, of course, we have a minute's silence to remember one of the absolute pioneers of British and European drag racing, of course, Dennis Priddle. We will be having a minute's silence for Dennis at 10 past 11. Nostalgia Pro Stock Bike and the NSA Bike Shootout. We've also got Outlaw Anglia and Supercharged Outlaws. So it's a full programme of qualifying today. And of course, Custom Car Invitational. There's so many things going on site as well, and we'll try and keep you up to date of everything that is going on, but trust me, there is a lot. And if you want to get hold of the Dragstalgia programme, £3, and that will tell you everything you need to know. And you do need to get hold of this programme because we use it for reference. And
well, this is what we're telling you everything from, frankly.
It basically is. It basically is. Right, Stuart Flitton and Scott Collins. Stuart is in the blue car. Scott is in the other blue car. No, Stuart is in the Kestrel Beer Lane.
Sorry, I don't know why that was so funny.
Scott Collins.
One's in the blue car, the other one's in the blue car, the other blue car. Excellent.
So Stuart goes 1081 and 1085 for Scott. So yeah, good pairing.
That's a hell of a race, actually.
Yeah.
That's very, very good. Really good. So what we're into at the moment, obviously, as Colin has mentioned, we have the Custom Car Invitational, which will be running. Everybody runs sessions throughout the day. Even though it's a kind of an informal event, it's organised to the extent that everybody knows when they're running, which is quite a good thing to have, to be honest.
Now then, you found out about the power plant in this car, haven't you?
Big block Ford.
Wow.
Yep, absolutely. It looks like a monster engine. I did actually say to them, so did you just put the engine on a crane and just drive the car into it, basically, to ram it in there? So otherwise it wouldn't. Obviously, I know they didn't, but it very, very much looks like it as well. Oh, hang on. What have we forgot to do? Nothing. That's good.
I like the fact it's even got a little tow bar on the back as well. I mean, is that just to fool everybody?
I don't think with the engine bay or the hood off, it fools anyone at all.
Yeah, I know, but from the back it looks a real sleeper, doesn't it?
Oh, look at that.
That's a proper one-wheel peel in the...
we need your arm out the side with your fingers in the air, sir, if you're going to do that.
Whoa, 998. Wow, what a run. 130. Well, it's nearest time at 137 miles an hour.
Fantastic stuff. Well done, that little Ford. Congratulations, gentlemen.
I like that.
Well, that's what cool morning air and a good racetrack will do for you. Meanwhile, in the other lane, I think if call points were a thing that we were doing, that would be... All he needed to do, though, he was looking over the side. He just needed to do a rock and roll sign in the air, and that would have been the trophy for outstanding moment, I think, to be honest. There we go.
What a weekend.
So, another beautiful 57 Chevy down there. You can see the engine on display in the Auto Glim lane. If you weren't here yesterday, we did have a pre-1980s Run What You Run for most of the day. Unfortunately, due to the wet stuff, we had to stop at 5 o'clock, so none of our scheduled classes that were supposed to be qualifying actually got to run. But it was still a pretty packed day nonetheless. Well, that 57 is certainly off and running very, very well indeed. 9.95 at 1:48, 11.79 at 1:15. Right. Yeah, that's kind of... I'm trying to work out...
Right, okay,
yeah, but I'm trying to work out what's what from that. That's the only slight problem. Yeah, we had lots of stuff running yesterday. It was... Dragstalgia on a Friday used to be... this event used to sort of slowly creak into life. It absolutely didn't yesterday.
No,
it was just bang on from 9:30. The track was... the pairing lanes were full. And... good problem to have. So our clean-up cowboys are out there.
Yeah, obviously Dave and Ian Marshall, they always come up with some sort of dress sense for this event, and basically it's a nod to Stu Bradbury from those two. That's what's inspired this weekend's outfit, so well done to them.
Yeah, I think they could, like Stu used to wear the hats and stuff.
That's right.
But obviously he didn't need to have a headset to be in communication with the whole crew at the time.
Someone's put a lot of time in making those dress, because that's not off. Well, I would be amazed if they're off the peg, but
well, looking at them, they do look. I'm sure Mrs. Marshall may be in Nitro FM and be able to let us know. Actually, I think
very, very good. They could be off the peg. They look too good to be Zara matching there.
So, Brian Huxley with the Can-Do number 2. It looks like they've just dragged it out of storage and got it running. It's a brand new car, even though it's been painted to look like that. A really, really nice piece of work, built by Brian's son, Mark.
Yeah, Brian was, I mean, it's his second run. It was a trans brake launch. Lifted the front wheels, and Mark going, oh my God, he's pulling wheelies on his second run in the car.
Already, well, Brian's been down the racetrack a number of times.
One of the most experienced racers out there. Really, absolutely loving it in there.
This is a taste of things to come for you. Kids borrowing your car. 10:30, 1:29. Nice. Very well done, Mr. Huxley Senior.
Mark, I was having a good old chat with Mark last night, and Ronnie Mercer was over there as well, because Ronnie and Mark are basically running the same setup.
Okay.
But it's working in Mark's car, and it's just giving Ronnie a real head scratcher. So, but they'll get there. They'll get there.
So yeah, we've gone back to the much fatter front tyres. They weren't that big yesterday.
No,
definitely not. Still,
but as Callum said, it is two-wheel drive. I did have a peep, but unfortunately the owner wasn't around when I went past the car last night. But to have a quick peep, yeah, there is no way that car could have four-wheel drive in it.
It just kind of looks like that. That's all. Yeah. But yeah, it's a terrific-looking thing. I think "thing" is the right thing to call it.
I love it. I think it's really cool.
It's very, very unique. Obviously, it's a Ford pickup.
And it doesn't hang about. Look at that, 141 to 60 foot. Is it sub 7 at the 8th? It is, look, 657 at 101. 1050.
123 miles an hour.
Morning, Mr. Button, sir. You can't hear us this morning. Right, whilst you've got a moment whilst you're just sorting the tree out, don't forget the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame are doing an auction this weekend. The auction runs between 10 and 4. Okay, so it's between 10 and 4. The auction will close each day at 4 p.m. Additional bids will not be accepted or valid after the closing time. There is a lot of items up for auction. Basically, you've got the marquee next to the pairing lanes.
Okay.
The lots are available there. Go and have a look. Go and put your bids in. All lots must be paid for in full to the value of the winning bid and collected by 5 p.m. on the day of the auction. But it's such real cool stuff over there. Real cool stuff.
So, is this going to be a race that Pete bangs on about for ages with David Mahoney? What do you think? I reckon he is. I reckon I'll be having.
Well, we've got two cars that can dip into the 8s.
There we go.
But they run 9s.
I reckon I'll be having a cup of tea at Pete's workshop in a few days' time, and he'll be going, "Oh, that was really good. I shouldn't have sold it." I'm just kidding. The 67 Cougar in the Kestrel Beer Lane, Pete Grange, taking on Dave Mahoney with the Outlaw Street Camaro. Pete is long gone in the Kestrel Beer Lane to a 916, 147. Nicely done.
Very nice run.
Now, if you like the look of that car, it is for sale, everybody. Well, frankly, everything in drag racing is always for sale for the right amount of money, isn't it? Apart from your car.
My car's not for
No,
sale.
your car's not for sale.
Might need it later on.
Yeah, you bet. Dave Mahoney went through. Oh, the screen's cleared. High 9, I think that was.
Just having a look at some of these auction items. Aluminium wall hanging rack trap logo signed by Ron Ho. Framed Tony Brinterson print signed by Tony himself.
Say that again. Framed Tony Brinterson.
Tony Brinterson print.
Cool.
Wow.
Yeah, Tony's on the way back when he's allowed.
Yeah. There is it's a lot of cool stuff actually. The top item though is a Paul Whitehouse art painting of the John Wolfe Racing Monza with Dennis Priddle, and it's got like Stu Bradbury whacking the car up. The minimum bid is 350 quid for that, but it is the original. It's not a copy. It's the original.
Fabulous.
So some very nice items over there.
Go check them out over in the marquee behind the grandstand.
So right, Matty with the Zephyr.
Very, very neat looking car. I can only presume that Mr. John Webster had a hand in building it.
Oh, yeah.
As John was down here yesterday.
Oh, cheeky little front wheels up there. Went 1065 yesterday.
905 and 150 for the Camaro.
1063 today, nicely done.
Slight improvement. Yeah, there's something dripping out the hot rod that's just... As long as it's only water, it should be absolutely okay. Oh, Danny Wilson.
It's a stunning car, that.
Yeah, with the Gangster Zephyr. That's exactly what that looks like as well. Blacked out windows.
Right. Oh, yeah. Paul Hammond. All right, so Rob Smallworth just leave. I think that's Rob.
It is. Looks like that's evaporating, actually. So it could only be fuel or water.
Yeah, just overfilled by the looks of it. No, it's still dripping actually as he goes back.
Well, as we say that obviously a small spot on the start line, a small drip, turns into a torrent once they stand on it, so it's not a good idea.
Should be a high 10. Yeah, 1087, 124.
So the heavy Chevy for their, I think it's probably about 4th or 5th run of the weekend so far. Dipped into the low 9s yesterday. I think about a 9.3. Was it a 9.16? Yeah. Okay.
Dave Caruso, of course, called him Steve yesterday. And, he gave me a clip around the ear last night. Yeah, I don't know why, but I did. But no, it's obviously Dave Caruso.
That is one monstrous car. 582 cubic inch ICE automotive built big block, I'm presuming, in there. This thing goes like a bandit.
Well, the aim, the wish, the goal, the target, whatever you want to call it, they just want to get an 8.
That amount of tyre spin I don't think is going to get it, to be honest with you. The car hooked and went, but there was a lot of tyre slip going on. Lost quite a bit in the 60 foot. Goes 927, 147 miles an hour. Still a step run.
To get the runs, you've got to hit it hard, and it's a very fine balance indeed. But 137 to 60 for a car that heavy, that's not hanging about. 596 at 119 at the 8th mile.
So we've still got a few more invitational cars before we start with Gas. I think is it Willis Wars or Gasser Circus first? I think it might be Gasser Circus actually. We did have a run order somewhere. I think it's probably near actually. It's probably the easiest place to look.
I've just lost my program. Where's it gone?
You gave it to me, I think. Did you? There's a spare one here if you want it.
Oh yes, sorry. Yeah,
it's all right.
Well, Paul Hammond's not going anywhere. We're just trying to suss out where that water... it's probably where it rained overnight. And it was dripping out the car. Because the thing's certainly not leaking. Perhaps he's got a little paddling pool in the footwell. That's a lovely little car, that, though. Again, another engine built by...
I beg your pardon, Gasser Circus just coming up now.
Yeah.
Nostalgia Superstock. Wild Bunch, Willis Wars.
Yeah, I think that's another engine built by us automotive in that one.
Okay.
So,
very, very nicely turned out car.
Yeah.
So, Phil Toppin back in his own car for this, well, the rest of the weekend anyway. Georgina did a great job yesterday.
She, talk about a happy camper. My goodness me, I saw her last night and she was just grinning from ear to ear.
Yeah, now's when it gets expensive.
Right, well, whatever the issue was for Paul Hammond, it's dried out. I think it's something to do with the overnight rain, basically.
Yeah, I'm sure the car's been covered up, but if it's been left out, well, even if it was outside and covered up. So, Phil Toppin with Grandad's Toy, the completely topless Chevy with a supercharged big block. The lady just bringing him forward into stage, Georgina, was the one actually driving it yesterday and doing an admirable job of her first time in a blown car.
Yeah, got 3 runs, went in the low 10s on her 3rd pass, and she basically just can't wait to do it again.
Yeah, that's why I said it gets expensive after that.
Check the bank balance line.
Nice run for Phil with being 8. 889 at 153. Very happy with that indeed. That car, unbelievably, even though it looks like it's been around for donkey's years, is underneath is a modern tube chassis, and it actually runs in Super Pro ET in a National Drag Racing Championship. I think it's actually supposed to be here next weekend for the Summer Nationals.
Yeah, so Super Pro obviously be the class that he runs in. Well, as Darryl and I were sort of alluding to earlier on, Dragstalgia, it's a nod to the past, obviously, but it's also a chance for people to, I don't know, let their hair down and get dressed up and just have fun, really. And you'll see a lot of people coming onto the start line wearing different outfits. I think Georgina said she's got about 6 or 7 different outfits that you'll see her in
my goodness
weekend. But I mean, obviously the Wild Bunch, when they come down, they're very well known for some of their outfits as well. You know, there's some good bragging rights to take a Showmanship award, especially at Dragstalgia 10. and best backup boy or girl. We have to say boy or girl because we've had 2 guys that have won it so far as well.
And for good reason as well.
And for very good
you
reasons.
Know, they really, really deserved it. They went all out and even curtsied for it.
Yeah.
Didn't they?
So our showmanship trophies are absolutely fantastic. It's part of what it's all about. So the showmanship trophies are best backup boy or girl, obviously. Wheel stand of the weekend, burnout of the weekend, and we keep making notes, by the way. Driving job of the weekend, best appearing team. The actual moment of the weekend, it could be absolutely anything. We've had some crazy moments over the years. Best appearing vehicle, and of course, the spirit of Dragstalgia. Some of the previous winners that have taken that, I think, was it 2 years ago when Ginna was awarded that trophy when they brought back Al's Gasser.
That's right, you got it.
And that was when the Gasser appeared on the start line and Ginna was walking up behind it, the crowd just erupted in applause and cheers.
I think
that was a real moment, wasn't it?
It was, and the fact that it was a surprise to everybody, especially Al, the fact that they managed to rebuild it without him knowing at all. the fact, I think what the most worrying part is his car went missing and he didn't even notice, to be honest. I mean, okay, I know he crashed it, but I mean, the fact that they took it off him and he hadn't seen it for months.
It's unbelievable.
And they completely rebuilt it. But yeah, no, got standing ovation, that did, and rightly so. That was a really, really cool moment.
And, you know, you sort of look back on the 10 years of Dragstalgia. I mean, best burnout over the last 10 years. I missed it, but you didn't, was the Arnie Kelvick.
You've seen it.
Everybody's
seen it now. It was... he went past the grandstand. It was just... Yeah,
he just pushed them.
Well, unfortunately, our Norwegian friends were going to be coming this year if they were allowed to.
We are in to qualifying Gasser Circus round 1. And in the Kestrel Beer Lane.
Is that right?
It's Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat qualifying for Gasser Circus. Dialing in a 1082. I will be watching this very closely alongside Ray Irish with the Gas Junkie. Keith got a reaction time advantage on Ray there. So Keith aiming for 1082. That is a good looking run.
Very good indeed. 1061. 120.
Nick, can you put the nitrous system on, please?
Deary me.
Wow.
1190 for Ray Irish. He goes number 1 qualified by virtue of breaking out by the least, actually. That is a huge personal best for the governor in Roaring Rat.
Boy, oh boy. Wow.
You're stuffed. Graham Barton. Graham Barton in high anxiety in the Kestrel Beer Lane. However, there may be some on the table on reaction time, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, that was a pro tree, and he put a light on.
Yep, you got it. Against Mark Dibley with the Anglia. The times you see on the board at the top end are their predicted times or their dial-ins. They're trying to run as close to those as they can without going too quick. In the Kestrel Beer Lane, you'll see the car go over the finish line first. 1071, that is the right side of the number, and it also makes him number 1 qualifier at the moment because out of the 4 cars, he's closest.
Mick Taylor offered me a nitrous bottle last night. I think I might take one.
Yeah, but you ain't got a nitrous kit on your car,
no,
we'll find one.
We'll find one. Oh dear.
Any time to save weight between now and this afternoon?
Surgery.
I can pretend to be you, maybe chop a leg off, something like that.
I'll just put another driver in it, someone lighter. Oh no, I can't. It's going to be good fun anyway. Right.
Be down to 1 lane just for a moment. So that's Mick with a very, very nice looking quick buck Chevy Corvette with the trumpets out the top. Dial-in's 10.150. Once again, I can explain it now and you can clearly see how this works. If you look towards the finish line scoreboard in the Kestrel Beer Lane, 10.50 is Mick's predicted time. They're trying to run as close to that as possible without going too quick. Whoever's the quickest after a few qualifying sessions, or closest I should say, to their dial, will be the #1 qualifier, and so on down. And that's how we set them up for eliminations. Good run for Mick. 10.75, I think he clicked that just
I think
before
he
the
clicked it
finish
as
line.
well, yeah. Only 108 at the stripe. He was doing 103 at the 8th.
So Simon Glenn with the straight shooter. We'll be able to run in just a minute. They were just clearing up the lane. I'm sure his tyres are still warm enough. Might not even need to do a burnout again, to be honest. So Martin Hallam with the Willis, maybe the Willis Wars as well, I don't know actually. In the Kestrel B lane, 10.80 is his dial. So Simon Glenn is pulling the Austin pickup forward. 11.50 is what he's looking at.
Martin Hallam now, well, he took the Chevy engine out. He's now running a Hemi. So extra weight, but extra power. Ooh, carb fire. No issues with Simon Glenn. 12.07 on 11.50 dial.
Always nice to see the place filling up on a Saturday morning. It's now 10 o'clock and we're around about just over an hour away from our first session of the Nostalgia Cannonball coming up as well. So can't say how good it is to be back, and everybody enjoyed themselves again.
Yeah.
Especially us, of course. As long as you don't mention the beer. 31.46.
Not at all. So Martin Hallam going through in the Kestrel beer lane.
Get out of it. They did that deliberately to torture me, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, I think they did. That's quite okay. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning. I'll give it to 10:30, then I'll get upset.
Right, so have a look behind us. You can see Sean Milson with the Ain't Misbehaving car, and Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin. They will be the next pair, but just on hold for a moment.
Just thinking, Cole, have you actually got the Showmanship trophies list? Have we got a list to fill out?
We'll make notes, basically.
That's a good idea. We need to.
Hence,
We need
I
to
have the little
squeeze
book.
Get on with making notes, I think.
Yeah. Also,
So
the
everyone-
Wild Bunch have a huge amount of their own trophies as well, which we have to make notes on as well.
I'm glad you've got your notebook now. I really am.
Very busy.
So, my good buddy Sean Mills will be in the Kestrel Beer Lane, looking more and more like the mad professor out of Back to the Future every single day. Just have to start calling him Emmett Brown at this rate. Looking for 10.03 in the Kestrel Beer Lane, taking on Steve Matthews, dials 9.50. I don't think he was anywhere near that sort of elapsed time yesterday. I think he was stuck in the 10s with Honky Tonkin. Ian Marshall giving the front of the car a clean. That's nice of him. So, Honky Tonkin taking on Ain't Misbehaving. Nice 0-2 light for Shawning. He'll be happy with that one. .986 and a 10.15 for Sean. Goes number 2. And Steve Matthews goes to number 4.
Just a reminder to all of the teams in the pits, actually, if you want to take part in the Cracklefest this evening, we do need to be advised. Don't just turn up unannounced. We need to know who's coming round. So if you let yourselves be known to signing on that you are taking part, please. We want to sort of try and have an idea of how many we're going to be having tonight. Imagine it's going to be quite popular. Also, if you want to do a fire burnout this evening, please, we need you to sign up for that as well. We've got one at the moment, but we'd like a couple more if we can. So you want to take part in the fire burnouts, it'd be good to have you.
So, Nervous Nick in Nog Bad the Bad. Taking on Nick Barnett. Okay. Oh, fair enough then. No problem. So Nick Barnett looking for 11.45 in the Auto Glim lane. On the Kestrel Beer side of the racetrack, 11.60 for Mr. Nervous Nick. For Nick. Nervous Nick, that is. He's number 6. Nick Barnett currently number 5. So Ray Turner with Greeny Onions, the 1955 Chevy in the Kestrel Beer lane. 11.80 on the board against Billy Jones with the Grumpy Grizz. 30's the Willis in the Auto Glim lane. A bootlegger car, I think, as it was affectionately known. So, long gone in the Willis Coupe is Billy Jones. Kind of expect that anyway. 10.72, nicely done, and 12.90. Billy Jones goes to number 3, Ray Turner, number 11. And if you notice, on the qualifying list, the governor is dead last because he broke out by a huge margin.
He will not mind that one bit. He will come up and tell us about it. I know he will.
This is the Williams boys. Look at that. Well, sorry, it was their car.
Yeah, Jason Pickett, this is. The car was still being sign-written Thursday night. Neil Melliard has just put the Cherry Bomb name on the side. That is all hand done. Beautiful job. I mean, the rest of the graphics on the car being painted by Neil, and it was only right that Neil finished off the job with the car there.
Looking for 11.60 is the dial-in. There we go. Got 11.50, pretty close.
He ran at the Retro weekend as well.
Okay.
This is his first gasser. Like I say, he has raced before. Nice guy. Totally immersing himself into the gasser circuit. So he's in the line-up with all the rest of them.
He's actually going to get an ET, but that was a rear-wheel start, I think. He was actually rolling. 12.57, 110. Yeah, a 2.3 second 60 foot is not really representative. Nah. That is a gorgeous car out at the Williams Boys stable. So Casey Booth with Mighty Mouse. I think that's what's affectionately known as a patina on top of it, isn't it? All the
yeah.
It looks so cool though. It looks really, really good.
Don't you remember one of the runs that Lee Pike did yesterday? He backed out of it.
Right.
He had a passenger. I didn't realise.
Oh, really? Yeah.
He did a passenger ride yesterday and went across the stripe. I think it was 122. So very well judged.
Well judged, yeah, exactly that, because you're not allowed to run that fast. Yeah. 9.10, the Kestrel Beer Lane.
I think that was the passenger as well, actually.
What guided him into stage, yeah. In Honky Tonkin 2 over there. 10.40 for Katie. I think, actually, Lee is the quickest of all the gassers, actually.
Yeah. Has been in the 8s as well, don't you?
Johnny will get there first, and he runs 9:29. That takes number 5. Katie, though, goes to the top. 10:45 and a 10:14. Ted looks very, very happy indeed. And rightly so. He's number 1 qualifier.
Tony's all over the place. Where's he going?
Well, the thing is that Tony was doing enormous burnouts a few weeks ago. I think that's probably what he was planning on doing, actually. Taking on Brian Gibson with Identity Crisis, one of proper period correct looking. Actually, they all are, aren't they? Yeah. Frankly. Also, some have got very period correct drivers, or looking drivers at least. So 1065 is what the Guzzler, driven by Tony Pearson, is looking for. 1065, 1124 for Brian in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Tony Pearson goes to 7. Brian Gibson goes to number 2.
All right, Jason Hollenby dials in 1171 with the Jumping Jalapeno. We'll change its name all the way along the day.
Or the Humping Jalapeno.
And we'll get it right at the end.
No.
The Tinseltown Hustler, that's Tom Margerson.
What a pair of cars! Seriously, they're just gorgeous, aren't they? And the funny thing is, as well, both pretty much brand new. Well, they're not brand new; they were originally very old, but you know what I mean. They've been recently restored, I think, is probably the correct phrase. .1152, 1162, 910. At the moment, that's a breakout for Jason Hollenby. Actually, he goes up to number 18. Sorry, my apologies.
Massive entry from all of our classes this weekend, but I can't remember the last time we had near on 20 in Gasser Circus. That's fantastic.
I don't think we have. That's actually also, that's Katie, number 1 qualifier, with the Mighty Mouse. So we've got Nostalgia Superstock. Sorry,
that's going to take a while, isn't it? Wow, 46 cars in Nostalgia Superstock are going to be put in qualifiers.
That's 23 pairs.
That's a fair bit of time.
I'll tell you, that's half an hour well spent, though, isn't it?
All right, just before they go through, just the 2 house juniors, if you like, are going to go through. God, I'm assuming, I don't honestly know, but I'm assuming it's a 64 car ladder for Nostalgia Superstock. Is it all run?
I don't know whether it's... probably all run, yeah. I was just going to say, because normally when we got to 50, that was when we had a 64 car ladder for Super Pro years ago, wasn't it?
Well, if it's not, you're going to have 14 cars that are going to be on the trailer before tonight. Because don't forget, some of our race classes are doing their first round of eliminations this evening to whittle the fields down a bit. So, yeah, it's going to be a full-on...
He's on the way. Where to?
So, Jacqueline and Lara, the 2 girls. Now, don't forget, they're in full competition next weekend, as it is a round of the National Championships. It is the Summer Nationals. STP Summer Nationals, of course. Wow, Wide Awake Club. Both of them 0 likes, very nicely done indeed.
So, biggest field we have here of the weekend. An unbelievable 46 cars in Nostalgia Superstock. Whoever is the last man or woman standing at the end of this is going to seriously earn it.
Yeah. First up then, Jack Bishop. As you say, new running gear on the car. Still very consistent in the 9.8s, but the air is obviously very good because he's wound it down to 9.77. Nick Williams in that beautiful Camaro. few changes on the car actually. Look, he's taken the boot spoiler off. That's one of the things that they've done. A car's had a refresh, if you like. It's running a smaller engine now than it used to.
Never-ending fettling, I think.
It is indeed. Always experimenting, these boys. Look at the reaction time for Jack Bishop. 005. 991, 1042. So Nick, sorry, 1048. So he's a tenth off.
Yeah. No one looks particularly happy with that, but
well,
still a good
put it
start.
this way: both of those two, you know, being a tenth off, that doesn't cut it in Nostalgia Superstock. I'm afraid you'll see that in the lower half of the field. Without a shadow of doubt. I would expect number one qualifier to possibly be bang on in Nostalgia Superstock.
I'd probably be right.
Right, so who's next up then? Dan Williams, along Dan and Ollie. This is like a Williams Brothers Racing benefit, this one. Then after that, well, there's all of them, basically. Well, the first person I saw this morning when I went outside the caravan was Ollie. The first thing he did was get the weather station out and have a look. And he goes, yeah, it's looking good. It will be a 9.2 dialing of some description. And lo and behold, here it is. 9.26 for Ollie. And Dan Williams dialing in 10.25. Both of these cars will stand. Fair to say that Ollie's does go a little bit higher and further. But because there was just a little bit of fluid in the auto glim lane, Ollie will be taking a solo on this one. So cameras at the ready. Watch the front of the Firebird go sky high. $125 to 60. That's pretty much what it does there all the time. It'll be a 9.2, but what flavour? 9.29 on a 26. Nice opener there for Ollie. 0.03 of a second off.
Chatting to him this morning, I said, are you enjoying it? And he said, the funny thing is, he's a proper bracket racer now, because he said, oh yeah, because it's consistent.
Yeah.
Didn't mention about how quick he was going. He said the first word was consistent.
Yeah. Right, Pete Christmas with the Fallen Angel. The Dodge. He's dialing 11.35.
It's a little surprised they're actually that far off this morning, to be honest, because Pete put in a number of runs yesterday. The air must be pretty good. There is a bit of a headwind, which tends to slow them down slightly, but only very slightly. Oh, a big thank you to Dan Williams as well for fixing my bike, push bike, this morning. I've had a rattly pedal for about 2 years, and I finally said to somebody, would you mind tightening it up? And he went, oh yeah, look, I've got a spanner for that. There we go.
Right, so down with the Copo Chevelle, 10.25 dialing. Now this car currently an auto, but next year will be a manual. 10.39, 123, and a head scratch for Keith and the team. So they run back and get ready for the next team car to come out. 7 cars from the WBR stable this weekend.
And that's not including yours, I don't think.
No, no, it's not. No, mine's the 8th one this weekend. All right, Andy Robinson doing his burnout underneath the tower. Oh, that's the other thing, actually. Williams Brothers Racing have put 150 quid into the pot for Nostalgia Superstock this weekend. So,
which they're hoping not to have to give away.
Yeah, you can see they're all the cars are carrying the WBR Speed Shop logo on the back windows or somewhere on the car. And so they
do so much to help in many, many ways. There's lots of their previous cars in all different classes as well.
And Andy Robinson's car we know can run 9s. He wants a 10.05 this time round. Oh, twisting launch there.
That's how you break a back actually.
Yeah. So Manny Notice car, look at that. 10.22, 129. 13.33. So Andy goes 5, Paul goes number 7. Right, Simon Rickwood with the Bossa Nova. And he's put the words on the back window there, hands, face, race. I think John Sport came up with that one, and Simon's running with it. Going alongside Gary Carr, the quickest car in Nostalgia Superstock. 8.90 the dial-in. That's the lowest you can dial in Nostalgia Superstock. Lord telling them off. Well done, buddy. I'll tell you the story about what my guys got up to last night in a little bit. I'm not sorry, we've got to find out first of all if Guy King has made it down to the start line today. he might not be very well.
I think there's a few people that might not be very well.
No, and it wasn't drink related either.
Oh dear, okay.
Whoa, synchronised wheelies there. So Gary looking for 890, Simon looking for 960. 891, wow, Gary Carr, #1 qualifier at the moment. Simon Wickwood goes into the #6 spot with a 977. Outstanding, 150 miles an hour at the stripe there for Gary.
What a super comp car.
Yeah, it is.
Well, it is. That's what he ran, wasn't
he
it?
ran in super comp, yeah.
Exactly.
But he was getting confused a little bit by the lights because it's a pro tree in super comp and it's a sportsman tree in Nostalgia Superstock.
Understandably. It's not an easy thing to learn differently. No. It really isn't.
Right, next up then. That is a wonderful looking car, that really is. The flag jumper. Dialing in 11.65.
As at home in Nostalgia Superstock as Gas the Circus, I should think.
Yes,
really
it is.
At
it just looks so pure correct. Excellent car. Of course, that's Jake Cawthorne. Going alongside Paul Smell with the El Camino 1276. A lot of runs yesterday.
Loads. He's put the boot lid up this time. Or the trunk lid.
Yeah.
Is it trunk lid?
That's a good question, because it's normally a tailgate on a pickup, but well, I don't know.
No flag jumping going on there for Jake. That was kind of a polite reaction time. So Paul. 11.65 goes, 11.77. And 13.08 for Paul Smile. Paul goes #10, Jake #4 at the moment. One of the reasons you see the track crew walking out there with their squeegees all the time, obviously tipped it down with rain last night a couple of times. I think when everybody's out there standing on it, it's moving whatever water's around laying in the cars. And it just takes a bit of drying off. So if you are coming down to run today and you did leave your car out in the rain, unfortunately, please could you do your very best job to dry it off, because obviously it's going to hold up the racing for a while. Every single time somebody runs, if water comes off of them. It doesn't take long to dry up, but this adds probably about a minute to each pair at the moment.
Yeah, and it's, I know everybody dries their cars off, but it's just what's, as you say, caught with the wheel arches.
That's right, wherever
like
it might be, yeah. So if you can do a quick wheelie in the pitch to chip it all out, actually no, don't do that, forget I said that.
Right, Jim Chandler and Gary Semper. Jim, yep, he's dialing in the 9s.
9.97 for that thing, unbelievable.
Gary with 13.30 on his boards.
It's really funny that it just doesn't look like a car that should be doing that, you know what I mean?
Yeah. He's on the verge of wheelie bars, he's not quite there yet. 10.04, 130, good run. Top
#3.
Yeah, say top 5, #3.
Gary Semper to #11 with a 13.57 on the 30. This basically is the world's best nostalgia car show, isn't it?
Couldn't agree with you more. I really couldn't. Vic Parsons, always a competitor to fear with the Plymouth. Has a habit of hanging around late on Sundays and picking up silverware. He really does. Going alongside Jim Smith with the Challenger.
Yeah, Jim with 1140 dial. That is so nice, stock looking, just lovely.
Cracking car.
Just very quickly on that subject, like some cars are a little more stock looking than others. What are the rules for Nostalgia Superstock? If anyone out there's got a muscle car they're thinking about joining in,
Basically, it needs to go quicker than 14.99 for the quarter. You can't have a back halved car.
okay.
All right, so it has to be stock back end, basically. That's basically it.
Yeah.
Obviously, normally
power
aspirated.
adders.
Yeah, no power adders. Normally aspirated.
No quicker than 890, I think. Was
And
the other one,
890
yeah.
is the cut-off. Yeah.
There you go. If you've got a muscle car at home, you know what to do. 1020, nice run for Vic. Gets in the number 3 spots. Jim Smith to 14 with an 1187 on an 11.40. So basically, that Mustang down there is at the limit of what would be allowed.
Yeah, that's the slowest you can dial in.
Okay.
There is one car that's missing this weekend, and I'm absolutely gutted for him because I know he wanted to be here. And it's just the name's just gone on my head. I can't believe it. I'll come back to you on that one.
It's you, isn't it?
No, it's not me.
So Charlie Fuller with the 66 Mustang.
Clive Dandridge.
Okay.
You know, with the
Yes.
Mustang. I think he's got transmission woes at the moment, but hope you're keeping well, Clive. I'm sure he's tuned in.
Right, Spencer Tram with the freshly imported Quantum Leap number 3 Camaro, 11.05. His dial. The car was imported from Florida and only raced for the first time a couple of weeks ago. 11.14 at 115 miles an hour. Where does that take Spencer to? Number 5 at the moment.
All-star crew.
Oh, absolutely. And Andy Dibley.
Yeah. Right, Nick Martin with the downtown Duster, dialing in 1460, but unfortunately Charlie Fuller being pushed back, so quite sure what's happened there. Oh, the good news is Guy King is in the lanes.
Ah, okay.
Okay, let's just say he didn't catch on what Dodgems were about last night, because the whole team were on the Dodgems last night.
Okay.
And none of the others got hit at all.
Apart from...
But Guy did. Not that they were picking on him at all or anything, but yeah, he had a bit of a sore head after that. And then him and Gary went... then they went
on that
as well.
So he felt a bit rough.
He felt a bit rough after that.
Not for the usual falling down water reasons.
Yeah.
No. Well, 2 beautiful Dusters out there. Bev Terrell with the Street Sweeper, the Duster, 13.70 for Bev in the Kestrel Lane, and Nick Martin with the Downtown Duster. I think you said yesterday, didn't you, Colin? The first entry we had for Nostalgia Superstock was basically when it was born at this event, the original event, Dragstalgia number 1. The first time it ever happened, there were 8 cars.
That's right, yeah.
46. Right, 14 flat and a 15.14 is actually... Now, if just quickly as well, 15.14, he dialed quicker than that, Nick Martin.
Yeah. That's right.
Because it's outside, yeah? Okay.
That's absolutely fine. No problem at all. It's just that obviously he's not going to be as near his dialing.
Well, that is one... I was going to say they both look like boats, but that's a proper boat, isn't it? Jerry Raymond with the big-time Plymouth.
I haven't seen Jerry race for a while, to be honest. It's good to see the car back.
What a car. I think the scrap value of that is probably about 15 grand just because the amount of metal in it.
Well, the boot lid's a helipad, isn't it? Oh, it's massive.
It's huge. Stuart Arthur with the Roadrunner. We do like a good Roadrunner. 14.99.
I mean, the Roadrunner's not a small car, but it looks
no, it isn't.
Doesn't it?
It really is dwarfed by that.
So Jerry heading towards an 1190 possibly. Oh, he breaks out. He's one of the few that have broken out actually. 1187 on a 90.
Stuart Arthur with the 15.70. Some way off the 14.99 minimum dial actually.
He'll still be qualified though,
Yeah.
so.
Okay. So you don't have to run the number, you just have to have dialed that
That's
number.
it, yeah.
Right. So, Guy King, or Mr. Guy King, as it very politely says on the card.
That's right. So that's, Guy dialing in a 9.95. That's a brave shout. 12.10 for Gary Cork. So Guy King, I think he's the last of the Williams brothers stable to come around. We haven't even seen the Watt Speed Shop gang yet. They'll be in the lanes as well. Can we have Wild Bunch and, of course, the Nostalgia Cannonball to the pairing lanes, please? Wild Bunch and Nostalgia Cannonball to the pairing lanes. So the King dialing in 9.95. Gary Cork 12.10. Gary had a good few runs yesterday to get the car dialed in. Wind has dropped, actually. There was a bit of a headwind earlier on, but that's dropped off a bit. Well, obviously, Guy's going to get there first. 10.16 at 132 and a 12.39. So Guy goes 13, Gary goes 15. Rob Terrell with Robster's Revenge. And Chris Layram. Now, the Robster made the final at VW Breakout. Very, very good race. And, of course, Rob took part in that very first Nostalgia Superstock event at the first Dragstalgia. And he's the only car that we believe has done every one of the Dragstalgias. So well on to Rob. The dial in then for Rob is 10.20. Chris dialing in 12.75. Doesn't matter if they pull a red light in qualifying, it's all about your ET at the top end. We're looking run for Rob, 10.32 and a 13.10. So Rob goes number 8, Chris number 19. Well, they're all chasing Gary Carr at the moment. He's your number 1 man. Number 2 is Ollie at the moment. Vic Parsons, number 3. Jim Chandler, number 4. Spencer Tram, number 5. Nick Williams, number 6. 24 cars have run so far, so we're just over the halfway mark in Nostalgia Superstock. Tig with his Barracuda, dialing in the 14.20, and Don Scott with the Superbird, 9.75. Don and a few others were down at Brands Hatch last weekend for American Speedfest, put on a great show and represented the sport of drag racing very well indeed. So thanks to Don and the gang. Don away very nicely indeed. That'll definitely be a 9, but will it be a 9.7? Whoa, 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 look at that. 9.66, 138 miles an hour. He's going to be chuffed to bits with that timing slip. Wow, what a run. 14.06 for Tig, he breaks out. So a real surprise there for both of them actually, but Don, 9.66, that new combination working very well indeed. Dave Belledoux, winner this time, this year already. VW Breakout took the Dodge to the final. I had a chat with Dave actually on Thursday, and he was actually surprised how well this car is going. You know, he thought it'd be sort of a low to mid 10-second car, and he's got it in the 9s already. Going alongside Stuart Thompson, also known as Kiwi, a seasoned racer, been doing this for quite a while, always one to be feared as well. Lovely car. and a very, very good racer. In actual fact, you've got two extremely good racers here. Both have won meetings, both capable of winning this weekend as well, but with 46 entries, whoever wins it this weekend has certainly earned it. Darling's then 990 against 980. Could be a threat to the top of the leaderboard here. Both away well.
It was always going to be a pretty even race. 988 and 99, number 5 and 6.
Yeah, well, they put themselves at the sharp end, haven't they? They're 5 and 6.
Well, for now, how many qualifiers have they got? Obviously, they lost one yesterday. They still got 3 today. Yeah. Quick look at the order.
Well, here's another man who's more than capable of winning this event. Former event winner, former champion in the class as well, of course, Lee Charles. That's another 9-second car. Going alongside Adrian Portelli with the Charger. Looking for 1060. This car's been around a while as well. As both of these cars have. I mean, Lee's totally refreshed the colour scheme on the car. It just looks absolutely spot on.
Even the nodding dogs had a shine.
I think it was sat down before. It stood up now. He's got a new one.
Actually, yeah, you're right, Carl. I just had a look at the order, and Nostalgia Superstock Elimination Round 1 is like getting towards 7 o'clock this evening.
Yeah.
How cool would that be?
Brilliant. Yeah, it's the only class that are doing eliminations today. Just
Due to the size
of the field, yeah.
Yeah, exactly that. So, yeah, Adrian, idiot Lee, even. Adrian could be the nodding dog in the back. Does the dog nod, actually? I think he does.
See how his head wobbles when he launches. It looks like it will.
It will, yeah. And Adrian Portelli with that superb Charger. Well, a big old front wheel wobble when he comes down, but it didn't seem to stop him. He will be there first with a 996 and a 1073.
Well, he slots in the number 4 spot, does Lee? It's almost part of the excitement of this event is obviously you've got a few teams. You've got the Watt Speed Shop. We haven't seen any of them yet, but they've got to be in the lanes because there's quite a few of them.
It won't be far away.
Obviously, Williams Brothers team. We haven't got the Watkins clan here this weekend. Can you imagine if we had the Watkins team here, we'd have over 50 cars.
Blimey, yeah, I've just you're right. Actually, yeah, they normally that's where they came from.
Yeah, they only do championship. They don't do the lifestyle events. It's such a shame because we would have over 50 otherwise. And then we sort of look at the round 1 matchups. They're all going to have to meet each other somewhere on the line.
They will do.
It'll be quite funny.
Well, yeah, this evening is going to be nervy kind of time.
Yeah.
So the absolutely awesome looking Soper and Heck Plymouth.
John Davison, loving life with this car. Street legal, drives it around, goes to the shows.
Lovely, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. If I was a kid and I got dropped off at school in that, I wouldn't be going to school. I'd just go hide in the boot.
So John on his own then, 10:42 at the dial-in. .152 to the 60 for the 8th mile. He's gone 686 at 100 miles an hour. The stripe is going to be a 1076 at 125. Slots in at number 23. Right, Ian Johnson with the Old Thunder. 572 cubic inch Oldsmobile. Going alongside Andrew Bossenworth, the Spirit of 66, the Coronet. So Ian dials in 999, and I have a habit of saying this, but I'm going to say it now. This will be a breakout for Ian. And Andrew dialing in 1085. Ian's just that little bit too keen to get to the other end, and he's trying to stage with the back wheels. So we're going to let Ian do his run, and then may just be a little bit of water in the Castrol beer lane. So Ian Johnson, am I going to be right? Is he going to break out? No, he doesn't. Very nicely judged. 10-10 at 136 goes in at number 9. So the gorgeous coronet of Andrew Bosworth, the Spirit of 66. That is so period correct. So 1085 the target. Looking good for that as well, actually. A little bit too good, actually. Way too good. 1041 at 128 miles an hour. I think Andrew will be looking at that timing slip, smiling, and then also going, how did I misjudge that one? But excellent run nevertheless. Well, the hits just keep on coming. Chris Goodale with the Camaro, 1037. The target for him. And Alan Medley with the old timer, 1062. Thirty-three cars have put scores on the doors already, and we've still got loads more cars to come round. Chris Goodale going to get there first with a 1044. Nice run goes into number 5. Alan Medley breaks out. Goes. Oh no, so he's to the right side. 1147 on a 1062. So Chris Goodale goes in at number 5. Right. Finally we get a what speed shop entry. And actually there are quite a few of them in the lanes now.
Can that be read out at 12:30? Yeah. Brilliant, thank you.
Clint Boardman with old Scatterballs, the Coronet, starting in 1183, and Richard Granger with a Roadrunner, 1130. So Richard gets there first. 1137, nice run. He goes into the number 5 spot. Clint Boardman, 1203 on that 1183, goes in at number 21. Ty Strevitt then with the Dodge Dart, 12.40 the dial-in, alongside Dave Simcock, another one of the Watts Speed Shop entries. Challenger looks absolutely awesome, and the dial-in is 1050. So I'm going to send Dave on his own. I think there's just a bit of fluid have appeared in the auto glim lane. Don't forget, guys, just make sure you've got no rainwater underneath your cars. Obviously when you do your burnouts and then you hit the brakes, water will shoot forward. Basically that's what the tractor are clearing up at the moment. So 11.19 on and off the throttle there for Dave. not entirely happy, but still qualifies. Next up then, Ash Rawson with Kermit the Duster. Pete Wiseman with the damage case, the Coronet 980. Pete was getting some runs in yesterday, as was Ash actually. So give them a bit of a not a head start on the old knowledge front, but it helps to tune their cars in, even though the conditions are slightly different today. $9.95, 10.46. Ash just breaks out. Pete Wiseman goes in at 18. Well, we've still got Gary Carr head of the field at the moment. Still got Ollie at number 2. $40 cars have now qualified so far in Nostalgia Superstock. Still got a few more. Ty Strevitt, not quite sure what's happened to Ty. Right, Duncan Watts then. 11 flat, he's dialing. Actually, looking in the lanes, this could be the last stocker. I'm not sure if Ty's going to make this one or not. Oh, here Duncan's tyres fighting for grip there. Backed out of it as well. 11.45 at just 87 miles an hour. What a session of qualifying for Nostalgia Superstock. Just having a look in the lanes. Yep, there are no more stockers down there. Ty is there, and he is going to run a solo. And I believe it'll be the two-seater Dragster doing the passenger ride. So dialing for Ty then, 12.40. .46, nicely done, Ty, into the number 5 spot. Very, very good run indeed, well done. So, the thrill ride then, the two-seater Dragster, Paul Brown at the controls. And thanks indeed to Paul. He always messages with a list of people that are taking part in the two-seater program. And the first passenger today, Lloyd Sparrow from Northampton. This is a 60th birthday present. So basically what we're saying is there's no age limit on the passenger in the back. As the person who's taking the third ride, it's his 80th birthday. Wow. Well, that is certainly a case of the older I get, the faster I'm getting. But Lloyd Sparrow, your first passenger, and this is a 60th birthday present. Well, there is So much happening here this weekend. So many cars in the lanes. It's the Wild Bunch up next. So Lloyd Sparrow, the passenger, Paul Brown, the driver, the two-seater dragster here at Santa Pod Raceway. Expect to run around about 7.8, 7.9 seconds. Uh, 10:30, so not a full pass actually, just to the 8th. Right, so next up it is the Wild Bunch. Good to see Gary Atkinson yesterday. He had a speaker grill over the car, but he's managed to get a proper air intake on there. So that call out worked, because we do put call out for parts. And they got Bradley Cooper over there with the back from the past little slingshot, lovely car. So period correct once again, and I've got to say, look out for the outfits in the Wild Bunch, because the teams really do put on a great show. So the Wild Bunch, again, a huge entry from them. Huge entry. Bradley Cooper, a transmission specialist by trade.
And Gary Atkinson, that actually, even though it looks like a coupe, it's an altered with a coupe body. It's very clever, very good.
So then, 998, 1160.
Really good run for Bradley there.
Yeah. I like it when the Brown boys bring both cars to the track. They've got Wrathchild and Rebel here this weekend.
How do they do that?
They've got two trailers, basically.
Yeah. How do they pick who drives which one as well? That's the other
that
thing.
I don't know.
So I think that's Pete in there from what I can see. It is.
It
well,
is,
according
yeah.
to the screen it is.
Yeah,
However,
Pete, yeah.
Taking on Graham Rawlings with the little VW Slingshot. Another regular 9-second runner. Thanks as always to the wonderful Claire Meadows, who's given us endless notes, stuff, everything to look at.
Yeah, Graham Rawlings is PB of 967 at 136. Wrathchild in the 10.7s.
Well, Graham's there first, 993 and 11.49 for Wrathchild. The team look very happy with that one. Another 9-second run for Graham. So the Wildcat Jaguar altered of Ian Wild. It's always funny that, isn't it?
I can't recall ever seeing this car before.
I haven't seen it before either, that I can remember anyway. Then again, I don't remember much, but, you know. And it's Rob Brown in the other Rebel Slingshot. Is this Rebel too?
No, this is Rebel. We've got it's Wrathchild and
Oh,
Rebel.
of course,
yeah.
my apologies.
And of course, it was this event 2 years ago that Rob got down on one knee and proposed to Hayley, if you remember that.
That's right. 2 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Have they got married yet?
No, not yet. Oi.
Whoa, steady on. He's still all over the place.
He's
9:26 at 1:44.
Wow.
Get that man a straight jacket.
Hayley's smiling.
Sort of.
Whoa. Excellent.
There's Thomas Cook Abbott coming. He covers Michael Jackson today.
I can't wait to see him.
I said he's come as Michael Jackson, I think. Taking on Keith Crampton.
It's not the outfit I was expecting.
Is that right?
It's not. There are others. But that's cool. Nice one, Thomas. I think it's a bit more sort of... It's a John Travolta suit, but the hat doesn't go with it. I like it.
So Keith Crampton with the Sultan Shaker in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Going to be taking on Dan Boone. First time I've seen Dan for a while, actually, with the American Buy Dragster. Well done to the Brown family. I told you, get that bloke a straight jacket. Don't let him out of it.
Well, get him a straight jacket, but don't let him wear it yet.
Well, Dan with the American Pie Dragster is... he's lost fire, that's what it was. Whoa, no. Well, unfortunately, he's going to run over the parachute now, unfortunately. Yeah, the parachute's actually, unfortunately, come out and got stuck under the tyre.
Well, luckily... Oh, no, there's the whole parachute now. Luckily, it was just the drone chute that came out first, but...
Yeah, waiting for Keith Crampton to go in. It's all right, he's got a solo run. There we go. Lots of bouncing going on for Keith. And that's going to be an early shut-off. 11:62, only 77 miles an hour as well. That's a 10-second car all the time now, isn't it?
Right, Bobby Wright with the Altered. The 23 Ford Model T with a 454 cubic inch lump in front of it. And Steve Garland with Sonic Attack. The guy on the right there, I mean, character personified. They got here late yesterday.
Right.
And there's no room in the Wild Bunch pits.
Okay.
So I said, when did you end up? He said, well, with Supercharged Outlaws. I said, oh, that's going to be a party then. Oh dear. I'm thoroughly enjoying life, they really are.
Yep, the FF racing team from down on the south coast. Rob Wright is long gone with the Alton. 9.98, back in the 9s again, 1.34. What can Steve Garland do this time round? 14.15 at 94. I think he's been in the 13s before.
Well done, Vinny.
Well done, everybody. Well, I tell you what, I know what, because their name is FF, I can't say the name, it's Fat People.
Yeah.
Yes, or Fat something. We'll call them the Wide Bunch.
Yeah, I think that might stick, actually.
I like that. I quite
yeah.
like that a lot, actually, yeah. The Wide Bunch in the Wild Bunch. Commiserations to Dan Boone. I think that was the first outing of the year. At least it's a very simple fix. Repack the parachute and try again a little bit later on.
Yeah, he did message us to say, just refer to us as FF Racing. That, of course, is Vinny.
Yeah, that's right. Well, is that on the way up to get Steve? Well done, Vinny. Well done, everybody in there. I told you, we're going to call you the Wide Bunch from now on. Yeah, that'll work, won't it? Okay, Paul Tarry with Trigger's broom. Venting the nitrous, which is always a good sign.
Yeah, this is Trigger's broom, built in 1972 by Ray Hoare. Run by different owners. And the following names: it used to be the Reality Car, it was Hang 'em High, Jeans T.
Is that right?
Yeah, Camera 84, Vixen. Then stripped and left bought by...
And bought by, then stripped and bought by me in 2014. So Pontiac 350.
It's best of 1173. Goes 12:01 on that one. But that's, I mean, I remember Jeans T from... I mean, that's history, again. 72.
Oh, outfit of the day so far goes to Claire.
Oh, look at that. Nicely done.
Well done. So this is the Hartnells. Senior and junior are matching up this time. Crazy Chris with the original Malibu Express coming round in the Kestrel beer lane. Taking on his lad, Lee. Hope Claire's got her running trainers on. So yeah, this is a father and son match-up. Lee Hartnell with the Metal Mistress in the Auto Glim Lane. Lee's probably been about as long as Chris has actually been racing, I should think.
So Lee with the Metal Mistress, Chris Hartnell with Backdraft. Expect to run around about 10.4 if it's a PB for Lee. Crazy Chris has got the Backdraft car down as low as 8.6 before. Wow, big wheelie off the line there for Chris. Line 22 at 150 miles an hour at the stripe. But that really did. And we love the outfit, Claire. Very, very good indeed. 1849 for Lee. But that was a proper old wheel stand there for Chris. All right, next up, the Boston Straggler. Going alongside Happy Days. Happy Days has had a bit of a refresh on the old paint scheme. Even the flex plate, the engine, the whole lot. And someone's hit it with some Dayglow paint as well to make it pop even more. It's really good. So Tim Roy then with the Boston Straggler has had this car into the 12s. Got a feeling it's going to go a fair bit quicker these days. Expect to see a new PB from him this weekend, if not on this run. Rob Wright with Happy Days has a best of 11.68. Another big wheel stand. That was a reach for the sky moment. And even with that, yeah, that is a massive PB. 11.53 at 130. Right, obviously we're going to be on hold for a moment. Nitro FM, if you could please take over the airwaves, and we will be back with you shortly.
Superstock. Whoever is the last man or woman standing at the end of this is going to seriously earn it.
Yeah. First up then, Jack Bishop. As you say, new running gear on the car. Still very consistent in the 9.8s, but the air is obviously very good because he's wound it down to 9.77. Nick Williams in that beautiful Camaro. A few changes on the car actually. If you look, he's taken the boot spoiler off. That's one of the things that they've done. A car's had a refresh, if you like. It's running a smaller engine now than it used to.
Never-ending fettling, I think.
It is indeed. Always experimenting with these boys. Look at the reaction time for Jack Bishop. 005. 991, 1042. So Nick, sorry, 1048. So he's a tenth off.
Yeah. No one looks particularly happy with that, but
well,
it's still a good
put it
start.
this way, both of those two, you know, being a 10th off, that doesn't cut it in Nostalgia Superstock, I'm afraid. You'll see that in the lower half of the field without a shadow of doubt. I would expect number one qualifier to possibly be bang on in Nostalgia Superstock.
You'd probably be right.
Right, so who's next up then? Dan Williams, along Dan and Ollie. This is like a Williams Brothers Racing benefit, this one. Then after that, well, there's all of them, basically. Well, the first person I saw this morning when I went outside the caravan was Ollie. The first thing he did was get the weather station out and have a look. And he goes, yeah, it's looking good. It will be a 9.2 dialing of some description, and lo and behold, here it is, 9.26 for Ollie. And Dan Williams dialing in 10.25. Both of these cars will stand. Fair to say that Ollie's does go a little bit higher and further. But because there was just a little bit of fluid in the auto glim lane, Ollie will be taking a solo on this one. So cameras at the ready. Watch the front end of the Firebird go sky high. 125 to 60, that's pretty much what it does there all the time. It'll be a 9.2, but what flavour? 9.29 on a 26. Nice opener there for Ollie, 0.03 of a second off.
Chatting to him this morning, I said, are you enjoying it? He said, the funny thing is, he's a proper bracket racer now, because he said, oh yeah, because it's consistent.
Yeah.
Didn't mention about how quick he was going. He said the first word was consistent.
Yeah. Right, Pete Christmas with the Fallen Angel. The Dodge. He's dialing 11.35.
My bike, push bike, this morning. I've had a rattly pedal for about 2 years, and I finally said to somebody, would you mind tightening it up? And he went, oh yeah, look, I've got a spanner for that. There we go.
Right, so down with the Copo Chevelle, 10.25 dialing. Now this car currently an auto, but next year will be a manual. 10.39, 123, and a head scratch for Keith and the team. So they run back and get ready for the next team car to come around. 7 cars from the WBR stable this weekend.
And that's not including yours, I don't think.
No,
is
no,
it?
it's not. No, mine's the 8th one this weekend. Right, Andy Robinson doing his burnout underneath the tower. Oh, that's the other thing actually. Williams Brothers Racing have put 150 quid into the pot for Nostalgia Superstock this weekend. So.
Which they're hoping not to have to give away.
Yeah, you can see they're all the cars are carrying the WBR Speed Shop logo on the back windows or somewhere on the car, and so they
do so much to help.
Yeah.
In many, many ways. And there's lots of their previous cars in all different classes as well.
Now, Andy Robinson's car we know can run 9s. He wants a 10.05 this time round. Oh, twisting launch there.
That's how you break a back actually.
Yeah. That's a man who knows his car. Look at that. 10.22, 129. 13.33. So Andy goes 5, Paul goes number 7. Right, Simon Rickwood with the Bossa Nova. And he's put the words on the back window there, hands, face, race. I think John Sport came up with that one, and Simon's running with it. Going alongside Gary Carr, the quickest car in Nostalgia Superstock. 8.90 the dial in. That's the lowest you can dial in Nostalgia Superstock. Lord telling him off. Well done, buddy. We'll tell you the story about what my guys got up to last night in a little bit. And I'm not sure, we've got to find out first of all if Guy King has made it down to the start line today. He might not be very well.
I think there's a few people that might not be very well.
No, and it wasn't drink related either.
Oh dear, okay. Is it home in Nostalgia Superstock as Gas the Circus, I should think?
Yes,
really,
it is.
at it.
It just looks so period correct. Excellent car. Of course, that's Jake Cawthorne. Going alongside Paul Smell with the El Camino 12.
In Nostalgia Superstock, whoever is the last man or woman standing at the end of this is going to seriously earn it.
Yeah. First up then, Jack Bishop. As you say, new running gear on the car. Still very consistent in the 9/8, but the air is obviously very good because he's wound it down to 9.77. Nick Williams in that beautiful Camaro. A few changes on the car actually. Look, he's taken the boot spoiler off. That's one of the things that they've done. A car's had a refresh, if you like. It's running a smaller engine now than it used to.
Never-ending. So, Brian Huxley with the Can-Do number 2. It looks like they've just dragged it out of storage and got it running. It's a brand new car, even though it's been painted to look like that. A really, really nice piece of work, built by Brian's son, Mark.
Yeah, Brian was, I mean, it's his second run. It was a trans brake launch. Lifted the front wheels, and Mark's going, oh my God, he's pulling wheelies on his second run in the car.
Already, well, Brian's been down the racetrack a number of times.
One of the most experienced racers out there. Really, absolutely loving it in there.
This is a taste of things to come for you. Kids borrowing your car. 10:30,
Nice.
1:29.
Nice.
Very well done, Mr. Huxley Senior.
Mark Colson, I was having a good old chat with Mark last night, and Ronnie Mercer was over there as well, because Ronnie and Mark are basically running the same setup.
Okay.
But it's working in Mark's car, and it's just giving Ronnie a real head scratcher. So, but they'll get there. They'll get there.
Moments like that, blimey, your heart's in your mouth for everybody, I think. And funnily enough, actually, probably one of the calmest people is the man who just did it.
Most definitely.
He knows he's all right, but no one else does. I think that's half the thing. But anyway. We will obviously, it goes without saying, we'll be back racing as soon as we possibly can. This is not something we can ever legislate for, obviously, but the most important thing is Andy does appear to be okay. The car may look a little second-hand after that. It's just one of those weird old things that happens sometimes. And everybody does wonder why we make sure we keep the start line area clear. We've got the marshals and the security keeping people back and making sure there's not lots of people standing in the way watching, because that's why, folks.
And that's another reason that we go to radio silence when a moment like that happens, because obviously we don't know, we don't see, and the last thing we want to do is guess. We're not here to do that. So, we do have to go to radio silence just until we get a confirmation one way or the other, because obviously you do have family and friends that tune into the live feed, and
you got it.
So we do have to be very respectful of everybody here. So sorry we couldn't announce what was going on straight away, because a lot of you didn't actually see what had happened, because obviously you're on the banking on the grandstands, and the incident happened behind us here on the start line.
But at the same time, you could just imagine if it was your family member and you were wandering around the pits, and the first thing you heard about it was us announcing it, us announcing an accident with your family member. It's really, really not great. So a lot of people, anyway, a lot of people on Facebook do mention quite a lot why we don't say anything. Yeah, that's why, frankly, because it's the polite and it's the decent thing to do. I think that's a very short answer. So anyway, the medics are making their way back over there. Obviously the barn itself, or the shutters, rather looking a bit second-hand, as probably is Andy's car, unfortunately. But he will be making his way to the medical centre, and obviously we'll be back with you as soon as we can.
The last 10 years, I missed it, but you didn't, was the Arnie Calvic.
You've seen it.
Everybody's
seen it now. It was he went past the grandstand. It was just he just pushed there. Well, unfortunately, our Norwegian friends were going to be coming this year, if they were allowed to.
We are in to qualifying Dragster Circus round 1. And in the Kestrel Beer Lane,
Is that right?
it's Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat qualifying for Dragster Circus, dialing in a 10.82. I will be watching this very closely alongside Ray Irish with the Gas Junkie. Keith got a reaction time advantage on Ray there. So Keith aiming for 10.82. That is a good looking run.
Very good indeed. 10.61. 120.
Nick, can you put the nitrous system on, please?
Deary me.
Wow.
11.90 for Ray Irish. He goes number 1 qualified by virtue of breaking out by the least, actually. That is a huge personal best for the governor in Roaring Rat.
Boy, oh boy. Wow.
You're stuffed. Graham Barton. Graham Barton in high anxiety in the Kestrel Beer Lane. However, there may be some on the table on reaction time, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, that was a pro tree, and he put a light on.
Yep, you got it. Against Mark Dibley with the Anglia. The times you see on the board at the top end are their predicted times or their dial-ins. They're trying to run as close to those as they can without going too quick. In the Kestrel Beer Lane, you'll see the car go over the finish line first. 10.71, that is the right side of the number, and it also makes him number 1 qualifier at the moment because out of the 4 cars, he's closest.
Mick Taylor offered me a nitrous bottle last night. I think I might take one.
Yeah, but you ain't got a nitrous kit on your car,
no,
have you?
we'll
That's
find
a
one.
slight problem.
We'll find one. Oh dear.
Any time to save weight between now and this afternoon?
Surgery.
I can pretend to be you, maybe chop a leg off, something like that.
I'll just put another driver in it, someone lighter. Oh no, I can't. It's going to be good fun anyway. Right.
Be down to 1 lane just for a moment. So that's Mick with a very, very nice looking quick buck Chevy Corvette with the trumpets out the top. Dial-in's 10.150. Once again, I can explain it now and you can clearly see how always nice to see the place filling up on a Saturday morning. It's now 10 o'clock and we're around about just over an hour away from our first session of the Nostalgia Cannonball coming up as well. So can't say how good it is to be back, and everybody enjoyed themselves again.
Yeah.
Especially us, of course. As long as you don't mention the beer. 31.46.
Not at all. So Martin Hallam going through in the Kestrel beer lane.
Get out of it. They did that deliberately to torture me, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, I think they did. That's quite okay. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning. I'll give it to 10:30, then I'll get upset.
Right, so have a look behind us. You can see Sean Milson with the Ain't Misbehaving car, and Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin. They will be the next pair, but just on hold for a moment.
Just thinking, Carl, have you actually got the Showmanship trophies list? Have we got a list to fill out?
We'll make notes, basically.
That's a good idea. We need to.
Hence,
We need
I
to
have the little book.
get on with making notes, I think.
Yeah. Also,
So
the
everyone-
Wild Bunch have a huge amount of their own trophies as well, which we have to make notes on as well.
I'm glad you've got your notebook now. I really am.
Very busy.
So, my good buddy Sean Mills will be in the Kestrel Beer Lane, looking more and more like the Mad Professor out of Back to the Future every single day. Just have to start calling him Emmett Brown at this rate. Looking for 10.03 in the Kestrel Beer Lane, taking on Steve Matthews, dials 9.50. I don't think he was anywhere near that sort of elapsed time yesterday. I think he was stuck in the 10s with Honky Tonkin. Ian Marshall giving the front of the car a clean. That's nice of him. So, Honky Tonkin taking on Ain't Misbehaving.
The fencing back into position, and our start line crew are not far away from coming back to the start line, so we'll be continuing with Wild Bunch. Just a few things to remind everybody of. Of course, we have a beer festival running this weekend, and if you go over to the Vintage Hub, that's where you'll see a lot of the beer that's, well, some fantastic stuff over there. Supercharger, Podzilla Flip, Fire Burnout, Podface, Squealer, Nitro, and of course our new lane sponsor as well, Kestrel Beer. You can get all of that over in the beer festival. The Vintage Hub really is a hub of activity all weekend long. We had the drive-in movie last night, which was Smokey and the Bandit. Drive-in movies again tonight, and tonight's film is Ford versus Ferrari. If you haven't seen that film, it is absolutely brilliant. Very, very good indeed. That film came out in 2019. Matt Damon and Christian Bale. Very, very good film. If you haven't seen it, certainly worth watching it. Of course, everything is all about nostalgia this weekend. The Vintage Fair. Literally, if you can, get over to the Vintage Hub. There is so much going on over there. You've got some great show cars over there. Cars that have reappeared this weekend that we haven't seen for a long time. I'm delighted to see that Devil's Brew is here this weekend, a car that I've watched being rebuilt over the last few years, and it's so great that Phil's brought the car up this weekend. The pits obviously is just jam-packed full of nostalgia machinery this weekend. And if you get a chance, obviously the facility here is U-shaped. You can come down off the bank, you can go around the back, go into the pits and just have a look at the amazing machinery that we've got here this weekend. Really worth checking out.
By U-shaped, do you mean it's U-shaped? Do you mean it's shaped like you?
Well, yeah, you, not round.
Something like that, anyway. But yeah, it's great. Obviously, apart from the obvious issues, normally great, relaxed, fun kind of weekend. There's so much cool stuff to see that you don't normally see at any other time of the year. I think the plan is all the crews have been given a couple of minutes to get back in the cars, and I think they're there now. We're just about ready to fire up the next pair of Wild Bunch cars, thank goodness.
One thing I haven't mentioned at all, there is a Dragstalgia 10 t-shirt.
Okay.
It's available from the pod shops on site, $24.99 each, or you can buy two for $40. So, you know, if it's two that you want, obviously you get a better deal on that. And I shall be heading down there and get one myself. I've got one for most of the years, and
Why not?
Get another T-shirt to add to the collection. Also, don't forget the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame have got their auction. If the marquee is behind the main grandstand next to the pairing lanes, and go and check out the lots that they've got available to bid on. Bidding closes at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
So we've got a long, long way to go for the rest of today's programme, obviously all the way up till 8 p.m. tonight, so still over 8 hours to go. We've already had a few hours already, so just want to say once again, very big thank you to the outstanding track crew, the medics and everybody else as well for taking care of things, to all the stewards, the marshals too, for making sure it was done in obviously in an orderly fashion. That's why it has to be done that way. But just, big thank you to all of them. There we go.
Just to let actually people know, there are 2 auctions for the Hall of Fame. There's one today and then there is another one tomorrow. So it's separate lots for each day. So just in case everybody's wondering, like, how can an auction finish today? What's happening tomorrow? It's 2 different lots.
I'll be intrigued to know how much that painting goes for, though, because that's kind of, well...
It's iconic.
Yeah, very much so. I mean,
totally iconic.
You ain't going to get much better than that kind of ever, are you, really? So they're being given the next pair are being given the signal to fire up. So the next noise you hear won't just be us, thank goodness, says everybody. Just want to say a very good morning as well. Obviously, a bit late, nearly afternoon anyway, to Jenny and Matt and Stu up there on the bank. Taking some time out to come south. Hope you didn't get a nosebleed when you passed Nottingham. And also everybody listening in around the world on the free, yes, I said that right, free Santapod live stream. Not only do you you lucky folks get to see it in real life, but everybody around the world gets to watch if they want to as well. And one of those things actually that it's really increased the profile of this place more than anything, frankly, is by all the live streams, because everybody watches in all the time. Everybody takes notes, and everybody actually sits at home thinking, wow, that's pretty good, I need to go. So we're happy that they do. So the Shindigger up next, Jim Tanner. Taking on Kevin Whiting with the tip-top altered. Very nicely turned out Topolino.
And as it's the Wild Bunch, expect plenty of showmanship from all of them.
And outfits as well. There we go. Perfect example. Thank you to the young lady back in Jim Tanner up. So I think this may be a... Yeah, we got 10.20 for Kev Whiting. He normally runs Darling.
Yeah, Jim Tanner is, well, 9.18 is his PB, so obviously he'll be looking for a 9 of some description. Oh, the hop, skip and a jump.
Yeah,
lots of bounce.
I think Kevin White will be running a 10.20. 10.85, not too bad, 1.20 and a 12.08 for Jim. What a car this is coming up next. Someone needs to be able to fuel. Someone needs to build a fuel car with a body on like that. So the coupe. In the autoclave named the Dragster coupe. Ollie Hutchins-Smith. Taking on Callum, actually. Good to see Callum back out.
Yeah, Mr. 8.8.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, 885 on the back.
It does look like it goes quite wayward, but he always runs the numbers, doesn't he?
Yeah. Very good, consistent car. Basically swept the Wild Bunch board of trophies. Is
that right?
In their last full season, 2019. Needless to say, I think they needed a Luton van to get all the trophies back home. I think their table was reinforced at the awards night.
Good problem to have. It's a proper nostalgia car, though, isn't it?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Sit up and beg Topolino. It's funny, isn't it? If you look in both lanes are Topolinos, would you believe?
Different spin on both of them.
Yeah, I was going to say a completely different take from one lane to the other. Well, Callum was long gone, but a bit of a pedal in the middle. I don't think that'll be an 8. Dragster 990. And for the coupe, 1145, 115.
Yeah, Chris looks a bit nonplussed with that one.
So, Steve Heaven and James Ald, actually, for the first time this weekend. Or did he run yesterday in the end?
It wasn't what he was looking for run-wise. Steve Heaven, though, PB, knocked it out of the ballpark yesterday.
Certainly did.
Fantastic run.
25, I
Yes,
think,
it
off
was,
the top of
yeah.
my head. That was fantastic. Morning, Russ, if you tuned in, or afternoon, as it is in Spain.
Yeah, he'll be tuned in.
So James Alder has to sit and wait there patiently. Could we have the Willis Wars into the pairing lanes, please? Could we have the Willis Wars into the lanes, please?
Well, if Steve can improve on yesterday's 8:25, expect some messages from Russ and a standing high jump record on the start line from the crew.
They had a good chance to do it yesterday.
Yeah.
Nudging towards the sevens. The seven may be slightly beyond it, but you never know.
Well, it's a better launch actually, because yesterday just lifted the front wheels. It was like 119 to 60 foot for Steve.
That's about where it was yesterday, actually. 8:43, 159 for Steve. They're still happy with that.
Yeah.
They should be anyway. James All goes 14 flat. Mark Coulsell with the limited funds ball breaker out there with the small block in the auto gloom lane. Oh, excellent.
And it's Bob Morgan with the Beasting, the little Topolino. Mark Coulsell has had the ball breaker down into the 8.1s. And Bob with the Beasting. He's run a best of 10.03, but the car has been in the 9s with Andy behind the wheel, 9.98. So it's very close. Yeah, Russ has tuned in. He's just messaged and said, yes, of course I'm tuned in. Morning, guys. Well, morning to you, Russ, down there in Spain. Morning to Asbo himself, Barry Bahanan. He's down there with crewing on the Beasting, of course. Well, straight and true for the slingshot of Mark Coulsell. The ball breaker goes 8.32, 156, and the Beasting 10.21 at 130. Gonzo the Great went side by side with Rough Diamond yesterday, Dave Gibbons, but Dave is running in Custom Car Invitational this weekend. He's not part of the Wild Bunch, but it was so good to see those two iconic alters run side by side yesterday. But Gonzo, I mean, again, a car I remember from my teenage years coming up here. And it's great to see the car still going and going quickly as well. Alan Lloyd behind the wheel got it down to 7.77, nearly 170 miles an hour from this car. 560 at 126. A little half track 878, 154.
Not quite behaving how they thought it was going to be honest.
No.
It's been nearly a second quicker than that, or thereabouts before. Lots of new stuff on there, though, even with the nitrous on. Still a good-looking run. Talking of good-looking. That's how an altered should be.
Yeah. The Collivers running 2 cars, the Colliver family this weekend. So this is Anthony. You'll see Wayne later on with the Misfit Dragster, but this is Wayne. Sorry, Anthony from Hell.
Funny thing is, actually, there was a song called Hell California Population 4. It's all right, someone on the internet will look it up. It's quite a good song, actually. I think his brother's actually coming up next. I can see the little dragster poking its nose around from behind the tower as well. Now, this is kind of the way that Altereds used to be built. Very, very sit up. Very, very upright. Very unaerodynamic, but they never used to let that bother them.
I think the engine is either he's trying to get it restarted again. Get the booster on it. It's always frustrating. They all start up in the pits, absolutely no problem at all. Run sweet as a nut, bring them down to the start line. Not going to work out for Anthony on this particular run, so they'll pull that one back.
Yeah, Steve was out here running a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it? At Festival of Power. It just seems odd.
Yeah, he was running in Super Comp, wasn't he?
Yeah, and
they're just smashing his
murdering the index. 8.17.
Oh, unbelievable! It really was.
Well, that's the dial-in on the back of the car, actually. 8.17.
Yeah, 8.18 at 163. He went.
Well, unfortunately for Mr. Colliver, well, there's another Colliver right behind him, which is his brother. He won't be getting to run this time, unfortunately, with the Altered.
.580 at 123 at the 8. And he's staying in the 8. 894, 155 at the stripe.
So Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes with the big block Ford. Taking on Darryl Howes with the chemical reaction. I think these two were running together in Super Comp a couple of weeks ago as well, weren't they?
Yep. Very nice, smart new crew shirts for the Snake Eyes team as well. Sarah always has an outfit lined up for this occasion, and another good one. Well done.
Wow, Andy Clifford with a right turn at the green light. We're supposed to turn right on red, not green. 882 for Darryl. Sarah's happy with that one. 148.961 for Andy Clifford. We're all right. I was going to say, Hopefully that was going to be the Colliver brothers together, but unfortunately the Altered's still not playing balls. I think it's going to be Wayne on his own.
That is a lovely little dragster, actually. Wayne has had this car down into the 9.4s. Only a 350 cubic inch small block in there. Nicely away. That was 9.51 at 140 miles an hour there. Very, very good run indeed. Well, this is a car that has got a huge amount of history here. This, of course, the Rampage Funny Car. Phil James. Those of you cast your mind way, way back when, this used to be the Panic Monza Funny Car body. And going alongside Steve East with Ellie's in Trouble Now, the little slingshot in the Auto Glim lane. Always a great story for how cars get their names, and Ellie's in Trouble Now, that was basically sort of college/university fund was spent making this car. Hence that she was in trouble. Can we have the NSA shootout into the pairing lanes, please? The NSA shootout. Let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. Well, the target for Steve East he'd like to hit is 9.56. Phil James, he'd like to run 9.37. Steve East not having the run that he wanted really, but 9.49 there for Phil James. Steve East goes 12.81, but both getting it down the track. Okay, so a little bit of preparation. The Bluebird going down.
I'm wandering around down here, which is one of my favourite places on the planet to be, frankly, especially when we've got loads of really fast, loud, noisy stuff coming up in just a couple of moments' time. We've got the first session of the Dragstalgia Cannonball. Now, this is actually the 40th anniversary of the Cannonball. The first Cannonball was won by the Cannonball car of Bill Sherratt back in, we were talking about this yesterday.
We were, yes, we were.
Way back in 1981. And the whole idea was it was kind of a take on the Cannonball Run, or the Cannonball Race, obviously, across America. And the idea being is that all the funny cars then made 4 runs over a quarter mile, obviously, which added up to be a mile, and then whoever was the quickest over the whole mile, was actually the winner. And I think, like I said, it was Bill Sherratt with the Cannonball car was the winner of the first ever Cannonball Run event. So a little bit of track prep with the Bluebird, going out there making sure the track is all nice and sticky. And it's so nice to see all you fans back in the grandstands and on the banking as well. We do hope you're having a great day. It's actually quite nice today. It's nice and cool. It's not nearly as warm as it has been on a few weekends. And you're not cooking up there, are you, Colin? However, However, the good news is you have a fairly familiar voice with you, I think. You're about to have, anyway.
I was rude to him. I said
Fair
no
enough. That
because
explains a
it
lot.
tired me out so much the first time I did it.
So why did you do that? I mean,
Well, we launched the Cannonball here in association with the film The Cannonball Run. And so a character in The Cannonball Run was Captain Chaos, which was played by a character called Dom DeLuise. And we're having our photograph taken up here now. That's obviously for the local Police Gazette.
That's right, yeah.
So, it was really exciting. It's where sort of famous people raced. Famous people became famous. Bill Sherratt, for one of them. Wild Bill Sherratt. Actually, in Don Prudhomme's old car, won the first Cannonball. So, yeah, it was quite exciting times. And I skated up the quarter mile just to be stupid, as we all were when we were young.
we need to recreate that moment. Colin, have you got a pair of boots?
We will see. We'll put the call out and see what we can find.
Thank you, but don't.
No, not with you. We need Colin doing it, definitely.
Oh, good. No, thank God for that.
Oh, of course not. Of course
Yeah,
not. But,
I just wanted to say one thing. When I first came to work at Santa Pod, which was 40 years ago, I was working with the man you're stood next to down there, Darryl, which is Keith Lee, who talks to us quite a bit about the racing motorcycles that we see here now. And when I first came here, all people used to talk about was the rivalry that went on between Dennis Priddle and Clive Skilton.
Yeah.
That it's age thing. And in the tower, everybody who was working in the tower at that time, you were either a Skilton person or you were a Priddle person. There was no sort of in-betweeny. And I do remember being told, you've missed the glory years, now you're here, which is a wonderful welcome. Yeah. But I mean, that was the formative years of drag racing, was Priddle and Skilton. And I'm going to hand back to Darryl now down there. I just wanted to point that little bit out.
No, that's cool. I mean, it's one of the reasons you're here, mate, because you did this back when these cars were about, and that's what we wanted you for.
Well,
really.
yeah, it was quite exciting. And of course, in the first Cannonball, we had people like the Stones team, with David Stone, with Bootsy Herridge was with us then, who we lost in 1983 in a jet car accident. And there was a whole list of people. Chris Filsell was driving Satan's sledge. Yes. And as I said, Bill Sherratt was in the Cannonball that eventually went on to win the first Cannonball Run. So, it was great times. I enjoyed it. It was fantastic.
Well, I mean, a lot of the spectators that have been coming for many, many years, I mean, Darryl and I have been at the helm for 12 years now, but I
seems like yesterday.
To you, sat on the banking for goodness knows how many years, and basically you were my sort of, my youth is my days coming up here, this is my go-to place, and just listen to you doing the commentary up here. So, this is a proper throwback, for me, and well, for Daryl as well. Obviously, Daryl was a bit more involved in the sport than I was back then. But
well, I was watching from where you're sat, actually, to be honest with you. But
yeah, he used to come and sit next to me in race control.
Okay.
My son is called Daryl as well, and he used to come up here and fall fast asleep.
Everyone wishes I do that now. Anyway, chaps, sorry to interrupt. However, we're down here on the start line. What we're about to do is, well, a couple of things. We lost one of our great, well, there's a lot of great drag racers. However, I don't think there's many greater than the man we lost very recently, Dennis Priddle, who unfortunately passed away just a few weeks ago. Down here on the start line with two Keiths, Mr. Keith Bartlett, CEO of Trackback Racing and boss here at Santapod, and Mr. Keith Lee, who actually wrote the book about Dennis. So just a couple of words from both Keith and Keith.
Yeah, thanks, Darryl. I mean, for those of you who are sort of visitors here, you probably won't know the history of Dennis Priddle. For those of you who are die-hard fans or have been coming here for years, you'll know Dennis Priddle. He's kind of one of the heroes and one of the founders of the racing here at Santapod, going right back to the late 60s, and was probably the hero of the 70s here. In fact, when I first started racing here, I visited before, and I came up here in 72 or 71, stood on the bank and saw Dennis Priddle in Mr. Six run against Clive Skilton, and as they went through the lights on a 6-second run, I said, that's what I'm going to do, that's what I want to do. And kind of the rest is history, but I think Dennis has always been an important factor to everyone associated with Santapod, and no less myself.
Well, that's very good. So he's the reason you're here, almost.
No, I like cars with doors, but he did have a big influence, and I just was so blown away. I was crazy about pro stock and door classes, but that really got me going. And he raced not just here, but he was also a hero in Sweden when he went. Everyone, and he got the sponsorship better than anybody else, apart from probably Clive Skilton. So he really did lead the way in those days. And although we all say, oh, it's moved on since then, Dennis was a big part of becoming an attraction to the public. Dennis was one of those people that the public came to see. And that's really important for any sport. Back in the 70s, he was actually a bit of a public hero of drag racing.
When I was a kid, I used to run home from school because we were coming to this place, come and see Dennis run. Yeah, it's...
Did you pay to get in?
No, I was that big. Actually, not much, but smaller than I am now, to be honest with you. But yeah, it was, Friday after school, I used to run home just to come and see Dennis race.
Yeah, I was already approaching retirement age then.
That's good to know, Keith. Thank you very much indeed. Also, Mr. Keith Lee down here on the start line. Keith, you've been involved in drag racing a long, long time. You wrote the book, literally, on Dennis. Your thoughts?
Well, I think this is such a special meeting to pay tribute to Dennis. I mean, I was looking forward to bringing him up to this very meeting, brought him up to the last few Dragstalgias. It's a meeting he hugely enjoyed, and obviously so sad to lose him, because he was really looking forward to seeing that car standing behind us. I mean, the Monza, the Olavi Knutnen car, was a fabulous machine when it first came out. Paul Harris built this car as a tribute to Dennis. It's the reason it was built, and just so appropriate to see it down here on the start line. It's great that we've got Santapod TV running this weekend, because there's a lot of people who can't be here. Sandra Priddle, Dennis's wife, Nicola, his daughter, and their grandchildren, they'll be looking in. Jeff Glasser, who painted the original Monza, a real pain on Facebook. We have a lot of battles on there, great fun. Unfortunately, he's suffering with COPD. There's no way he could get to Santapod. But hi, Jeff, you miserable SOB. Hope you're listening in. And Alan Collard over in the States, he worked for Dennis on Sprintex Superchargers, which did a wonderful job. There's a lot of those still running today. There's a lot he did behind the scenes. A great man, great engineer, a great character, interesting character, but boy, did he do a lot in drag racing. So nice to have known him over the years, And what can I say, but I'm looking forward to seeing this Monza run. It's been a long, long time. And Dennis, of course, put a lot of work in on that car. Not as much as Star, Brian Savage, who did an awful lot of work with the body, but Dennis was down there as well. He really shouldn't have been. But he was still passionate about drag racing. He liked to say, oh, I don't really want to get involved. No chance. So, Dennis, this one's for you. Bye, mate.
Thank you very much indeed, Keith. And true pioneer of drag racing in Europe. I was amazed at just the Scandinavians treated him like a god when they used to, when we went over there to race. It's amazing, amazing to see. But if you would please, everybody, be upstanding for a minute's silence for the legend that is, or was unfortunately, Dennis Priddle.
First of all, the solemnity of it all, and now the noise, which is what everybody comes here for. So, folks, get ready for the big Dennis Priddle tribute. And I've got to say, we saw Rampage out here a few cars ago.
We did.
And I'm in my head, that may have been an original Priddle Monza, and then it became the Page family Monza. So a double whammy with Monza. Oh, rock on. Fabulous. Well done. Sounding good, looking good. Everything that Dennis would have wanted. So back we come. And this, I assume this car is included in the Cannonball, is it?
Yes.
You're going to have to guide me here, Colin, because I've been away a few years. How long have you been here?
Yeah, 12 years now. But John, you had 28 years up here, and
yes,
very informative and taught me a lot over the years. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here. You gave me the encouragement back then. So.
Oh, that's nice. Well, look, I'm just waiting to see how this goes. It's it really does look as though it's loaded for bear, as they say, and good luck to the driver, Paul Harris. Chevrolet Monza, of course, a little compact car for the Americans. Very, very small. I had a Chevrolet Firenze version of this, which is slightly smaller than your Camaro, I can tell you. And it was 4-cylinder engine, nothing like this. But a groovy shape, a really, really nice aerodynamic shape. So after all of this, fingers crossed, everything is okay. He's going to shut off.
Going to shut it off.
He has picked up on
a fluid leak at the back of the car there.
Yeah. Oh, what a shame, ladies and gentlemen.
But a huge round of applause for an immense burnout. A tribute there to Dennis Priddle. Come on, folks, let the team hear it. Show your appreciation, folks.
Yeah, there is quite, unfortunately, a fairly, well, it's enough of a leak anyway to shut Paul Harris down. I'm really, really unfortunate as well. So looking forward to seeing that car run. He has another body on this car. This is the debut of that body. It's also the Chi-Town Hustler, would you believe? And Paul has made a couple of really strong runs to start the season out, and that was the first run with the tribute Monza body on there. I'm sure it's something that's fairly easy to fix, but unfortunately, what's the saying, John? If it's a small drip on the start line?
Yeah, it becomes a torrent on the run. That's the problem with it all. Talking earlier on, it's a lot of people don't realise how hard the guys on the start line work. And I was saying earlier that I would, as a racer, would always feel so safe knowing that you've got people like Ian and David and the rest of the crew down there on the start line. And it's their vigilance that carries us over, you know, and if there is a leak from a car, they know the old saying you've just said, a trickle on the start line, a torrent on the run, and so they shut them down. So hopefully everybody is safe. But I'm quite looking forward to this, I have to be honest with you. Coming back just to chat a little bit about the Cannonball Run is really something else for me.
Just waiting for KB at the end of it to come up and point at me and Colin and say, "You're fired now."
Has he not told you already?
No, I expect it to be at some point during this.
I'm just worried I might get booted out later on today after.
Of course. I'm going home at 2.
Oh, right, okay. Get
Us old people, we have to go home, you know.
Is that, what time does the home close?
Home close. Very quick. I like you for that. Now I'm really looking forward to seeing this car running here. I've been watching it from the sidelines for a good time now, and this really is harping back to the day. If it runs as it normally does, it is one heck of a motor car. I absolutely love this. Tim Garlick still at the controls. And Tim, of course, we followed through a number of different cars in his racing career, and then he moved up into funny car. But I just absolutely love this. Very, very reminiscent to me of the original Gladiator. And I'm going to keep talking till you tell me to shut up. And I can remember when the Gladiator changed from being
in the Vega to the
Vega into the Trans Am, and Roy Phelps was saying, "Oh, got to make a big thing of this. This is the new body." And but Tim Garlick's car reminds me so much of the original Bootsy Heritage driven, of course, Gladiator. But Tim makes this car work so well. I'm touching wood as I say that. I don't want another failure on the start line. But and Stevie Johnson here in the right-hand lane. Steve was driving a slingshot when I first knew him, and then moved to a rear-engine car. And it's great to see that he is still involved with us. Absolutely fantastic.
Well, as you know, he ran the Motor Bounce Dragster for a long, long time. Long time. They retired, and they thought, nah, I've got to come back. And he bought the slingshot off John Webster, and he's having a great fun with it.
It's a drug.
He really does use the wheelie bar hard, though.
Well, here we go then, folks. Funny car against slingshot Dragster. We could be back in the 70s or the 80s. Oh, huge task shake for Stevie in the right-hand lane, going very close to the wall. But look at Tim Garlick. Oh, wow. That's fantastic. 230 miles an hour.
Well, that was, as you say, John, an epic run. 108 to 60. He was on it there. 4:14 at the 8th. 6:29. But look at the terminal speed. 230 miles an hour.
Fabulous.
And that's what the Cannonball's all about. It's about consistency, isn't it, John? If you remember back to the first Cannonball, you always had 8 nitro funny cars. And then by the time you got to round 2 or 3, you had about 4, I think, something like that.
Well, that's when
doing it again and again.
We started mixing it up with the methanol cars, of course. So that was it. Big round of applause for the crews going down, folks. I haven't said that for a few years, Darryl.
And do you know what? How we've missed it.
I've just listening to it. It's great.
Have you actually missed doing that now you're there again?
What do you think my answer is going to be to that?
For the first 10 minutes, yes, you've missed it. After that, no.
No, it's just lovely to be back again. And yes, I do miss it. I miss the camaraderie in the pits, which you guys know all about now, of course. And my wife and daughter and I love walking around the pits and talking to all the boys and girls, a lot of whom are still here from when I was here. You know, it's like I still do a lot of work in the world of hot rods. We got a lot of NSRA people here and hot rodders here. Give that crew a round of applause, folks. Come on, as they go back. That really was set to run well today. Fingers crossed we'll see it back a little bit later on.
We definitely will. Shout out, please, for Outlaw Anglia to the pairing lanes, please. Outlaw Anglia, let's have you down. But Robin Reed ran yesterday, had a problem, took the car home. Yeah, he took it home, fixed it, and brought it back in this morning.
This is like deja vu, this, because the last time I came up here, Robin Reed came out and ran, didn't he? And Joe Bond.
No, it's Doug.
It's Doug. And is that the Nothing Fancy car then?
Yes, it is. Joe was down to run the car this weekend, but unfortunately he couldn't be here this weekend. He's absolutely gutted.
I had a long chat with with Doug last night as well, and he's trying to get to grips with sitting in the car with the engine in his face and everything else as well. He's used to driving a rear engine car for probably 30 years, something like that. He hasn't actually driven competitively since the early 2000s. He has run down in the 5s before. The quickest run on this car is a low 6. However, he's very honest about it. He did say that he was having fun getting used to it, shall we say.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Doug was driving when I first came here. A regular, I'm trying to think what type of car, whether it was methanol or top fuel. I know he had a big engine explosion in the pits with one of his cars, but it's been a long time. I do have to tell you that a lot of my train set at home used to belong to the Bond family.
Wow.
So, but I'm interested to see. Is that Martin Hannes out the front still?
Yes, I believe so. Now, the other thing to remember, obviously, you've got Doug Bond's car, 484 cubic inches,
Robin,
2.5 litre.
2.5 litre Daimler, yeah, of course. And has Robin run? He's been looking for a 5-second run in that, or is it a 6-second run?
200 miles an hour, that's his mission. They're not going to get it on this one, obviously. But that Dragster has been 199 miles an hour. He's desperate to get 200.
200, that was it. Yeah, I knew there was something he was chasing. So we put those times into the book.
That's it. Yeah.
And then we'll start working out who's going to run against who in the second round.
One thing we need to mention as well is we normally have a separate field for the Dragstalgia Cannonball with funny cars, autos and everything, and we have the Slingshot Shootout, which is obviously those cars that you saw Doug Bonds was driving there. However, due to the slightly lower entry, we've chucked everything together to make it more fun.
Yeah.
So that's why you see lots of Dragster funny car matchups. Give Robin's team a big cheer, please, everybody, because they went, like we said, they went home last night, fixed it and came back again. I know that's not what they were looking to do, but they still got a few more runs this weekend coming up. So, who's up next, fellas? You can see around the corner.
Yeah, it is the Grabhams with Freddy's Revenge. And it's... Oh, I thought it was going to go alongside Venom, but no, it looks like they're going to be waiting for the next one. So, it is going to be Freddy's Revenge.
It is actually Dave in the seat as well. You can see Robbie walking around here. Going to be going up against, what a pairing, up against the villain. Look at this car, John, isn't it immaculate?
Yeah, I like it. Has it actually been out and run already this morning?
Not this morning, no.
Not this morning, oh, okay.
Listen to the times of Colin.
Oh, yes, it's Chris, isn't it, of course? Yeah, Chris Manning. Yeah.
He's been... He has been over 200 miles an hour in that car.
Really?
He has been 701 in that car. The goal is that magical 6-second pass.
Yeah, okay. Well, the man who first of all pork pie hats to our attention here at Pod, Chris Manning, and usually has a crew of people that we're all familiar with.
Talking of crew, the team did actually come up to me and say they want to put a very big shout out to Steve Dowler, who is part of the villain crew.
Sure.
Unfortunately, not able to get to the track these days, but the whole team are wishing you well, Steve, and this run's for you.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Stevie, I'll give you a call soon, mate, if you're watching in on this. But Big Steve, we call him.
That's it, Big Steve.
So it's one coming up for you, as Colin has just said. But fabulous car. I know I've done a couple of shows with Chris Manning, and he's a very great showman. What I love, they should all be carrying bags of swag over their shoulders. You know, they all look like villains.
You named that guy over there, didn't you?
It's Ray White, of course.
Raging Ray.
Raging Ray. And if you've ever seen Ray in a rage, head for the hills. So Ray works all over the world now. He's an electrician and gets some quite extraordinary contracts. And of course, his old car, which morphed into a pro mod, and then there's a lady driving it now, the Zephyr, Mark 1 Zephyr, came to grief here the last beating. But here we go. Wow, Freddy's Revenge going right out to the right-hand wall, and now Chris Manning doing the same with the left-hand wall. They're almost dancing. Wow, look at that. How close was that?
That was almost wall tag. Well, it is actually Dave Grabham that gets there first with his quickest run ever, I think, actually. I think that's a personal best ET for Dave. And new shorts for both, I think. That was
That's outstanding driving from both of them.
If you could, obviously up in the grandstands and on the banking, it's a little more difficult to see him moving around than it is from where you guys are sat. But just describe where the tyre marks go.
Well, I mean, they went right. I'm looking at the right-hand lane. Colin can look at the left, but I'm looking at it. And the Freddy's Revenge car went within, I would say, a yard and a half of the wall, which when you're travelling at that speed is quite frightening. And then it veers off to the left, goes left within 2 yards of the centre, and then straightens up and goes up again. Come on, you guys. Give them a huge round of applause. There they go, the villains.
or not, as the case may be. Well done to Robbie and
the Revengers. There we go.
Tell you what, Chris Manning on his run, he was getting so close to the wall at the top end that if his arm was long enough, he could have high-fived the Kestrel beer sign. It was, oh my goodness me. I mean, they were both, those were runs where the foot won the argument with head whether to lift or not.
Absolutely. No, it's good. Drag racing at its best. And were they both 7.2s?
Yes, they were, yeah.
Quite extraordinary.
I think that was Dave's quickest run, even though he was all over the place. The other thing to mention, too, obviously, what we were talking about, the Cannonball 40 years ago, the track was pretty much as wide, but the white lines were a lot further away from the wall, if you remember.
Yes.
So they would have been out of bounds 40 years ago. However, we have a nice new wide concrete racetrack, and they have loads of space to move around, which is
also,
better.
John, back in the day, there used to be like middle of the road white lines down the middle of the track.
Well, yeah, but in the day when I first started here, I'm pretty certain it was still the original American. Runway. There was grass growing through parts, not in the racing line, I hasten to add, but on the outer bits there was some grass growing through. I tell you what, there are some fabulous slingshots here this weekend. It is mouth-watering, some of these things.
I mean, you just look down at the artwork, if you like, on the Haggis Hunter. That car is absolutely drop-dead gorgeous.
Well, this is run by Kenny Gomez, who runs Superchargers Unlimited, and that's actually Mick Hanna in the hot seat. It's a show car. Up against Bob Hawkins. What a matchup this is going to be.
Just saying to Colin, it sounds absolutely lovely from up here, you know, it's fabulous.
It only sounds slightly better down here, mate, honestly.
Darryl, ask me again if I've missed this.
Okay, sorry. John, have you missed it?
Have I missed this? Not half.
We're fired officially. There we go. Bob Hawkins with the time traveller in the Kestrel Beer Lane. He's in with a good shout this weekend at this event. This car is run in the mid-6s. That is actually a supercharged big block Chevy with nitro methane in the tank. Bob runs, I think his quickest run is 6.50 with that car. Mick Hanna's quickest run, I think, was in the high 7s, and that was when the engine let go. It's got the potential to go very, very quickly. Another beautiful car built by Roy Wilding. Oh dear, that's because I said he's got the potential to do well. Yeah. There we go, that's my fault.
Commentator's curse, mate. Indeed. It's always been my downfall, unfortunately. But I'm so interested to see Michael Hanna with his slingshot. It's called the Haggis Hunter. Well, I think so. We used to have Hemi Hunter years ago, of course, with the Stones team. But Haggis Hunter, let's wait and see what he does. Best Michael has run, I think Darryl just said.
Yeah, it's in the high sevens.
High sevens. It looks to me as though that has the potential to go a lot quicker than that.
Yeah, with a massive capital P in front. Well, fuel lines come off the side there and just spraying fuel, so backed out of it very quickly.
Do you know what was the actual funniest part about that? Was the fuel line popped almost as soon as he hit the throttle, and he got off the throttle and thought, actually, that's not that bad. I'll do that again. And then whacked it again and got sprayed in the face properly and thought, maybe not.
Yeah.
So, yeah. You know.
What were you saying about the heart over the head?
Well, I'm sure somebody out there along the wall has got a spectacular photograph of Mick Hanna having a fuel shower, leaving the start line up there.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's absolutely fine, but that's what they have. That's why they close their visors, folks, obviously.
But this is what we're looking for here with the Cannonball, is consistency, is what you said. And years ago, the fuel cars used to find it hard to stay with the methanol cars.
They did, yes. Yeah.
And the methanol cars provided the consistency. The fuel cars, of course, were the explosion, and everybody loves to see a fuel car run. But to try and get it consistent, and Bill Sherratt was so good driving on that first ever Cannonball to take the win in what was Don Prudhomme's Army car.
I think that was his first ever driving job as well.
I think it was, yeah. I think it's the first time. He'd formed an alliance with Chris Vilsell, and they had the Rain City Warrior, which may have been the Chatterton and Okazaki car. I'm trying to think way back
right.
here.
You're right then.
Keith Lee will know. He's out there somewhere. But they brought it out as the Rain City Warrior, and it was on one side of the stage of the first show I worked at for Santapod, was in the shopping mall, Milton Keynes.
Oh.
And we did a show there with one side of the stage was Rain City Warrior. The other side of the stage was a fuel-altered version of the Hound Dog.
Oh, the yellow DMAG car.
DMAG car, yeah. And this is where I first got to know some of the drag racers.
Wow.
You know, Al O'Connor's car was there, Al's Gasser, and oh dear.
It's all coming back now, isn't it?
Yeah. Who comes walking up here but Dave Gibbons, one of my closest mates.
I was just going to say, it's like opening a tin that's been in the cupboard for about 15 years.
Yeah, this is wonderful.
In the nicest possible way. Coming around the tower now, the rattling roar you can hear is the Venom Nostalgia Nitro funny car of Mr. Tony Betts. I had a long chat with crew chief John Wright this morning. They were having piston issues, even though the car was running really well a few weeks ago. They were having issues burning pistons. He hopes he's got that solved now. Going to be coming up against young Mr. Clayton with brand new Firecracker Nitro Fuel Alter.
Oh, breathe it in, John.
Yes,
breathe it in.
I can smell it. The amazing thing for me is that I spent 28 years, as you said, up here, and the cars used to run through here. And there's Bill Sherratt down there. Wow. Wild Bill Sherratt, the white-haired man in the left-hand lane behind the Alton. And he was the man who won the first ever Cannonball here. But we used to sit up here, and as you've done, and you breathe it all in, and it doesn't have any effect on you. When I go and sit over there in the stands, and it's blowing back in your face all the time, I can't take it. I have to put a handkerchief over my mouth. That's
unfortunately, Adam's had to shut the engine
off there.
No. Going to be Tony Betts.
Well,
with Venom on his own.
Fingers crossed for Tony. Yeah. So John Wright, of course, the crew chief, a man so experienced with engines, let alone just fuel engines, and in charge of this team, of course, used to be in charge of Vivica Avishton with her fueler.
Yeah, of course, John Wright, Daryl's crew chief as well. Back then.
Of course. Yeah. I wondered who said that, me. Well, here we go. I've got my fingers tightly crossed for Tony here. Took a hard shunt in that last year, I think it was it?
Yeah.
Correct me, Colin, if I'm wrong.
The European finals.
And they've been working non-stop on this car. You can see the number of people in the crew down here. It's quite extraordinary. Right, Tony, get yourself nice and set. Here we go. Now that is looking sweet. Oh my goodness, right the way through. 6.4, 220 miles an hour. Fantastic, well done. Well done, the crew, the team down there. They're all very happy with that. It means the car is back. Let's have a look at John Wright's face.
No, apart from one man, he breathed out big.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, no. The thing is that what he didn't want to see, I think, was piston smoke through the finish line there. The trouble was that all the oil wasn't being in the right place in the engine, and that was what was leading to burnt pistons. And they hoped that they'd sussed it, and obviously that was it was still a fantastic run. Tony's actually got the second quickest run of the weekend so far, and they're all going to be back a little bit later on today to do it one more time.
Wow, what an outstanding build-up and a selection of runs there for the Dragstalgia Cannonball. Absolutely brilliant. Didn't go well for everybody, but some of the runs were absolutely outstanding. But the Grabhams and the Mannings, wow, absolutely fantastic. John, have you ever been in the back of the two-seater? Have you fancy going in the 7-second zone at the quarter mile? Have you ever been a passenger in anything going up the track over the years?
No.
Is that a no to every part of that?
I've been in a Spitfire.
Oh, right. Wow.
Not in a two-seater. The honesty of it was, Gordon Appleton, main ingredient, was always the man that was giving two-seater rides in his Pro Mod car. And I was never brave enough to say yes. I was offered it quite a few times with Gordon. Hope Gordon's here today somewhere. But never took it up. I did a tiny little bit of drag racing back in the early 80s with a Mustang. But that was about it. But running 14 seconds, nothing like. I was explaining to my daughter today that a guy with a Mustang was running about half of what sort of times I ran when I tried drag racing. It seemed to falter the first time out. I think this is
there was lots of track work going on. This is Lloyd Sparrow, the passenger.
Yeah,
he was the one that went out for the first half-track run, and now he gets two for the price of one.
Oh,
basically.
Okay, great stuff.
60th birthday present for that man.
60.
Yeah.
Wow.
But a passenger later on, it's an 80th birthday present.
Wow.
So yeah.
Okay.
Phenomenal. So there is hope for us all.
Yeah, indeed. Well, as I say, when it's Paul Brown driving. Yeah.
Now,
well, you see, I've known Paul since he was Darrell's height. Did you hear that, Darrell?
He's upset now.
Oh, is he? He's sulking somewhere. Okay. But yeah, Paul Brown is hot rodder. Mum and Dad, Dave and Leslie Brown.
Of course, yeah.
I hope they're here somewhere, maybe.
They'll be around. They'll be around.
And the NSRA, they always used to get involved where we go out and look for things, you know, and have a cruise and that type of thing. And Paul started off his life, now he's driving the two-seater, as a top rod driver. And at one of the events we had a racetrack to go around, and the kids would go around in their top rods. It's quite frightening how quick some of these young kiddies would drive these top rods. So I'm going to take my leave of you. I can see another commentator coming round here, ex-commentator, in the Willis pickup truck, and that is Steve Young.
Oh, Steve, yes.
Of course, I commentated with him in the early 90s, and he has built this Willis pickup. It's going to be his inaugural event here, so be kind to him.
Yeah.
He's a lovely old boy. Is Keith going to join in with this with us?
I'm not sure if he's got the microphone, but he normally does. But this is Gary Norman, by the way, with Conquest 2 on the Norton. Got some runs in yesterday. Was getting himself quite accustomed back on the bike, because obviously it's been a couple of years at least.
So it must be a twin engine.
Yes.
So Norton, a couple of Dominator engines, something like that in there, from back in the day, from my era. And, well, that's pretty good, isn't it?
11:53, 117 miles an hour.
I love this. I'll just stick with you for a couple of seconds. Just watching the names coming round on the nose cones, Triumph, Norton, that type of thing. Which, of course, when I was a kid, these were the bikes that everybody had, you know, Nortons, Vincents, Triumphs. Yeah. They were the bikes to have, and of course they all made their way into sprinting, and then when drag racing came along, they morphed into drag racers. And it was...
I've got... Sorry, John, I didn't mean to interrupt. I've got the man who knows down here. Well, more than we do anyway, which is not difficult. Mr. Keith Lee.
Right.
Good, yes.
I shall shut up. I shall go away.
Darryl.
Thank you for letting me talk for a while. It's been lovely.
Nostalgia Pro Stock bikes then, but that most definitely isn't. Graham Sykes riding back. And that was not bad at all. First time that Graham's actually sat on that bike. Literally last minute change of rider. He was riding it for Colin Fallows, but a great first run there from Graham Sykes. Anyway, we now are moving over to Nostalgia Pro Stock bike. Just don't confuse my little brain. It can't do that at the best of times, but mind you, I won't say where Darryl was. It threw him as well. Back to you, mate.
Thank you very much indeed, Keith. Yeah, we've got Nostalgia Pro Stock bike now. Coming up underneath the tower. Claire Rule in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Colin, back to you for just a couple of moments.
Yeah, no problem at all. Okay, so yeah, as you say, Claire Rule in the Kestrel Beer Lane, going alongside Lee Gilmore on the GS 1000. Now, Claire Rule had a couple of runs yesterday, ran in the 8s. Did very, very well indeed. Well, Claire out in front, going to be in the 8s again. Yes, nicely done. 8.68 and a 9.88 there for Lee. So basically the rule for old school stockers, maximum of 1500cc. You can have a 7-inch slick with wheelie bars, stock appearance, one-piece bodywork, and the net end result of that 8-second 150 mile an hour machines, if you literally just saw there. 8.68, 148. Quickest yesterday on Run What You've Rung though with Kevin Melling, only just a little bit quicker than Claire just went. So Andy Lambert with Comfortably Numb going alongside Tyne Blight with his Suzuki. Adam Lambert's machine dates back to 1972. 52, 143, and 995, and 138. Well, we saw Rod Spry get some runs in yesterday on the Kawasaki, but Chris, we didn't see him appear on the track at all, but he's made it for this one then. So it's a pair of Kawasaki's. Rod Spry, Auto Glim Lane, Chris Spry, he is in the Kestrel Beer Lane. .750cc for Chris. Rod Spry's engine just a little bit bigger, 836, but Chris disappearing off into the distance, and that's a 1037, 123 miles an hour. Rod just clicked off the throttle very, very early indeed, and we'll coast across the finish line in 20 seconds. Nick Pepper on the Suzuki Performance GS1000 alongside Richard Peachy, also a 1000cc machine. Well, Richard Peachy, that's right, good looking runs for both of them. Richard Peachy's machine's a 1979 GS1000. Goes 9.70 and 10.38. Now bear in mind that it's the first runs of the year for these guys. And fair to say, didn't have any running at all last year. So Kevin Melling had some great runs yesterday in the 8s. Dean Stevens on his Kawasaki. Both of these machines 750cc. They're both Kawasaki H2s.
And I think they're both built by Pro Joint Fabrications, Mr. Jerry Collier, the father of H2 Racing. And I think Kev Mellings is actually, I can't remember the exact terminology, but it's one of it's the fastest in the world for a certain piston engine H2, which is pretty impressive stuff.
Well, Kevin, a 60 foot or 118. Nice. 8.57 takes the #1 spot. That's pretty much where he was yesterday. Well, you were certainly #1 yesterday. Dean Stevens 10.14. 139.
Good stuff. So Kev Melling goes #1 in Los Angeles Pro Stock Bike, and we're on to the National Sprint Association and Mr. Keith Lee, not just for one bike this time.
Cheers, Darryl. So, moving on with the NSA bike class, and got two double-engine machines down behind the start line. Colin Fallows with Super Cyclops. Beautiful double-engine Norton, only using a pair of 500cc engines. Ran down in the low 9s when Mick Butler ran it. Colin Fallows, I'm sure a lot of you will know that name, especially from his land speed record attempts and racing jet cars here at Santa Pod Raceway. Enjoying himself with the nostalgia bikes these years. Colin, a regular competitor here at Santa Pod at Dragstalgia. Great to see him back. He also rebuilt that Black Cat machine that we saw Graham Sykes running just earlier. And Colin going through the top end. 12.5-second run for him. As the old friends and rivals come to the line now. John Hobbs over in the Autoglim lane. Dave Clee waving to him on shotgun. These guys were racing each other back in the 60s. Still doing it now. Amazing stuff. John Hobbs, one of the legends of British drag bike racing. Just waiting for Mr. Clee to get into pre-stage. Both these bikes running on nitro. John's bike only a 500 Triumph. And a 10.6 there from John Hobbs to start with. That's a good opener. Of course, last time out, John retired the Hobbit. His double engine Westlake. Now concentrating on Olympus and running very, very well. Meantime, fired up in the auto glim lane, Tim Howell on his supercharged machine. And he's up against Martin Wilmot. Time for the ear defenders on this one. There's lots of light throwing that bike. Only a 500cc Triumph, but he's looking to get that way down in the low 9s. And it really does sound strong. Marshall's just cleaning up the track, making sure all's okay. Most of these bikes do have to run a bit conservatively these days. Spares are very hard to find, and when you can, they're awfully expensive. Martin Wilmot doesn't seem to worry too much about that. When he's out on the track, that guy goes for it. Tim Howell alongside on 174. Regular sprinter with the National Sprint Association. Obviously not had a lot of riding in the last year and a half. In fact, none of these riders, most of them haven't run at all last year. So still got to remember how to ride the bikes. Martin Wilmot having a few problems there. Bike sound is so strong on the burnout, but it's Tim Howell who gets to the other end first. Good run there for Tim, 11 seconds for him. But Martin obviously got a little bit of work to do on the Triumph. Meanwhile, Gary Norman has made it back round again. This bike, the first run at Soundapod Raceway back in the late 60s, with his father, Den Norman, riding. Gary somehow made it back to the pits in time after running earlier. Hopefully he didn't have to run back down to the start line. He's up against another double engine machine that was around in the 70s. Ray Law moving to the Kestrel lane. A pair of 500cc Triumphs for Ray Law. Up against the bigger 650s that Gary Norman's on. Very difficult bike, the one that Gary's riding. Only actually got a single speed. Really not designed to run on a grippy track like Soundapod is now. Got to slip that clutch for all he's worth to get it off on the line. And I'm sure Gary won't mind me saying he's got a little bit of a weight disadvantage as well when it comes to him on the bike. Well padded is the word, I think. So, coming into stage. And you can hear Gary working that clutch for all he's worth. That really is a hard job getting that bike down the track. But what a joy to see a machine from the 60s still able to come out on the track and make some noise with the nitro. That was one of the first bikes in the 9s, but just enjoying riding it this weekend. Anyway, looks like we're back to four wheels and back to Darrell and Colin, I think, first.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Keith Lee, the font of knowledge that we love tapping into at Dragstalgia. There is only one man for that job, and Keith, thank you so much. And Annie, hello to you at home, tuned in no doubt. Thanks for letting Keith out once again, and come to the drag strip for this weekend. So we move on to the Willis Wars. Damien Bacon and Dougie Foraker, the first pair. Dougie actually went to the driving movies last night with the Pro Street Woody. This is a heads-up class, so goes as hard and fast as he can. Damien goes 1083 at 123. And Dougie cruises on through. How cool is that? 1657 at 80 miles an hour. Now, the Willis Wars, we know that there is a certain person tuned in. Dina Treat, it's a big hello from everybody here at Santa Pod Raceway, and of course the Willis Wars. We lost Dina's husband Jerry just before Christmas. Jerry, he was most remembered for his huge wheel stands, his self-built blue 1940s Willis, which he built for Street Eliminator and did very well with that car. His best mate was, of course, Colin Miller, the Flying Fifer, who Jerry actually crewed for. They'd known each other since they were kids. Always had a big smile. And Dina has given Jerry's model Willis to the Willis Wars family, which has been given out this weekend. Colin Miller drew race numbers at the festival's power for them. The car is actually here this weekend down in the capable hands of Andy Crockett. Supercharged Outlaws to the Perry Lanes, please, as Lauren Moores goes through with a 13:30 at 49th, the 8th, just coasting on through at the stripe. Steve Young goes through the quarter mile at 19:21 at 66. Goes through at 21:27 at 60, but Lauren spent the last 2 years building that car. Phenomenal job she has done. So once again, Supercharged Outlaws to the Perry Lanes. Next up, James Griffin with Bubba Gump's Speed Shop, the 41 Coupe. You need to have a look at that car at the pits. It's absolutely awesome. Alongside Paul Murphy with the Nutter Magnet, 466 cubic inch lump in there, powering that machine. And powering it to the number 1 spot. Looking at this, oh, not quite. 11:49 goes in at number 2, and James Griffin in at number 3. Right, well, Richard Warburton, very happy camper indeed. Set a new PB yesterday, running in the 11.3s with the supercharged Prozac, going alongside Pike Murray with Rack and Ruin. These two, do you remember a few years back? I'm with Stupid, I'm with Idiot, the arrows pointing at each other's vehicles. I think it was these two. But yeah, the craziness of Dragstalgia. So let's see what they can do. Pike just taking his time to go into stage.
Well, Richard Warburton yesterday, I think, was in the 11s, wasn't he?
He was 11.3s. He went. Loving that new power plant he's got in there. Well, the addition to the power plant, I should say. 12.10 plays an 11.54.
Georgina loving that one. So Pete Rivers and Paul Diamond. Pete Rivers with the Outlaw Gasser. This is another one of those classes where I just wonder where the hell they find them all.
Oh, I know.
You know, they just all come out the woodwork once a year for this event, pretty much.
So Willie the Kid going alongside Wilbur. Paul Diamond's pickup. Both of them running 383 cubic inch lumps. Just gets to the stripe first, goes 14.48. Pete Rivers goes 15.04. The one and only Mark Todd. He's in the Kestrel Beers lane with the lovely Willis. And that's Alan Rimmel with the Atomic 69. That's 37 sedan. Again, both of them around about 350 cubic inches, V8s. Two very cool vehicles indeed.
I bet that feels like a Sunday afternoon stroll for Mr. Todd out there, doesn't it?
Well, I hope Mark runs that next weekend. Might have a chance.
Not much chance of that, to be honest.
1566 plays an 1821. Well, we just mentioned Jerry Treat. And this was his former car, now being driven by Andy Crockett, going alongside Phil Moores. Phil's had this car into the high 9s.
Unfortunately, Phil Mills is actually being pushed back.
Oh.
I hope there's still just burnout smoke coming out. So it's going to be a bye run. Good looking bye run as well. Apart from the wiggle, a couple of 100-foot. So great as well to see all you fans, all you folks out there in the grandstands, on the banking as well. Thank you very much indeed for supporting us here at Santipod Raceway, and obviously Dragstalgia, your favourite form of racing. Oh, you're going in straight lines very, very fast. We all like that. Really, really good to hear Mr. Price up here doing his thing as well. I like seeing Pontiac Nitro funny cars and Monza Nitro funny cars. It's one of those things that takes you back to your youth, hearing John Price's voice. Very, very welcome indeed. Well, the full tilt of John Dalrymple. Yeah, something's wrong. Something splattered on the racetrack. I think it's fuel because it's evaporating. Yeah, there's a puddle, nice puddle, underneath the left front tyre. Push the car out the way. I think we're going to need the tractor on that one. That is a proper puddle, that one. Maybe slightly slimier. I hope it isn't slimier than fuel. Anyway, I'm sure the track crew will be on it. So on his own, he's going to be Mick Payne with the retirement package, 33 Willis in the Kestrel Beer Lane. This is a 9-second car, I think. Very, very nice run indeed. .10.13, 130 miles an hour, quickest run in the Willis Wars so far. Actually, I think by the looks of it, that's oil. It is oil indeed. Poor John Dalrymple, whatever that was, something's burst. That's going to take a bit of mopping up. The good news is, obviously, it's not on the actual racing surface; it's behind it. So what the track crew are going to do? They never stop working, that lot, do they? Have you noticed? They've never ever stopped working. What they're going to do is do their very best to mop it up with as many rags and old T-shirts as they possibly can. And then once they got the worst of it up, they will run over it with a shoe and try and get as much of it up as possible. We're going to be down to one lane, probably, for just hopefully only a few moments. We got Outlaw Anglia not far away, as well as Supercharged Outlaws not far behind them too. I think at the moment though it's all hands on the start line down there to clear up the unfortunate slick from John Dalrymple. So I hope you lot out there are enjoying yourselves. You're staying nice and warm, and you're as good looking up close as you are from sitting up here. Let's put it that way. So we've actually got as well. Let's quickly check the time. 1 o'clock. The British Drag Racing Hall of Fame auction has just started in the display area. So if you fancy any of the items that you can see on there, make your way over there and check it out. Also, the Beer Festival is open. See, I said it myself, Colin. The Beer Festival is open over in the field over there. It's great that the Santipod team have actually made a proper, outdoor beer garden area at your favourite friendly neighbourhood racetrack as well. It's very, very good indeed. All of our traders as well, please go and check them out. There's loads of good stuff over there too. There's plenty of shirts and all kinds of different things. Obviously all nostalgia and vintage related. Go check that out, and yeah, just generally have a wander around, enjoy yourselves, check out all the fabulous machinery that's on display up in the pit area too. And the track crew are doing their thing, obviously sweating it out down on the start line. It's warm enough as it is, I think, for everybody, let alone mopping the floor of oil in fire protective overalls and everything else as well. Hopefully this one won't be too long. I'm just going to hand back to Nitro FM, hopefully for not very, very long at all, and we will be back with you again as soon as we hear engines.
So, folks, get ready for the big Dennis Priddle tribute. And I've got to say, we saw Ramp.
Once again, sterling track crew. Sorry, no, not quite. But incredible work from our track crew once again. So still just a little bit more attention required in the auto glim lane. So just going to stick with the casual beer lane just for a moment. Going to switch Matthew Hollins over from one lane to the other. But first of all, I think that's going to be Paul Brown with his Willis. It is indeed, yeah. So Willis Wars continuing with their qualifying, a massive entry from the Willis Wars. As Darryl was saying, it's just amazing where all of these cars come from. And just like Nostalgia Superstop, the entry for the Willis Wars just gets bigger and bigger every year. 15 at 90 miles an hour there for Paul. So this is Matthew Hollins, 41 Coupe, Sleep at Violet Springs. Those of you who have seen that film Hot Rod, this was one of the key vehicles in it. In this colour as well, primer grey. And just go and check out that film. So 12.21, another 110 there for Matthew. $16 cars so far, put numbers on the board. It's Mick Payne who is the quickest at the moment with a 10.13. This is Simon Daniels with a car called Viagra. 350 cubic inch V8 underneath the hood. $12.64 at 108. Next up, that is absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Ian Ratton with his 41. Had a few runs in yesterday in Run What You Brung, making the most of the weekend here at Dragstalgia 10 here at Santa Pod Raceway. There he goes, 12.51 at 108. The Redneck Gasser, driven by Dave Hinson. All seem to be running very similar power plants actually. Another 350 cubic inch. Powering this one. $12.76, 106 for Dave Hinson. Quite a few of them running in the 12-second zone. Nice rolling burnout there from Butch Wilkins, the butcher's shop. And Chloe, what an outfit that one is. I dare you to wear that on a night out. I know Chloe's one of these young ladies that loves to go out in the evenings, and but that is an outfit I don't think she would wear out. But it works. It's the theme of the car, of course. So Butch brings 41 Coupe up to the line. Winner of Best Superior Car at Dragstalgia in the past. It's like when he debuted it actually. Of course, totally street legal as well, and goes 11.46 at 115. And puts himself into the number 3 spot. Right, Phil Evans. This car was going great yesterday. Some fantastic runs in. Proper looking race machine, this. And goes like one, obviously. This will be way below 10 flat, assuming the run goes well. And when I say way below, considerably below. Lots of wheel spin off the line, actually. Popping and banging all the way. No, that's not going to be way below 10. It was running way below 10s yesterday, but this afternoon, 12.62 at 82 miles an hour, but they get that sorted. So that's the Willis Wars done. We got Outlaw Anglia up next. And just looking in the lanes, Ronnie Mercer is there. And right at the front, John Webster. So this is where Colin Miller chips in, and Shane Cole's not here this weekend, but obviously a family commitment this weekend. The castle, all things, so family wedding. Actually, there's one car that we were hoping to see, actually, and I know the car's here, but unfortunately we didn't see it come around the corner, and that, of course, was the Grey Vegas Willis. Won't be out on track this weekend. The new gearbox didn't arrive in time for the event. Should be fun, though, when we do, as it now has the engine out of the slingshot in it. So the Grey Vegas Willis might go a fair bit quicker than it used to go, so well done to them. Well, as you can see, they are actually scraping the rubber from the autoglim lane. That was a fair amount of fluid that did come out of that car earlier on, and has obviously reacted with the rubber, so they're having to scrape it. So obviously a little bit more work required than we initially thought in the autoglim lane. But we want both lanes definitely for Outlaw Anglia. So that is the next class to come round the corner. So as an infill, just for a moment whilst we get that lane sorted out, this car will be running next weekend. Don't forget, next weekend, of course, is the STP Summer Nationals here at Santa Pod, 2-day event. It is a full-blown championship event for our car and bike classes. So headlined by Pro Modified, but also got Comp Eliminator, Super Pro, Pro ET, and of course all of our bike classes as well. So going to be very, very good indeed. There'll be some phenomenal runs this year in the bike racing already. I mean, Louis Davis has been run 7.0s in comp bike, and Stu Crane, absolutely phenomenal performances, getting the Warp Speed racing machine well into the mid-60s now. But there have been some fantastic runs from our national championship contenders at a lot of the meetings already this year. So, yep, pretty much there.
I think they are. I'm not sure whether we've got 2 or 1. Thank you very much indeed, Colin. I feel refueled now.
Good.
Very
Good,
kind of you. Kind of wilting a bit. So, first car round is going to be, I think it's just going to be solo for now, Ronnie Mercer with Annie. Now, are they qualifying for 32 or a 16-car field?
We still need to find out on that. I'd imagine 32, but we'll see.
I think there are is there 31 cars entered? There are some killer cars in Outlaw Anglia.
Well, as Ronnie says, he's got absolutely no problems on the burnout whatsoever. Trying all sorts of... it's basically a totally different setup to what he's run before.
Okay.
But it's been a real head scratcher for the team. Not giving up on it, they will get it to work, and when it does, it's going to really make the car fly.
So is it a new combination that is supposed to make the car be faster, or is it a compromise because the new bits aren't new?
No, the only way they want to go is faster, obviously.
Yeah, very good point. Why did I even say that out loud?
But to say, with Mark Huxley, say it's very, very similar combinations between the two cars. It works fine in Mark's car. But the way to tell, because Ronnie doesn't want to use the nitrous until it's fully sorted.
Okay, that
normally.
makes sense. Yeah.
Having said that, he's just purged the nitrous. I just saw it.
He's probably getting bored.
Yeah.
So, Ronnie Mercer with Annie, your first outdoor angler of the weekend.
That's better.
Well, that's better than an 11. Hey, 88, 149 miles an hour for Ronnie Mercer. How good is that? Well done.
Oh, boy, oh boy. Boom.
Well, for a moment, he's number one qualifier.
Yeah. Hit it with nitrous, goes 888. Well done.
So much for the running in rubbish. Yeah, there we go. Never trust a
the
racer.
The clue was the little nitrous purge, I think.
Yeah,
like,
the smallest.
He's going for it.
Okay, so Outlaw Anglia, you can run any combination you like as long as it's Anglia body. Hello to John Willard on the other side of the world if you tuned in, John.
Definitely tuned in.
This is John Webster. Now, believe it or not, there's a blown small block in there. However, it is seriously rapid. John's run a best of 7.1 with this car.
And he's been 103 to 60 foot.
That sounded very calm.
Yeah, that is calm. 108 to 60.
Still sounds like it's misfiring a little bit, actually. Still goes 770 at 175 miles an hour. A very calm 108 to 60 foot. I think that was just to get it down the road one. We'll take it from there.
Yeah. So just having a look at, well, the entry list for Outlaw Anglia. Yeah, okay, we're missing Colin Miller this weekend, but we got some great names in there. Rob Stone with Head Rush is in there. Ronnie, we've seen run. Al O'Connor is actually booked in. I hope he's here. Just having a look at the other ones.
We've got Rob Brindle's in a brand new car, which we saw yesterday.
Mick Taylor. Oh, great to see Ginner's back racing again, because we haven't seen him run for a little while. Jed Guy, how's he going to get on? Ben Rushforth was running yesterday, and I'm good.
Personal best by half a mile.
Yeah, that was good. So yeah, real good selection of cars running. Mick Taylor, obviously with the Banshee, he's another 7-second runner. Going to be very, very entertaining indeed.
So we've got all the Anglias to go. Then we've got supercharged Outlaws, I think. Let's have a quick nose down the order. Yeah, so we've got Outlaw Anglia, supercharged Outlaws. I think we've got Firefox as well, not too far away. And then we go back into the next session of, well, qualifying, everything else as well. Yeah, the run order may change up slightly, obviously, because we had a couple of things that delayed us this morning. One very obvious one. If you're listening out there, Andy Stones, I hope you're okay, mate. Hope you're doing all right.
I'm pretty sure he'll be in the pits later on.
So we have another contender for the outfit. That's actually a very, very good effort over there. Check it out.
Oh, is that a Battle Axe Warrior? It's in there, Spencer Tidwell crew.
I don't think it is. I think, actually, it's for the Anglia-Saxon.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Yeah, I think that's what that outfit's for.
Ah.
You won't miss it when they come round to it. We're not giving any, we're not, you know, it's not going to be difficult to work out what on earth we're talking about for once. But the good news is, obviously, we've still got 6.5 hours worth of track time to go today, all the way into the early evening. One of the best things about this place is that we're allowed to run 364 days a year, 9 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night, all the time. So where other places have a lot of restrictions imposed on them these days, this place has been here for a long, long time. And it's good to know that some things have been carried over.
I like that.
That's
cool.
really, really good, actually. Someone's put thought into that and a bit of money and made the shield as
Look
well.
at the
you know,
shoes as well.
Yeah, and the sword. It's really, really good. So Rob Turrington is who we're talking about, or the crew anyway. The Anglia-Saxon. Up against Dougie McClure. Dougie with the slug, or Dougie's slug if you prefer. Do you know what, that car...
He's got the sword out. That has got to be the best backup device ever.
That's got to be that. Either that or he's going to stab the driver if he doesn't run quick. What do you think? Yeah.
That is superb.
Definitely inventive.
No, it's not. He meant he's got the wrong instruction.
He's telling him to go back and realign.
Ian's going, where's he taking him?
Yeah, that car is very, very subtle, isn't it, the Anglia-Saxon? Because it looks very, very stock, but the giveaway is the wheelie bar, isn't it?
Yeah.
The giveaway is the little single wheelie bar sticking out the back.
Get carried away waving his sword around.
Absolutely that, yep. Like you do.
At least it's one night only.
Oh. Oh my goodness me. 11:37 for Dougie. 12:36 for Rob Turrington, and Colin is banned from speaking ever again.
So Mark Bracking with the Street Legal East Coast Racing Anglia.
Taking on Rob Nixon with the Prefect. Now the difference between a Prefect and an Anglia. I've no idea. I was asking you. Sort of. So Rob Nixon's car, I think, is a 9-second. So there are some subtle differences. Very much.
I'm going to put my neck on the block here. Is an Anglia 3-door and a Prefect a 5-door?
It looks like it is. It very much looks like it from here. These cars, one of the things that makes these cars so damn cool is the fact that they were never designed to hurtle down a racetrack at, 150, 160, 170 odd miles an hour.
Well, Mark Bracking runs in the 10s with ease.
Purges the nitrous as well. .30 and 10:39. Good to see Rob Stone back as well, taking on Gary Hill. I think Rob is one of our 8-second runners, isn't he? The quickest in Outlaw Anglia down in the 7s, well into the 7s. Oh my goodness me, look at that. So Rob Stone in the Kestrel beer lane. Outlaw Anglia, the reason you don't see any dial-ins or any numbers on the board at the finish line is what we call a heads-up class, which means run as quick as you can. There is no restrictions at all. Well, I think Rob Stone's got this one, but Gary Hill's not far behind. Nicely done. 9:24, 1:44 for Rob Stone. Gary Hill with a very nice 9:68, 1:39. Now that is a beauty. Martin Payne with the Great Barbarian, the Anglia in the Kestrel beer lane. Particularly love the trumpet sticking out of the hood. Did you catch that when it came round? It's
No, I
really
didn't. I'm too busy
gorgeous.
looking at the paintwork. Hey, it's gorgeous.
Absolutely beautiful.
Prism Paintworks. Well, that's one of the reasons.
There we go. Taking on Luke Hoskins. Yeah, if you look at it up close, you can see, well, it doesn't take a lot of close looking. Those people in the grandstands and on the bank can see it. He's actually got the trumpet sticking out the top.
That is a lovely
Gorgeous, that is.
metal flake finish as well.
Yeah, it's very, very nice. A lot of time and effort gone into that one. Turns out to be a pretty good race as well. Look, Hoskins is in front. 969 and 967 as well for Martin Payne. Good effort. So Rob Brindle, obviously, is he running side by side or on his own? Because he was licensing yesterday, as you pointed out, Carl.
Looks like he's on his own.
Okay, may still be a licensing run then. This might be all the way through with the shootout this time round.
Yeah.
I say licensing, it may be observed run as well because the car's brand new, isn't it? There is a lot of these things coming out of the woodwork, and it's great to see. So dramatic and smooth, I'm sure that's an Anglia. 10.07, 133. Nearly in the nines already for Rob Brindle on what has been, so far, a very, very good debut weekend.
All right, great to see Ginnerman back out again.
That's him with...
Here he comes. Way.
In the Auto Glim Lane. Taking on Shorty's Hot Rod, Jed Guy with a monster. Your ears aren't deceiving you. The engine in that Anglia is 730 cubic inches. That's around about 10 litres. Is it 10 litres there or thereabouts? Something like that. Running on nitrous. The engine used to be in a Pro Mod car. They managed to attach an Anglia to it, which I think is quite an effort. But yeah, Jed's run down into the low sevens already with this combination. The thing that's been killing the Anglias so far this year has been tyre shake off the start line. That tends to slow them down a bit. If they can get that cured, it's very, very quick, this car. And the nitrous firing, of course.
Yeah.
That will be the other thing. Okay, Ginner just rolling the wagon in. Jed turning the nitrous. Whoa, that was a superb launch from Jed, but over at the centre line, unfortunately. 8.13 and 161. Must admit, I thought the 60 was going to be better than that, to be honest with you. Very nice 8.55 in the other lane.
How iconic do you want to get? It doesn't get any better than this. Al O'Connor with Al's Gasser. And what a moment for Adam Cuthbert to go alongside the legend with his car.
Yeah, this is a world famous car, to the point Al's actually raced it in the States as well. There have been a number of incarnations of Al's Gasser.
Oh, 0-3 reaction time. He's lost nothing.
Whoop.
Dinks one of them.
That was still going to be a quick run though. 9.66 at 1.40 for Adam Cuthbert. Al just dinked the block, goes 11.26. I'm sure he was trying to bring it back. So Tom Marginson, back again. You have seen this car before. Ian Gasser Circus, taking on Pete Holbert. Just resetting the block. See, how easy is that now? Honestly. That's one of the reasons we have progress, isn't it?
Yeah. Always looking to innovate. How do we make things better? I know. Let's have magnetic blocks.
Great idea.
Makes so much sense. Obviously very small magnets because you don't want to be hitting a... (13:01) plays 11:51.
So Ted Booth in Mighty Mouse. We've already seen the car with Katie piloting it, and she's #1 qualifier at the moment in Dragster Circus is Katie. When Ted runs it in Outlaw Wrangler, he turns the nitrous on and the car takes on a whole new lease of life, doesn't it? Makes you wonder what yours would do like that.
Oh, yeah, right. We'll find out later on.
I just noticed, why have you got a wristband on? Are you posh? Oh, I know why. I know why. Okay, Mick Taylor.
I'm surprised you even asked.
I just no. Halfway through saying it, I just twigged. Mick Taylor.
No, I'm a lost child, basically.
Yeah, just in case you find a lost comment. Mick Taylor with Banshee. Won the first round of the Anglia Championship, I think it was.
Yes, he did,
at
yes.
BW Breakout at the end of May. That was a lovely warm weekend, that one. The Anglias have actually got an awful lot of racing in so far this year.
It's such a shame that man there's not brought his Anglia and having fun with them this weekend. JT's down there. Oh, Mick Taylor 117-60. His right foot is buried.
Yeah, a little move to the wall.
7 something. Oh, wait, 11. Still goes 171 mile an hour. Good run for Ted. 9:49, 141.
I think that slots him into. Actually, that gets him the #2 spot for now. It's just a smidge ahead of Jed Guy.
All right, Andy Cunningham with Agent Orange. Do you remember last year, that very unfortunate moment where the cable snapped on when he was winching it onto the trailer.
Oh,
the car rolled backwards and clipped a wall and had the back corner all damaged and everything. But Mark Huxley, they got it here and they hammered all the dents out and everything. He still did the meeting, and then Mark fixed the vehicle over the winter and it's now back on track. So great work.
Against Phil Druitt, yes, the original Phil Druitt of Supergas fame from many years ago. .10:45.
And 11:94.
Well, this is going to be a pretty good one as well. So great to see Ben Kennedy in the relentless 4-pop in the Kestrel Beer Lane. A couple of weeks ago here at the Festival of Power, ended up in the wall, I think, at the end of qualifying. They have Matt Wright and Ben, whole team made a superhuman effort to get the car fixed and ready just 2 short weeks later. Taking on Ben Rustrup with the short trip. That is another rolling piece of UK drag racing nostalgia. But I don't think it's ever been as quick as what Ben just ran with it yesterday. He was into the 8s. New rear axle, new rear axle, new wheelie bars. Trying to keep the car under control.
That's arrow straight though.
876, 156 miles an hour. It looks so tame by comparison. Well, lots of smoke again for Ben Kennedy.
It did exactly the same thing yesterday. Exactly the same. I mean, car's still rolling down the shutdown area, no problem at all. Still billowing smoke though.
Yeah, it's steaming. The track crew out doing a bit of a check. There's a whole fire crew and everything waiting around the corner as well,
okay,
just in case. So we do have Supercharged Outlaws. Yeah, Supercharged Outlaws and the Jet Car coming up too. So it's just one seriously good fun afternoon.
Well, Ruby has never ever looked so good. Kim Harrison. That's her husband Rod just leaning in the window. Absolutely love being part of Outdoor Anglia and little carb fire. Looks like it's all right. All right.
Yeah, the car has slowly but surely evolved into a fairly serious looking race car,
yeah.
isn't it?
I remember when Kim was running, I don't know, low 13s, high 12s with this.
That's right. And it was just for fun, wasn't it?
Oh, that changed, didn't it?
How many times have we heard that? Spencer Tiswell will be on a bye run.
Well, they'll get back to the pits and have that sorted out.
Nice run for Spence. .998, 132 miles an hour. Very nice run indeed. Anglias as far as the eye can see. Well, apart from the supercharged Outlaws and the jet car, but there we are. That's not a bad thing. So, Shane Bird with the long shot in the Auto Glim lane against Pete Jones. Could we have Custom Car Invitational into the pairing lanes, please? Custom Car Invitational. Pairing lanes for the second session of the day, please.
So Pete and Shane into Sage. Off we go.
Supercharged Outlaws coming round the tower, 10.96. Nicely done for Pete Jones. 14.12 at 96 for Shane Bird. So the hooligans of Supercharged Outlaws, led by the head hooligan himself. You know that,
I know
you?
it is, yeah.
I don't even need to say his name. Andy Hadfield with Trista going to be taking on Purple Days. Gary Parks. So Gary Parks, Andy Hadfield coming at you. I think there's a bit of wheel wobble going on during that.
Wheel wobble then. Andy was obviously doing his normal showman burnout, but the front wheel was going, I don't want to play anymore.
It's a good thing he took it easy and lifted.
Yeah. Wow.
So, Supercharged Outlaws, basically run what you brung as long as it's got a blower on it and hope you brung enough, basically. Gary Park's been down into the sevens on numerous occasions recently with the Purple Days altered in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Andy Hadfield with Twister. Back at VW Breakout, put in a couple of 7.6s and then unfortunately had supercharger issues. Bought a new blower and, well, no, still not having it, unfortunately. Tony's clicked Andy off, unfortunately. Well, they were up a long, long time last night repairing the gearbox on Twister. I always say the same thing. It takes just as much hard work for that to happen as it does to go out and run low ET. It's
frustrating.
Very, very frustrating. He's had more character building weekends than you'd care to mention. I was just going to say a couple of weeks ago, he came down here for, I think it was the retro show, didn't even get to make a run, unfortunately. So Gary Parks on his own.
Is he straight back in the sevens again? Looks like it. Oh, 8.05. Still maintaining a good terminal speed though, 172.
Yeah, I went past Fadster's pit this morning. Nowhere to be seen, apart from the crew that were having a nice break and a relaxing weekend, all underneath the car. But
well, unfortunately, Ruby's been pushed out the gate, and they'll get that back to the pits. In the meantime, Keith Freeman bringing El Loco around the corner.
got to mention as well, a lot of support for the Supercharged Outlaws from Good Vibrations, Jim Mayer. Again, with Good Vibrations, that's his company out in the States. They help everybody a tremendous amount. Funny enough, actually, there was a huge waiting list for a supercharger, and Andy phoned Jim Mayer, and Jim got him one straight away. Yeah, I know. It's all good. So, El Loco in the Kestrel Beer Lane. That's Keith Freeman against a man all the way from Scotland. Twin Screw Racing. Andy Park with Model 1.
He's found a home, Andy Park, because he just normally comes and does Run With Your Brung and basically just has a good time on the racetrack. But I think Fadster was the one that got him into Supercharger. You've got a Supercharger, come and race with us.
Put your hands together for the Twister team, everybody. They have worked so hard. So much so, I think Tony actually slept under the car last night. Well, he actually looked like he did. Yeah, you look like it, mate. I'll tell you.
Lovely little wheels up launch there for Andy Park.
Yeah, very big hole shot off the line. 985 and 985. There we go. Perfect bracket racer.
Okay. As promised and predicted, Thomas Cook Abbott. Nice one. And he's got a flower in the hair as well. But then so have the rest of the team. This is Mick Checkett. Right, now then, out front of Mick Checkett, that's Kieran Astley. Yeah, who's the Dragster racer. And you've got Thomas Cook Abbott. I think they've all raided Hayley Hadfield's.
Well, I think the other thing as well I'm noticing is that they're actually taking on Emma in the Who's Got the Nicest Dress Stakes.
Yeah.
Emma being the female of the team.
Also, right, Des Taylor and the Thunder God team just wanted a big shout out Ian Loseby. Can't be here this weekend due to serious illness. And Ian, if you are following the live stream, we're all thinking of you and we wish you could be here. Best wishes from Des, Karen, Gilly, Amanda and Duncan.
So here we go then. Hopefully 2 7-second cars. Nice launch for both. It looks like Des Taylor's actually out in front.
He is.
What a race. He's going to get there first.
Oh, wow.
A 7:58 new personal best by quite a few tenths for Des Taylor and the Thunder God team. 173 miles an hour. Mick Checkett with a 7:78 at 169. And
let's just say of the three Checkett team, one of them wears the dress better than the other two.
Thank God.
Oh. I think Thomas has even got a bra on as well. My goodness me. Do worry about that boy sometimes.
I wouldn't. He's just non-binary, isn't he? Is that what you say?
Yeah.
So Mike Couch with the little Hemi Hustler. It's a gorgeous little car, this one, from down on the south coast in the Auto Glim Lane. It is a perfect nostalgia dragster, that car. Just a mini everything in there, I think. Up against Paul Dale in the acute angle, who set his personal best by some way yesterday. I think he went 8:53, didn't he?
Yeah. And I saw Paul and the team last night, but they were seriously happy. Seriously happy.
Well, that was the first run in a long while. The car hasn't had a really big wander round on its own.
I mean, they basically called the run themselves as we saw it. He said, he's not out of the groove yet, he hasn't lifted. It's going straight, it's going straight.
He's still active,
he's still going, he's still going. And then when the scoreboard came out, he just went, oh yeah.
So Mike Couch, Auto Glim Lane, Paul Dale with the acute angle. in the Kestrel lane. That's because we put a curse on it.
That was only because he was aiming. Well, the car just drifted left off the start line. There's nothing wrong with the car. 9:17 at 154, but a good run there. 9:10 for Mike Couch.
Yeah, good side-by-side race once again. Well done, fellas. So, Roy Wilding against Neil Townsend. What a great match-up again. I know the funny thing is as well is that I know we keep saying that it's a good matchup and they're very even matchups. It's all planned very meticulously. They kind of don't call each other out. I know how the pairings work anyway, but it's nice to see cars that are fairly even racing each other. So the Northern Spirit in the Kestrel Beer Lane, that is Neil Townsend with the Family Altered, taking on Roy Wilding with the Chariots of Fire. I had a really nice chat with Roy last night. It's just nice to spend some time chatting and relaxing with people that you hardly ever get to bump into. Roy's built so many nostalgia cars, dragsters, alters, all sorts of things. He even built Andy. You know, he built Andy Hadfield's the Twister as well.
Yeah,
he built that car too, and obviously the one that he's sat in right now. Now the engine in the car, he said was ex-Dave Wilson engine with a smaller blower on it. The number that he really wants. He's been as low as a 7.1. He's been 199 something miles an hour, and he said the thing that he still has sleepless nights about is the fact that he lifted early, because he so desperately wants that 200 mile an hour ticket. Let's see if it's going to be this one. So Roy Wilding in the blown front engine dragster in the Auto Glim lane. Against Neil Townsend. That's a really good race again. I think Roy's just out in front. 768, 175 miles an hour. The Northern Spirit team overjoyed with a 783 at 185. Whoa. Well held.
Almost got beyond tipping point, I think we call that one.
Well held, that man. That's Dave McCallan. Dave's had a hand in a number of cars. He built Stephen Babs Saunders' new Altered as well, isn't he? So this is his own
big hand in Ben Rushforth's car as well.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, Gas Circus to the pairing lanes, please. Gas Circus, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please?
So the last car for the Supercharged Outlaws, Dave McCallan, couple of back at VW action. A few weeks ago now, was into the 8s for the first time. Got to get some history on that pickup truck as well, because I'm quite sure. Oh, no, seen it for a number of years. Just checking whether that's the actual track crew saying click it off, or that was himself.
Looking at the track crew, probably advised. Don't go anywhere, folks. Next car to run will be Fire Force 3, the Jet Funny car from Martin Hill.
That's as close to a nostalgia jet as we got, isn't it? I think?
Well,
it's the oldest.
No, 2 is still about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do you remember at Easter when they had all the jets, and they had, was it 2, 3 and 5 running? Oh,
and 4.
Yeah, and
there
4,
were 4. No, he was running 4 cars that week.
Yeah.
That's when Julian had to keep jumping in to kind of help him out and everything else too. Well, yeah.
And I think Lee was running one of the cars as well. So, yeah, Dave McCallan just being pushed back at the moment. After Fire Force's run, it's going to be Custom Car Invitational. We have just called Gas Circus into the pairing lane, so we're getting ready to do our second cycle of qualifying today. Don't forget, there's still so much going on site. The British Drag Racing Hall of Fame auction, that will be finishing at round about at 4:30. Not roundabout, it will be finishing at 4:30. The Vintage Hub is the place to be. You've also got the show paddock for the NSRA there. go and check it out. That's where the beer festival is. There's a lot of our food vendors are over there as well. And tonight, got a drive-in movies over there. So great open space on the grass. And Ford versus Ferrari is the film that's being shown tonight. So that is the Vintage Hub. So much stuff going on there. You've got some display cars over there in the marquees. It really is a good place. Went over there last night. And yeah, certainly a good place to be. I don't know how this is going, actually, because obviously I haven't spoken to anybody for a little while on this, but if you want to do the fire burnout tonight, please let them know in signing on. Also, if you are taking part in the Cracklefest, please just don't turn up. We do need to know who is coming around to do that first. So we do need you there. So you do need to let signing on know if you're coming around. So Dave McCallum then with White Trash, the C10 pickup. Something not quite right that Ian has spotted. Oh, yeah. There's a bit of a trail, I think, behind it there. So it will be Martin Hill with Fire Force 3. And then it will be Custom Car Invitational, where the lanes have got quite a few vehicles over there. And then we'll be getting into our second cycle with the Gasser Circus. And then all of our other classes as well. Proper chilled out event, this one. So yeah, Dave's truck just been pushed back out of the way. Not quite sure what actually came out the bottom of the vehicle, but Startline crew always observant, always checking every single vehicle. Even when you don't think they're looking, they'll spot things. And if they're not happy, then obviously you're not going to be able to take the run. So Martin Hill bringing Fire Force 3 underneath the tower. Always good to see Martin run.
No, we need help.
Yes, where sometimes those of a nervous disposition vacate the tower. The
Like
timing
fire
crew
crew
just
legging
go,
it, yeah.
yeah.
Sorry,
the timing
timing
crew
crew
cuddle the timing system because they don't want it being rocked around. And Fire Force 3, the afterburner blips from that car are particularly fierce compared to Fire Force 5. I don't actually know the reason why. Fire Force 5 is a longer jet and perhaps doesn't, when I say longer jet, a longer vehicle, and I think Barton probably has the front wheels in the same place, obviously the jet's further back. But Fire Force 3, for some reason, it really does shake the tower quite hard.
Well, it tends to knacker everything up here, with one of the better
Yeah, it
phrase.
knocks the timing screens
Yeah,
out.
it tends to whack out the timing screens and all sorts of stuff, and things that shouldn't be falling down end up falling down. I don't mean us two. But that's probably one day, maybe. So right underneath us, Martin is already strapped into the car. If you've never seen one of these before, I may have said this before, what have you been doing with your life? But this is an exhibition vehicle, so everything you've seen so far has been competing in a roundabout kind of fashion in some classes. But this is all about show. Lots of noise, lots of smoke, lots of flames. And it generally tends to scare the living bejesus out of everybody sitting up on VIP, although I think most of them are used to it.
Yeah.
Almost everybody up there is used to it anyway. No, you're not. Oh, they're not. Oh, fantastic. Oh, good.
Oh, first timers.
Oh, lovely.
Oh,
Oh, good. We never watch the car. We never bother watching the car anymore. We just like watching people shoot out of their skins, frankly. We're mean like that. Here we go then. Martin Hill, Fire Force number 3. I'm just being mean. Of course we watch it. We haven't got any choice. Now we've got no breeze as well again. So it'd be interesting to see where the smoke goes. No flags. I think the flags are slightly fluttering down the track, aren't they?
Yeah,
Slightly.
very slight.
So the body in place, the transit is on the way out. Well, on the way out of the way. On the way out of the way, anyway. It's all right, I'll keep this end on, you do that bit. So winding up the thrust, hence the extra noise. There's a lot of wincing going on that balcony. A lot of wincing. So Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3. Make sure you give Richie a wave, and Martin will disappear into the distance at a rate of knots. Wishes Martin well, says, off you go, sir. Give him a wave. .595, 236 miles an hour for Mr. Martin Hill. As he cruises through the shutdown area with the shootout. Did you all enjoy that? I think you probably did, didn't you? We just got a couple of moments while we just reset everything, and wow, we've got all our screens.
I know, but we started to lose a bit one of our ceiling tiles. It started to snow in here then.
Oh, fantastic. No rubbish excuse for dandruff, that one, but,
yeah.
but there we are.
Just here, it's just,
oh, yeah.
just started to... I thought, what on earth is that?
You got it. So give the team a round of applause, please, as they go up to get Martin. We're just about to go back into Custom Car Invitational. It won't be too long. Anyway, Nitro FM just for a couple of moments, if you don't mind, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
Yeah, well, I didn't forget because I didn't actually know at the moment that we did hand over to you. But no, just to let everybody know that our track crew are standing down and having a lunch break. So racing will resume at 2:45. So it just gives everybody out there a perfect opportunity to go to the Vintage Hub, go and have a look at the Drag Racing Hall of Fame auction that's taking place, and just go and check out all the cool machinery that is here. Don't forget the Vintage Hub. It's sort of next to one-day parking. You've got the NSRA show paddock over there. You've got the pop-up salon. You've got the beer festival. There's all sorts of things going on there. It is, one of the places to go. Obviously, the pit area, go and have a look at some of the machinery that is here this weekend, because this is the event that probably a lot of these cars will only come to this year.
That's right, yeah.
And
absolutely.
the bikes, of course. Don't forget the bikes.
Yeah, it is, a lot of them, it is their only outing of the year. We're also, we've just been told, I don't think you heard that bit, Colin, the next round of the Dragstalgia Cannonball is at 4 p.m, not at 3.
Right.
So that will be, I mean, we'll run everything anyway, but just want to give you plenty of notice. It's at 4 p.m. So please go have a wander around, check out all the traders, go check out the auction the auction stuff. There's lots of displays on up in the pits as well.
Yeah.
And just go and have a look at basically what is the world's best nostalgia car show.
Yeah, I'm going to have a wander as well. Going to have a look.
It's not a bad idea, actually. To be honest with you, I might do the same thing. Anyway, folks, enjoy the weather. Relax for a bit. And we'll be back with you around about half an hour's time.
And in the meantime, can we please have Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock, can you come down to the pairing lanes? Okay, so Nitro FM, the airwaves are yours once again. And we'll see you when we're racing once again at 2:45, just about half an hour's time.
So, folks, get ready for the big Dennis Priddle tribute. And I've got to say, we saw Rampage out here a few cars ago.
We did.
And I'm in my head, that may have been an original Priddle Monza, and then it became the Page family Monza. So a double whammy with Monza. Oh, rock on. Fabulous. Well done. Sounding good, looking good, everything that Dennis would have wanted. So back we come, and this, I assume this car is included in the Cannonball, is it?
Yes.
You're going to have to guide me here, Colin, because I've been away a few years. How long have you been here?
Yeah, 12 years now. But John, you had 28 years up here, and
yes,
very informative and taught me a lot over the years. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here. You gave me the encouragement back then. So.
Oh, that's nice. Well, look, I'm just waiting to see how this goes. It's it really does look as though it's loaded for bear, as they say, and good luck to the driver, Paul Harris. Chevrolet Monza, of course, a little compact car for the Americans. Very, very small. I had a Chevrolet Firenze version of this, which is slightly smaller than your Camaro, I can tell you. And it was 4-cylinder engine, nothing like this. But a groovy shape, a really, really nice aerodynamic shape. So after all of this, fingers crossed, everything is okay. It's going to shut off.
Going to shut it off.
Ian's picked up on
a fluid leak at the back of the car there.
Yeah. Oh, what a shame, ladies and gentlemen.
A huge round of applause for an immense burnout. A tribute there to Dennis Priddle. Come on, folks, let the team hear it. Show your appreciation, folks.
Yeah, there is quite, unfortunately, a fairly, well, it's enough of a leak anyway to shut Paul Harris down. I'm really, really unfortunate as well. So looking forward to seeing that car run. He has another body on this car. This is the debut of that body. It's also the Chi-Town Hustler, would you believe? And Paul has made a couple of really strong runs to start the season out, and that was the first run with the Tribute Monza body on there. I'm sure it's something that's fairly easy to fix, but unfortunately, what's the saying, John? If it's
I like you for that. Now I'm really looking forward to seeing this car running here. I've been watching it from the sidelines for a good time now, and this really is harping back to the day. If it runs as it normally does, it is one heck of a motor car. I absolutely love this. Tim Garlick still at the controls. And Tim, of course, we followed through a number of different cars in his racing career, and then he moved up into funny car. But I just absolutely love this. Very, very reminiscent to me of the original Gladiator. And I'm going to keep talking till you tell me to shut up. And I can remember when the Gladiator changed from being
in the Vega to the
Vega into the Trans Am, and Roy Phelps was saying, "Oh, got to make a big thing of this. This is the new body." And but Tim Garlick's car reminds me so much of the original Bootsy Heritage-driven, of course, Gladiator. But Tim makes this car work so well. I'm touching wood as I say that. I don't want another failure on the start line. But and Stevie Johnson here in the right-hand lane. Steve was driving a slingshot when I first knew him, and then moved to a rear-engine car. And it's great to see that he is still involved with us. Absolutely fantastic.
Well, as you know, he ran the Motor Bounce Dragster for a long, long time. Long time. They retired, and they thought, nah, I've got to come back. And he bought the slingshot off John Webster, and he's having a great fun with it.
It's a drug.
He really does use the wheelie bar hard, though.
Well, here we go then, folks. Funny car against slingshot dragster. We could be back in the 70s or the 80s. Huge task shake for Stevie in the right-hand lane, going very close to the wall. But look at Tim Garlick. Oh, wow. That's fantastic. 230 miles an hour.
Well, that was, as you say, John, an epic run. 108 to 60. 30 was on it there. 414 at the 8th. 629, but look at the terminal speed. 230 miles an hour.
Fabulous.
And that's what the Cannonball's all about. It's about consistency, isn't it, John? If you remember back to the first Cannonball, you always had 8 nitro funny cars, and then by the time you got to round 2 or 3, you had about 4, I think, something like that.
Well, that's when
doing it again and again.
We started mixing it up with the methanol cars, of course. So that was it. Big round of applause for the crews going down, folks. I haven't said that for a few years, Darryl.
And do you know what? How we've missed it.
I've enjoyed listening to it. It's great.
Have you actually missed doing that now you're there again?
What do you think my answer is going to be to that?
For the first 10 minutes, yes, you've missed it. After that, no.
No, it's just lovely to be back again. And yes, I do miss it. This is like deja vu, this, because the last time I came up here, Robin Reed came out and ran, didn't he? And Joe Bond.
No, it's Doug.
It's Doug. And is that the Nothing Fancy car then?
Yes, it is. Joe was down to run the car this weekend, but unfortunately he couldn't be here this weekend. He's absolutely gutted.
I had a long chat with Joe, with Doug last night as well, and he's trying to get to grips with sitting in the car with the engine in his face and everything else as well. He's used to driving a rear-engine car for probably 30 years, something like that. He hasn't actually driven competitively since the early 2000s. He has run down in the 5s before. The quickest run on this car is a low 6. However, he's very honest about it. He did say that he was having fun getting used to it, shall we say.
Well, I mean, Doug was driving when I first came here. A regular, I'm trying to think what type of car, whether it was methanol or top fuel. I know he had a big engine explosion in the pits with one of his cars, but it's been a long, long time. I do have to tell you that a lot of my train set at home used to belong to the Bond family.
Wow.
So, but I'm interested to see. Is that Martin Hannis out the front still?
Yes, I believe so. Now, the other thing to remember, obviously, you've got Doug Bond's car, 484 cubic inches, 2.5 litre.
2.5 litre Daimler, yeah, of course. And has Robin run? He's been looking for a 5-second run, or is it a 6-second?
He wants 200 miles an hour. That's his mission. They're not going to get it on this one, obviously. But that Dragster has been 199 miles an hour. He's desperate to get 200.
200, that was it. Yeah, I knew there was something he was chasing. So we put those times into the book.
That's it. Yeah.
And then we'll start working out who's going to run against who in the second round.
One thing we need to mention as well is we normally have a separate field for the Dragstalgia Cannonball with funny cars, autos and everything, and we have...
Okay.
Listen to the times of my colleague will
Oh,
tell you
yes,
in a
it's
minute.
Chris, isn't it? Of course. Yeah, Chris Manning. Yeah.
He's been... He has been over 200 miles an hour in that car.
Really?
He has been 7:01 in that car. The goal is that magical 6-second pass.
Yeah, okay. Well, the man who first of all pulled pie hats to our attention here at Pod, Chris Manning, and usually has a crew of people that we're all familiar with.
Talking of crew, the team did actually come up to me and say they want to put a very big shout out to Steve Dowler, who is part of the Villain crew.
Sure.
Unfortunately, not able to get to the track these days, but the whole team are wishing you well, Steve, and this run's for you.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Stevie, I'll give you a call soon, mate, if you're watching in on this. But it's Big Steve, we call him.
That's it, Big Steve.
So it's one coming up for you, as Colin has just said. But fabulous car. I know I've done a couple of shows with Chris Manning, and he's a very great showman. What I love, they should all be carrying bags of swag over their shoulders. You know, they all look like villains.
You named that guy over there, didn't you?
It's Ray White, of course.
Raging Ray.
Raging Ray. And if you've ever seen Ray in a rage, head for the hills. So Ray works all over the world now. He's an electrician and gets some quite extraordinary contracts. And of course, his old car, which morphed into a pro mod, and then there's a lady driving it now, the Zephyr, Mark 1 Zephyr, came to grief here the last meeting. But here we go. Wow, French Revenge going right out to the right-hand wall, and now Chris Manning doing the same with the left-hand wall. They're almost dancing. Wow, look at that. How close was that?
That was almost wall tag. Well, it is actually Dave Grabham that gets there first with his quickest run ever, I think, actually. I think that's a personal best ET for Dave. And new shorts for both, I think. That was
outstanding driving from both of them.
If you could, obviously up in the grandstands and on the banking, it's a little more difficult to see him moving around than it is from where you guys are sat. But just describe where the tyre marks go.
Well, I mean, they went right on.
I mean, you just look down at the artwork, if you like, on the Haggis Hunter. That car is absolutely drop-dead gorgeous.
Well, this is run by Kenny Gomez, who runs Superchargers Unlimited, and that's actually Nick Hanna in the hot seat. It's a show car up against Bob Hawkins. What a matchup this is going to be.
Just saying to Colin, it sounds absolutely lovely from up here, you know, it's fabulous.
It only sounds slightly better down here, mate, honestly.
Darryl, ask me again if I've missed this.
Okay, sorry. John, have you missed it?
Have I missed this? Not half.
We're fired officially. There we go. Bob Hawkins with the time traveller in the Kestrel Beer Lane. He's in with a good shout this weekend at this event. This car is running the mid-6s. That is actually a supercharged big block Chevy with nitro methane in the tank. Bob runs, I think his quickest run is 6.50 with that car.
Yep.
Mick Hanna's quickest run, I think, was in the high 7s, and that was when the engine let go. It's got the potential to go very, very quickly. Another beautiful car built by Roy Wilding. Oh dear, that's because I said he's got the potential to do well.
Yeah.
There we go, that's my fault.
Commentator's curse, mate.
Indeed.
It's always been my downfall, unfortunately. But I'm so interested to see Michael Hanna with his slingshot. It's called the Haggis Hunter. Well, I think so. We used to have Hemi Hunter years ago, of course, with the Stones team. But Haggis Hunter, let's wait and see what he does. Best Michael has run, I think Darryl just said.
Yeah, it's in the high 7s.
High 7s. It looks to me as though that has the potential to go a lot quicker than that.
Yeah, with a massive capital P in front of it. Well, fuel lines come off the side there and just spraying fuel, so backed out of it very quickly.
Do you know what was the actual funniest part about that? Was the fuel line popped almost as soon as he hit the throttle, and he got off the throttle and thought, actually, that's not that bad. I'll do that again. And then whacked it again and got sprayed in the face properly and thought, maybe not.
Yeah.
So, yeah. You know.
What were you saying about the heart over the head?
Well, I'm sure somebody out there along the wall, the Venom Nostalgia Nitro funny car of Mr. Tony Betts. I had a long chat with crew chief John Wright this morning. They were having piston issues, even though the car was running really well a few weeks ago. They were having issues burning pistons. He hopes he's got that solved now. Going to be coming up against young Mr. Clayton with the brand new Firecracker Nitro Fuel Alter.
Oh, breathe it in, John.
Yes,
breathe it in.
I can smell it. The amazing thing for me is that I spent 28 years, as you said, up here, and the cars used to run through here. And there's Bill Sherratt down there. Wow. Wild Bill Sherratt, the white-haired man in the left-hand lane behind the Alton. And he was a man who won the first ever Cannonball here. But we used to sit up here, and as you've done, and you breathe it all in, and it doesn't have any effect on you. When I go and sit over there in the stands and it's blowing back in your face all the time, I can't take it. I have to put a handkerchief over my mouth. That's
unfortunately, Adam's had to shut the engine off there.
No.
Going to be Tony Betts.
Well,
with Venom on his own.
Fingers crossed for Tony. So John Wright, of course, the crew chief, a man so experienced with engines, let alone just fuel engines, and in charge of this team, of course, used to be in charge of Vivica Avishton with her fueler.
Yeah, of course, John Wright, Daryl's crew chief as well. Back then.
Of course. Yeah. I wondered who said and me. Well, here we go. I've got my fingers tightly crossed for Tony here. Took a hard shunt in that last year, I think it was it?
Yeah.
Correct me, Colin, if I'm wrong.
The European finals.
And they've been working non-stop on this car. You can see the number of people in the crew down here. It's quite extraordinary. Right, Tony, get yourself nice and set. Here we go. Now that is looking sweet. Oh my goodness, right the way through. 6.4, 220 miles an hour. Fantastic, well done. Well done, the crew, the team down there. They're all very happy with that. It means the car is back. Let's have a look at John Wright's face.
No, apart from one man.
He has built this Willis pickup. It's going to be his inaugural event here, so be kind to him.
Yeah.
He's a lovely old boy. Is Keith going to join in with this with us?
I'm not sure if he's got the microphone, but he normally does. But this is Gary Norman, by the way, with Conquest 2 on the Norton. Got some runs in yesterday. Was getting himself quite accustomed back on the bike, because obviously it's been a couple of years at least.
So it must be a twin engine.
Yes.
So Norton, presume a couple of Dominator engines, something like that in there, from back in the day, from my era, and. Well, that's pretty good, isn't it?
11.53, 117 miles an hour.
They were the bikes to have, and of course they all made their way into sprinting, and then when drag racing came along, they morphed into drag racers. And it was...
sorry, John, I didn't mean to interrupt. I've got the man who knows down here, well, more than we do anyway, which is not difficult, Mr. Keith Lee.
Right,
good, yes.
I shall shut up. I shall go away.
Darryl.
Thank you for letting me talk for a while. It's been lovely.
Nostalgia Pro Stock bikes then, but that most definitely isn't. Graham Sykes riding back. And that was not bad at all. First time that Graham...
Colin, back to you for just a couple of moments.
Yeah, no problem at all. Okay, so yeah, as you say, Claire Rule in The Kestrel Beer going alongside Lee Gilmore on the GS 1000. Now Claire Rule had a couple of runs yesterday, ran in the 8s. Did very, very well indeed. Well, Claire out in front, going to be in the 8s again. Yes, nicely done. 8.68 and a 9.88 there for Lee. So basically the rule for old school stockers, maximum of 1500cc. You can have a 7-inch slick with wheelie bars, stock appearance, one-piece bodywork, and the net end result of that 8-second 150 mile an hour machines, if you literally just saw there, 868, 148. Quickest yesterday on Run What You Brung though with Kevin Melling, only just a little bit quicker than Claire just went. So Andy Lambert with Comfortably Numb going alongside Tyne Blight with his Suzuki. Adam Lambert's machine dates back to 1972. 952, 143, and 995, and 138. Well, we saw Rod Spry get some runs in yesterday on the Kawasaki, but Chris, we didn't see him appear on the track at all, but he's made it for this one then. So it's a pair of Kawasaki's. Rod Spry, Auto Glim lane. Chris Spry, he is in the Kestrel Beer lane. .750cc for Chris. Rod Spry's engine just a little bit bigger, 836, but Chris disappearing off into the distance, and that's a 1037, 123 miles an hour. Rod just clicked off the throttle very, very early indeed, and we'll coast across the finish line in 20 seconds, 42 miles an hour. Nick Pepper on the Suzuki Performance GS 1000 alongside Richard Peachy, also a 1000cc machine. Right, caught me out a little bit, to be fair. I was in the pairing lanes, just catching up with people, and all of a sudden engine started. Oh, I've got to get up to the tower. But here we are, Custom Car Invitational. First pair taking part in this session, Stuart Flitton, going alongside his good buddy seeing what they got for us actually. Scott Collin. 10.74 and 11.02. Both of them being quicker, fair to say. Paul Hammond with a 32 roadster. 415 cubic inch small block. This weekend so far, a best of 10.72 and 125. And it was just so cool. In actual fact, he ran a 10 on his debut when he brought the car out a couple of years ago. I caught up with these guys earlier. That car, unbelievably, is all steel. And of course it is street legal. And we did see a lot of smoke billowing from the engine bay of this car yesterday, and it turned out to be a breather that had come dislodged. So all fixed and good. .11.35, 120 miles an hour, and 14.20.87. The great thing with Custom Car Invitational, it's cars that, how can we put this, are certainly good enough to go on the quarter mile, but haven't really got a class to run in. So they are fortunate enough to be part of the Custom Car Invitational. Plays a 1340. So real good mix of vehicles, as I say. Right, this one is the Can-Do little Toyota, driven by Mark Huxley at national events. But this weekend, as a birthday present, it's Brian Huxley driving the car and having an absolute blast doing so. Comfortably in the mid to low 10s now. Transbrake launch. Really got it sorted. Going alongside, I mean, the Tri-Chevy is just beautiful. Well, it looks like side-by-side 10s here, or maybe the Chevy could dip into the 9s. Oh, it has a 9.72, but Brian Huxley, he's getting quicker and even more comfortable in the car now. 10.25 at 129 miles an hour. Right, I'm not quite sure who's driving the pop in the Kestrel beer lane. I certainly know the man in the Autoglim lane. Dave Caruso with the monstrous 582 cubic inch heavy Chevy. I mean, that's not far off 9.5 litres in there. Engine built by ICE Automotive. Oh, Pops just rolled through stage. So the heavy Chevy on a mission to try and get into the 8s. Best of 9.27 today. Has been in the 9.1s. Well, that caught me out as well.
Yeah. Still a lot of tyre spin off the start line, 144 to 60 foot. Still a great run.
Not as much as before, though. It has hooked up better.
9.26 at 147, knocking on the door.
I did have a quick look in the pairing lanes, having a wander around, chatting to a few people. Had a look at that beautiful I don't know if it's a prefect or a consul, you know, the blue one.
Yes.
And it shows quality through and through.
There's lots of that going on. Do you know what I like when I look at my phone? The first thing that comes up is a notification that Dragstalgia is now live on YouTube. Well, thank you very much indeed, YouTube. However, I am checking it out the window for now.
Talk about a frustrated driver. Why is it running high 11s? It should be in the low 10s. It's getting better, 11.19 at 119.
And unfortunately crawling across the line at 53 miles an hour. It's been a good race as well, actually. This is going to be Phil Toppin in Grandad's Tour against Mr. Funky Gibbon himself, Dave Gibbons, with the rough diamond. Now, Dave used to live around the corner from us. I think he used to live in Carl Shorten in Surrey. And my dad used to work over in Sutton. And we always knew it was a race event because his car was parked out on the front lawn, getting ready.
Well, basically, I just saw Dave in the pairing lanes very briefly. He just wanted to pass on his immense gratitude and thanks to Mike Linton of American Auto Parts. Without the use of their van and trailer, Dave wouldn't even made it here this weekend. And it's also appropriate that Mike Linton conceived the original custom car magazine when working on another title at Link House. Dave is the UK agent representative for Florida-based Tony Morris Carburetors, and a big shout out to Tony as well.
With no carb on it though.
Yeah.
Well, yesterday was the first run with a whole new combination with the zoomies, different heads, I think, and the stacks instead of what he's run before. They seemed fairly happy with it. It was an 8-second run. Looking like a pretty good race. Phil Toppin was off the line first. Dave Gibbons takes it with 8:44. That was a really good race, 8:44 at 155 miles an hour for Dave. He was beat off the line, but not at the finish line, 8:75.
He's only a tenth of his PB, which is 8.36.
Only the second run on the new combo, so well done, Dave. Okay, I think these two paired up last time, didn't they?
They did, yeah. Pete Grange took the previous one.
That's it. Pete Grange with the for sale Cuda. If you fancy yourself one seriously nice car for a very, very sensible amount of money, it's a beautiful machine. That it's one of only a couple of Cougars in the whole country, and this one, powered by a big block Ford, runs like a bandit. Taking on Dave Mahoney. Pete lifts the wheels. 127 to 60.
Good race.
Still
Very
out in
good
front
race
as well. Is it going to be Pete? It is. 9:06 beats a 9:08. That's a proper race. Pete's superior reaction time definitely made the difference. Well done, John. Well done, everybody. That's more like it. It was a good race, that one.
Wow,
Pete,
that's excellent.
Oh, Pete will be going on about that for at least 5 years.
Yeah, how many times can you dine out on that one?
I'm only joking. A lot, actually. Yeah, but it's great. It's nice to see him out there having fun. Spent a lot of time and a lot of money building it, and it really is a show car. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, Des Brown with the actually just what a shame, the 1957 MG Magnet, but unfortunately having to shut it off
against Jamie King.
Yeah, a little bit concerned. Is there a concern under that car?
Maybe on his own. That's your own fault for shutting it off. That's where you've got to push it back on your own. Do you know what I wanted to say as well that I noticed? You know what we said about all of our marshals and everything having a rest? There was still Dave in the tractor driving up and down the whole time, you know? Some people just don't rest. Well, I'm not sure what's up with Jamie King down there. Someone's wiping something up.
I did have a chance. I didn't get very far. I managed to see a little bit of the pairing lanes. Went round into the Drag Racing Hall of Fame marquee. Bumped into a few people over there. obviously John Price is here. Saw Graham Beckwith as well. So I said we've
Excellent.
got to have a chat with Graham at some stage.
Smashy
this
and
weekend.
pricey in the same place at the same time. That's never happened for a while.
And had a look at the Hall of Fame auction. I seriously suggest you go around there and have a look. They've got some great stuff. But not only the auction, but they've got hero cards, posters, things you can buy as well. So pop round there, go and have a look.
Excellent.
And yes, of course.
Is that with the VIP mark?
It is, yeah.
Just the other side of the crossing?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And goes without saying, I put a couple of bids in. It's rude not to.
Like you do, yes.
So yeah, there's some cool stuff around there. So
excellent.
And you obviously got yesterday's dreams, the Cackle car. That's in there.
Excellent.
And a few other cars as well. But yeah, there's most of where the Hall of Fame board are. You know, they're in there. They're doing some work out. Ian Hart's in there. Phil Cottingham. You know, all the right people are there. Oh, Des. Oh, desperately sorry, mate.
Yeah, all I did was I got on my bike and I rode all the way up to the top end and turned around and came back and bumped into a few people. Just checked in quickly with Andy Hadfield and everybody else working on the car still. And yeah, it was no big deal. Basically, it was an oil breather, I think it was, that blew off or came off, and Tony gave them the signals to shut down. And by the sounds of it, it was a good move because they've checked things over, putting it back together again, and they should be around to run his Supercharged Outlaws again a little bit later on. Go on, what do you know?
No, that's all right. It's Paul Brown sending me his passenger list, which he always does.
Oh,
now,
okay.
So we know who's going out in the two-seater again.
That is one unique-looking car, that MG, isn't it?
Well, it's so good to see Jamie's actually got the car to the strip, because that car has been in storage for a little while. He's been desperately trying to get the right moment, maybe get the funds together to actually run the car, but he's finally got it to the track. Really, really good to see it.
Yep, still one of the best names for a car ever.
Race Ventura.
Race Ventura, indeed it is.
So yeah, custom car installation. We've got Dragster circus in the lanes.
So, helped out by Ted Booth, bringing it into stage. I think Ted's due to run, or Katie actually probably is in Dragster Circus in a minute. Booked an 11-second checkout pass yesterday. That's a lot more like it. Yeah, go on, keep going. It's all right. You're doing great. You've just run a
That's
9.
better.
9.79. 136. Obviously just slowly but surely get used to the car. The thing with this is as well, it's not like, I always describe it to people, it's not like circuit racing where you just go a bit faster and a bit faster and a bit faster. You kind of have to just nail it every time and then just go a bit further down the track. One of the outfits coming round, look, look, look. It's all right, you'll see it in a minute. Guess which car that's for. I hate to say it though, the guys are seriously trumping the ladies.
They are.
Yes, well, apart from maybe Chloe. Chloe was exceptional too.
I think I could be corrected, but I think that's Justin Woolner in the Camaro. Also runs that incredible rat rod.
Oh, is that his?
Yeah, yeah.
I know what the rat rod is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's his.
Hang on, let's have a look. See if we can actually.
No questioning Danny Wilson in the Auto Glim lane. Oh, a belt's come off. I think it's probably a pump belt or something. still goes 9.48, 142 against 9.41, 148. Was it a bell? Yes,
like
was,
it, yeah.
I see the alternator. Well, it's got enough electrics to get down to the other end, and I'm sure there's enough water going around the system to keep it going. Yeah, I just had a peep inside this car.
It looks mint.
Yeah, it is. Got 3-speed. Got a 3-speed Lenko in there.
Seriously?
Yeah.
What in the, and nitrous and nitrous as well.
They got these lovely. It's the least. At least I can't get the gears wrong. And drove it home last night in the rain
With the Lenko.
Nuts, absolutely nuts.
That's
I said,
quite
have you got a bonnet for it? He said, yeah, but we don't always use it.
I'm not surprised.
I know Mr. Bull Senior is sat on the banking as well watching this.
995 in the
Again.
nines again. 136 miles an hour, 1046 at 127. Okay, the jumping jalapeno, or the jumping jalapeno, or the humping jalapeno. You decide.
What are you talking about, the outfit or the car?
I'm. That's
That
not
is superb.
That's not an outfit.
He's even. Has he sprayed his legs red, or was that a red
Yeah,
pair of
sprayed
tights?
his face. Probably red pair of tights, to be honest. Dragster Circus, Jason Hollenby with the Falcon. I'm just going to call it a Falcon. In the 1161 in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Billy Jones with the Grumpy's Grizz Coupe in the Auto Glim Lane. So this is round 2 qualifying for Dragster Circus. 1066, that's a good number, and so's that, but just that smidge too quick.
Yeah, but as you say, great number. Only 400ths off.
Well, look at Jason Hollenby, look at the number. He dialed 1161 and went 1160 with a 7.
Wow.
Okay, Tom Margison and Katie Booth. Katie was actually number 1 qualifier. That's Katie in the Mighty Mouse in the Auto Glim Lane. Does 10.45, which is actually the number she ran before. Tom Margison in Kestrel Beer Lane. Well, they both go red on the tree. .1044 with a 7. 3,000ths of a second too quick. In the other lane, Tom Margison goes to number 1 with 11.54 and 11.51. That's a pretty serious pair, as are these two. Honky Tonkin 1 and 2.
It's always good to see these two cars side by side. Both of them dialing in the 9s. 984 for Steve Matthews, 924 for Lee Pike.
Well, Lee is long gone. I can still hear a stuttering up there. 911 though, way too quick. 1055.
I think that's what Tony was trying to do last time, but it didn't strike the tyres all the way through. Did that time though?
It was.
Simon Glenn with the straight shooter, the Austin pickup, dialing in 11.5. And Tony Pearson with the 56 Chevy, 10.65.
They're currently number 8 and 13 at the moment. The reason we talk about the qualified position is because depending on where they qualify, we pair them up and race them tomorrow. This is session number 2 of theirs for the day. Now that is the same Tony Pearson as well that drove Maiden Warrior back in the day. 10.96. 11.64. Tony gets down, bumped down one spot by the fact Simon Glenn was much closer to his dial. Simon goes number 7. That's so Nick Barnett.
Right lane is that's the circus number 6, but it's not roaring round. Okay, come on, it's all right.
Well, you know who it is, but it isn't Roaring Rat.
Yeah. It's weird.
So Nick Barnett and
Jason, sorry.
so Nick Barnett does 11.45, 11.6 for Jason, 72 and 79. Yeah, burnout of the day so far. For Brian Gibson, it's got on the back, it's got Morning Dale, which I can only presume that means Dale Snoke out there in the US, who was over here just a few years ago, racing in Dragster Circus with everybody else. Proper world tour. So yeah, Brian Gibson with the Identity Crisis Dodge, with a quick word, or a quick nod to Dale, who presumably is watching while having his breakfast somewhere on the west coast of the US. Nervous Nick in Nog Bad the Bad, 11.60 for him.
Lovely cheeky wheels up launch there for Brian. And look at the light as well, 0-1.
11.35, nice number 2, 12.10. Brian Gibson stage 4, next stage 14.
Right, Graham Barton with High Anxiety, Lost in Devon, and it's Ray Turner with Green Onions. 55 Chevy. Starting in 12.60. Graham Barton with a 10.69. We have the Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please. Wild Bunch, can we have you into the pairing lanes?
Oh, 10.89, no improvement for Graham Barton, or in the other lane as well. Oh, Shawnee's got a note on the back to Dale as well, saying hi Dale. Obviously he's tuned in. That's Sean ain't misbehaving in the Kestrel Beer lane. 10.12. This is when Shawnee runs 10.0. Taking on the governor, Keith Bartlett, 10.62, which was the number that he ran earlier on today.
Oh my goodness me, he's now pulling 0 lights. What's going on?
You're stuffed. Well, Roaring Rat goes for a bit of a wiggle out there about 3.30. Sean goes through to the number 1 qualifying spot with that one. 10.13 at 130 miles an hour. Indeed he is. Sean Milson up to number 1. Well, Keith actually moves up 1 spot from 19 to 18 with that, because he was the right side of the number.
Yeah, another call out for the Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please. Wild Bunch, come on down.
Okay, Mick Allen with the Quick Buck Corvette. Now, I think that's a 63, but it's not a split window.
I just think it's lovely.
It's very, very beautiful. It really is. Is that that's a hard top as well, isn't it? As in a removable hard top.
Yeah.
1070 was Mick Dials in the Auto Glim lane. Mark Dibley with the Aston Anglia. 12.50 in the Kestrel lane. Oh, Mick Allen just a little bit too quick. By comparison to Mark Digley, just a little bit too slow. A couple of seconds off his dial-in. So I think we've got one more car to go, which is this one, Martin Hallam. With the Willis, 13 flat is the dial-in. So Sean Milsom is at #1 spot at the moment, unless Martin Hallam can do something about this on the last run of this session. We've got Nostalgia Superstock coming up, so get yourselves comfy for a good half an hour.
We don't normally see Martin dialing in that low, but as you know, he's changed from a Chevy to a Hemi in there, so he's still working through some issues.
.14.06 gets him on the ladder at the moment, number 18. We are on to Nostalgia Superstock qualifying session number 2. It should actually be 3, obviously, but we lost one last night. To the blasted weather. So at the moment,
that's your #1 qualifier at the moment, Gary Carr.
Yeah, he is as well, Vic. But these are #1 and 3 actually.
Yeah, right at the sharp end.
Gary Carr went 8.91 on an 8.90. Vic Parsons went 10.20. This time he does a 10.16 in the Kestrel lane.
Yeah. Look at the look at the wind turbines. They're doing nothing. Look at the flags. Apart from a couple of them fluttering, that's it. Whoa, big wheels up launch there for Gary Carr.
Yeah, 9.47 he lifted after that. Vic Parsons goes 10.30, no improvement for either, just to say. So, Ollie, 9.29, seriously?
Yeah, he's shrewd guy. Ollie learned his stuff very, very well. He knows that car inside out. Obviously, the air may not be quite as good as it was this morning.
It's certainly muggy, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's normally aspirated cars do suffer when it's warmer. It's obviously that it's not that hot, but the more moisture there is in the air, the less oxygen there is.
Yeah, John Davidson's running it back to 10.56. That car's been a lot quicker than that. Ollie will still give us a good wheelie though. John Davis, a nice 0-2 reaction time. Ollie to the strike first.
Oh! To the #2 spot. On the other lane though, John Davidson, #4 with a 10.60 on a 56. Big improvements for both. Actually, Ollie only moved up 1 spot. He was #2 already, now #1. What were you just saying about him being a bit shrewd?
Shrewd customer indeed, yeah. So Gary Carr #1. Ollie #2 is Guy King. That's a much more realistic dial-in for Guy. I thought it was a bit brave going.
What was it earlier?
He went in the 9s for his dial-in, but 10.06, much better. Going alongside Chris Layram. Tell you what, that could go 13 flat without. Yeah, watch out for Chris actually. 2 guys totally capable of hitting their numbers. No ill effects from the Dodgems and the fairground last night for Guy King.
You reckon?
See.
10.06 with a 0.
That's perfect. Absolutely bang on. That is your #1 qualifier, and that will not be beaten.
Well, there's still a 1 at the end, but yeah, you're fantastic.
Do you know what? Keith does the dial-ins for Guy. That's spot on. Wow. Right, the brothers, Dan and Nick Williams. We got a Williams 1, 2, 3 shutout at the top of the pile at the moment. The way the order is, Nick is down to #15, Dan #19. They've all been shuffled about. 10.43 and a 10.40 for Dan.
They can get in there, can't they? There's still room in the top 10. No prizes for guessing who left first. So they'll give a 43 and 14, 47 and 42. Dan goes to #4, Nick goes to #7. They are currently now #1, 2, 3, 4.
And 7.
And 7.
Oh dear, oh dear.
So you remember I said about that money that they just rather keep hold of? that, basically.
Well, we've got Spencer Tram representing the team as well.
Up against Jerry Raymond with the big, huge time.
I like that. I like that a lot.
It's just something that you'd never imagine would be a race car.
It's 1970 Plymouth Fury. Wow.
The fact it's even on wheels on dry land is quite amazing.
Imagine the size of the trailer if it isn't driven here. Wow.
Imagine the size of the garage it needs to go in.
Imagine planning a route if you lived in the city and you couldn't get through width restrictions. Unbelievable car.
So Spence winds the dialing back a little to 11.18. Jerry with an 11.79. 12 for Spence, too quick. And 90. Jerry Raymond actually bumps
the right
up.
side.
11.90 bumps up to the 17th spot for now. Al Medley with the old timer. It's an Oldsmobile, you know.
This is a crazy session already. Right, Daryl, I'll see you later.
You're kidding. No, it's cool. I don't mind.
Oh, I would love to.
What, go join in?
Go join in.
Yeah. Just get someone to bring your car down. You can still run it. You're all right. So Jim Smith with the Challenger, current number. These two are 33 and 38. Looking to up or lower that number significantly. $10.74 and $11.63. Actually, Jim Smith moves up to 21. Al Medley, 19. That was, I think, actually. So the flag jumper of Jake Cawthorne taking on Jack Bishop. Jack Bishop with the wickedly fast Barracuda in the Auto Glen Lane. Is this Jack's first outing of the season? I don't think I've seen him out.
Yes, it was. Yes, because they were sorting out the drivetrain when VW breakout. So they were here, but not with the car. I just realised they've given the car a name now.
987 on an 84. Jack goes to number 6, but Jake Cawthorne,
oh wow,
number 2 with an 11.753 on an 11.75. Close to being perfect as you can get, just 0.003 of a second off. That was a good, definite. There's lots of shuffling going on in this session, isn't there?
Immense.
Well, it's not a lockout by the Williams boys anymore. Dare I mention it?
Well, as I say, I think number 1 is safe.
Well, there is there's room there. Not a lot, admittedly, like a tiny weenie amount, but it can be done. We've seen it happen before. It can be done. So Jim Chandler and Gary Cork. Gary Cork in the Auto Glen Lane. Jim Chandler leaves with the wheels up in the Kestrel Beer Lane. $10.02. That might help a bit. No, stays 14. Gary Cork stays 30. Tough crowd halfway through session number 2.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Well, we knew it was going to be rough, didn't we?
Oh, I know, but you've got over 40 nostalgia stockers here, and they're all capable of running the numbers and all capable of winning the event.
Apart from one that's in the pits.
Well, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. Rub it in, why not?
No. It's all right. Hey, look. You're racing next weekend, can't you? I mean, it's not like... So, Pete Christmas this time and Andrew Bosworth with the Coronet. The Coronet will get there first.
Just needs to get one. Oh, look at this. The 39 on the 38. Who moves up from 42 to number 5? Great move.
Big move and all.
Yeah.
So Tig with the family Barracuda, the other car. A couple of weeks ago at the Festival of Power, he busted his other race car quite significantly by landing it. Anyway, pulled an enormous wheelie, and when he landed, it did not go well.
But we think, talking to Tig, we think the rotating assemblies are okay. Obviously split the oil pan, but obviously they're just taking the engine, having a good look at it, just making sure that it hasn't cracked the rock and anything like that. But the engine was still running, as in it was still rotating. It hadn't broken anything.
That's always encouraging. Against Gary Semple with the Firebird.
Currently number 42 for Tig, 30 for Gary.
What we missed there was there's a barracuda there called Barry, which is quite obvious, really, if you think about it, isn't it? I do like that. 1371 and 1404. Tig actually moves up to number 11 from 42. That could be the biggest move of the session at 21 spots. No, it's not. It's 31 spots.
I think 42 to 5 was the bigger one from the previous. But even
It's
so,
just nuts,
it is
isn't
just
it?
shuffling the pack around, isn't it?
And they're still low.
It's a bizarre game of snakes and ladders, isn't it?
Probably,
Oh, I'm
probably
gonna
the
go up
best, the best game of snakes and ladders.
Tailgate is now down for Paul Smell with the El Camino, 12.93.
Oh, let's see what difference that makes.
Yeah, and Stuart Arthur, 14.99 with the Roadrunner.
So these two are currently 34 and 40 on the charts.
That's
13.02 for Paul Smale. I think that's going to help. Yep, does up to 34 to 19 and 1 spot improvement in the other lane. Yeah, I can see from here. Lee Charles' dog is nodding in the back.
Going alongside Bev with the Street Sweeper. 13.90 is her darling. 9.93 for Lee. Lovely wheels up launch there, really did hook and go. A 0.4 reaction time as well. Doesn't mean anything in qualifying, but it's certainly good to get your eye in.
95 for Lee, that'll help, I think.
Not by a huge amount. Oh, it
No!
doesn't. Stays put.
200's off, stays 12. That's rough. That's really rough. So, Rob Terrell.
We've said so many times, tough crowd, and you're going to earn it this weekend. There's no gimmies.
Well, the last man or woman standing in this is going to be, well. So Nick Martin with the Downtown Duster against the Revenge of Rob Terrell. Just muscle car heaven, isn't it?
It is. I could see Nick rolling before the tree basically was running, but
Rob breaks out. Nick Martin moves up 2 spots with that run of 15.02. So Stu Thompson, or Kiwi as he is affectionately known, in the Duster. The Akron Island Duster in the Kestrel Beer Lane against Dave Simcock with the Challenger.
Kiwi currently number 17, Dave number 40. Don't forget, first round of eliminations for Nostalgia Superstock this evening. So
That might be the next time we see them,
it
actually.
could be, actually, yeah.
.983 for Stu Thompson. Stay 17. Unbelievable. 300's off and he's still only number 17.
All right, Andy Robinson looking for a 10.10. Adrian Ortelli with a charge at 10.70. That's the coolest rear light arrangement I think I've ever seen on any car, let alone a modern one.
Yeah,
that just works, doesn't it?
It's the whole design, isn't it? It's so sleek. Looks like a spaceship, actually, doesn't
It does.
And 10.92. Andy Robinson actually moves up to 18 Adrian Portelli gets bumped back 1 spot by virtue of the man in the other lane, going all the way up.
Chris Goodale and Pete Wiseman. 15 and 29 on the pecking order respectively. 10.41 the dial in for Chris with the Camaro. He's been quicker than that. Pete Wiseman, good shout with 980 with the Coronet.
That's not a Coronet.
Sorry, no, it's not.
I know, it's all right, you're reading the screen, it's all right.
It's not. It's a big Dodge. Why has he got a Coronet on?
996 of 10.44. Chris actually goes up to number 8 with that one. Getting in the top 10 is a serious achievement today.
Certainly is.
2 absolutely beautiful American muscle cars up next. Dave Bilodeau, Yorkshire Heavy. No one from Yorkshire is heavy. I don't know why he's calling it that. Against Don Scott with the Superbird. Look at the dial in for Don.
Insane for Don. Huh?
955. Well, Don's way out there in front. Don goes 969. He actually moves up to number 29 with that. Dave Bilodeau stays put at number 19. So the Johnson, one of the Johnson family wagons. 10 flat is the dial in this time from him. He went in the 9s early, didn't he? He did. He ran a 9.
Yeah. No, it was yesterday. I think he did his 9.
Against Glyn Borman, 11.83 in Old Scatterhouse.
Cool car, cool name.
It's one of those things, I think, if you name the car that, it won't happen. Is that the idea? No help. Glyn Borman moves up 1 spot. To number 31.
Ty Strevick. Giving it large on the burnout there. Why not? Against Duncan Watts. Duncan dialing in 11 flat. Ty dialing in 12.41.
Duncan goes up to number 25 with 11.12 on an 11 flat.
25th qualifier, only his 2nd qualifying run, and he's only 1200s off.
Says it all, really. It's bound to happen, isn't it? Richard Granger with, I think I'd like that for my trailer, to be honest with you. That's lovely. In the auto glib lane, 977.04, Simon Rickwood with Bossa Nova. I think this is the last pair for Nostalgia Superstock. We do have to check, but this may set the field, actually. Simon Rickwood goes way too quick, actually. Richard Granger with an 11.32. I missed where he ended up.
Number 7.
Number 7 with that qualifying effort. That was the last pair. This is the last car before we get into Wild Bunch.
So dialing then for Ash Rawson, 10.45. Can we have the Willis Wars to the pairing lanes, please? Willis Wars, come on down. .016 on the reaction time. 10.45 the target. Going to be a 10 something. Oh, 43. Heard him pedal very, very slightly there, but still broke out by 200ths of a second. So, Wild Bunch next, but Guy King. Perfect DT. Nicely done, sir. Can we have the Cannonball into the pairing lanes, please? The Cannonball into the pairing lanes. Well, as I say, it is the Wild Bunch up next. Head of the lanes, James Ald with Little Faust. and now not wearing a speaker grill.
I did notice that as well. I don't know, the speaker grill looked a bit inconspicuous until you pointed it out. It did look inconspicuous. That looks,
Yeah, well, Gary Atkinson and the team did put a call out for a scoop, and somebody had one. Where they got it from, I don't know, but it's bizarre what people carry in their trailers as spares, and all I've got is a toolkit, a jack. I bought the jack up to work on the car. I forgot the handle for it. That's absolutely useless. Well, it's not. No, I didn't forget it. It was in the back of the van, and then there was a shuffle round of vehicles between the team, and I forgot to take the handle from the jack out. So I'm like, where's the damn handle?
Sometimes you make me lose, well, not the will to live, but words, frankly.
Oh, dear.
That's quite good, though. At least you admit to it.
Yeah.
At least, and you know where it is, I suppose.
It's in the back of the van. but the van's at the workshop, so
Oh,
you're not
cracking.
used to me.
Well, you still do know where it is, though.
Yeah.
Precisely that.
They better not go too quick on the cruise next weekend. They'll probably lose me.
I don't think they're allowed to,
No,
are they?
no,
Don't forget
no, you're
it's,
right,
It's,
actually. You're right.
I'm pretty sure you can definitely keep up on the road. So that 25-mile cruise you're going to do next weekend as part of Street Eliminator. What's the furthest you've driven before? Well, you drive home,
Brands
don't you?
Hatch.
So, yeah.
So that's
That's a fair way.
100 and...
Something miles.
Yeah. Had to stop for fuel.
I'm not surprised.
And I was going down to Brands Hatch American Speedfest and, with Tom Atkinson and Andy Dibley and that. And Tom and I were playing silly buggers in the tunnels. Of course, we were slowing down and then just flooring it. Windows down. Oh, yeah, that sounded good.
However, you had to have a fuel stop as a result.
Yeah. But that's that is a prerequisite. Is if you've got a muscle car, mind you, if you've got anything that sounds a bit fruity, you always slow down when you come up to a tunnel. Wind the windows down and then floor it. Just like the roar echoing around the tunnel. And then you got other drivers, they go, yeah, like that.
I did that with the V8 pickup in the tunnel that goes from Denmark to Sweden.
I don't know it actually, but
you know, there is a tunnel,
long tunnel
a
there.
bridge and then a tunnel that goes from Denmark to Sweden. Driving up there many years ago with V8 pickup truck with like almost open headers. Yeah, it was quite good. I get what you mean.
in actual fact, when I just remembered actually when I did that, I had the cutouts on electric.
Right.
You just you know what I mean, don't you?
I
Just
do.
Flick the switch, floor it, close them.
Well, funny actually, that's one of the additions they put on a lot of new cars. Is there's a button, or a lot of muscle cars. They have a button in the middle that opens halfway down the exhaust, effectively to make it a straight through exhaust instead of a muffled exhaust. That's a good idea.
Well, I've got a new set, but I haven't fitted them on yet because they don't actually fit underneath the car properly. So Keith has got to make some pipe so we can sit the cutouts underneath the car. It'd be the not scraping the deck over a speed hump, but to be in the right place so you can put the turn downs on the exhaust so it just all sits nicely. But we'll fabricate those in due course. Not a priority at the moment. But I've also got it on a remote key fob. Too much time on the internet, mate.
Yeah, definitely that. Well, the thing is, though, is that if you don't do it while you've got the chance, when are you going to?
No, you're dead right.
You know,
It's
might
not,
as well.
it's not a race car, is it?
No, not much of one. Got a racing driver in it, apparently.
Oh dear, we're talking waffle here at the moment whilst we're doing some track prep. Please remember, folks. Don't
remember.
It's all coming out wrong now. Don't forget, folks, you need to go over to the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame marquee. They are doing an auction of some very, very cool stuff indeed. You've got about half an hour to get your bids in. I had a look around there earlier on. There's some very, very nice stuff. There's T-shirts, there's prints, all sorts of stuff. But also they're selling, there's a load of old plastic model kits there from cars from the sort of the 90s, the noughties, even some of the 80s. You know, there's some old Revell and monogram kits over there. So
wow, I had quite a few of those as well.
So go over and check those out. They've got posters. They've got Paul Whitehouse art over there. Obviously, you've got the original one that's up for auction, but you've got copies of various other ones there. And it's just some real cool stuff there, so make sure you go and visit that. Also, the Vintage Hub, all sorts of things going on over there. The NSRA got show cars over there. That's the place to eat and drink, basically. The beer festival is over there. Don't forget, you've got the driving movies tonight. You've got that great film, Ford versus Ferrari.
And Kestrel beer on tap.
Indeed, indeed. Of course, many thanks indeed to Kestrel Beer for joining us on the drag strip, being our left lane sponsor here.
There's no cooler place to be, really, is there,
No.
to be honest with you? I love the fact we've got a beer sponsor again. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work out like it sounds, though. They're not just giving us beer. It doesn't work out like that. But
The official programme, it's £3. Oh, don't forget, the Dragstalgia t-shirt is available. They're 30 quid, or you can buy £24.99 or 2 for 40 quid. So that makes them 20 quid each. So if you fancy that, get round to any of the pod shops. You know where they are.
So, Wild Bunch qualifying session number 2. So, Bradley Cooper with the flathead.
Back from the past with a lovely little slingshot. Only 296 cubic inches, very small motor in there. Very small car.
Colin, breathe in. It's got to go in a bin.
Yeah.
Breathe in. So,
What happened to that one? Going alongside Bobby Wright with the altered. $9.99. He's back in the nines. Good lad. 11.75 there for Bradley.
still a very set run.
Yeah. So once again, can we please have the cannonball into the pairing lanes, please? Can we have the cannonball into the pairing lanes? Chris Hartnell and Pete Brown.
I think that's Rob. Well, the helmet looked red. From all right sat anyway, but there we go.
TCA back in the house.
I'm not sure if that's is that Michael Jackson or is that John Travolta or both? Could be both. Yeah, that's actually Rob in there. Maybe they've swapped over for this one. Maybe they're taking turns.
Confusing.
So Chris Hartnell had a pretty rough-looking ride actually earlier on.
Well, I've actually got him down as a contender for Wheelie of the Weekend because that was
Huge.
he managed to get about 4 wheelies in one run.
Yeah, it's not wheelies in the weekend.
Yeah, true.
And one car I'm really looking forward to seeing actually is Jeff Morris with the Malibu Express. We didn't see Jeff earlier on. Lovely car.
That's much better. So, Crazy Chris should be an 8 of some description. 889, 149 miles an hour.
Well done to the most patriotic person in the place. On the start line, Pete Brown goes 11.55, 122. They've been a lot quicker than that. So that's Pete Brown taking on, oh, it's another Brown and Hartnell matchup, actually. Got Lee Hartnell in one lane. That hasn't actually run today, is it? Or yesterday? Colin?
What?
No, your doorbell.
No, luckily. No, it has. It did go once yesterday, but luckily the engine noise was loud enough and it didn't bleed through. But what was really funny, you know, when it went the other week and it came through so clearly through the PA system,
it did.
Somebody was listening at home, Mikey Dermage, I think it was. He actually got up and went to his front door because he thought it was his.
Well, it's the same ringtone,
Yeah,
whatever it
yeah,
is, isn't it?
very funny.
Obviously.
Or he went to get up, I'm not quite sure, but that was quite funny, that.
So, Pete Brown with the Rebel in the Kestrel lane. Lee Hartnell with the Metal Mistress, the supercharged Model T. That's a lot better for Lee. What it was to start with. 8.64, 155, that'll work. Pete Brown, Lee Hartnell goes 15.44.
Right, here we go. Natalie's just been in touch with regards to the Brown brothers. They decide who drives which car, who is going in which car first. Then they do swap over as the day progresses. So it's musical chairs between them. Thanks, Natalie. Thanks for the information.
All get the same amount of track time in each car.
Yeah. So Ollie and Kevin, coupe top and tip top.
That really is an exceptional piece of work, that, isn't it? I like that a lot.
Thanks for the information, Natalie. We got that.
Oh, who's actually driving the Coulsell family altered if Mark's standing down there watching? Sorry, Dragster, not altered. Mark's over there. Down there by the car.
If the car is down here, of course.
That's right. 11.31 for Ollie and 10.78.
Right, Steve Heaven and Bob Morgan. Well, we know Russ is tuned in. He's had to wait a little while for Steve's second run of the day.
Probably still celebrating from yesterday's.
Yeah, 8.25. Phenomenal run that was. Right, shout out for Bobby Wright's dad. Can you meet them at scrutineering, please? Bobby Wright's dad, can you please meet them at scrutineering? Whether Bobby's got that far and couldn't get any further, but if you can head that way.
So, what's Steve got for us this time round? It's not going to be the number up there, which is a 10.20 for some reason.
Yeah, bizarre. Well, anything quicker than 10.25 is going to be a party. Oh, that's hooked and gone very nicely. 120 to 60 foot.
It's within 100th every single launch, actually. 8.32, 158, another stonking run.
Yeah, consistency.
10.38 for Bob Morgan in the bee sting. Okay. Bit of a shrug from Barry down there. Jim Tanner with the shin digger. And I'll guess that's Graham Rawlings. That was a lucky guess, wasn't it?
I think it's the only VW powered car in the Wild Bunch.
Pretty sure you are right. So Jim Tanner, I think, has been close to the 8s. Right, car's on a real good run, actually. 9.35 at 1.45 for Jim Tanner. They look very happy with that. 9.85 actually for Graham Rawlings at 1.31. I think that's quicker than he went earlier on today.
Yeah. Both of them getting close to PBs, actually. 9.67 for Graham Rawlings. 9.18 for Jim Tanner. Both of them not far away. Talking to PBs, this guy did set one earlier on, actually. Tim Roy. Went 11.53 at 130 and has got all the capability to go even quicker than that. But this is Boston Strangler number 2. Alongside Paul Tarry with Trigger's Broom. Immense amount of history with Paul Tarry's car that we went through earlier on. Got some great notes on that car. Built in 1972. Nearly 40 years old.
As old as me.
That's a good looking run from Tim Roy.
850 with the shootout as well. Look at that. 110 miles an hour. And 12:02 for Paul Tarry. So the Wildcat of Ian Wild. How fortunate are you to be called Mr. Wild? The fact that it's actually got a Jaguar engine in it, so you can call it a cat. That's just, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just fate, isn't it?
Exactly.
It really is. And Robert White with Happy Days. So Robert White is out in front. He's going to get there first as well. 11.94 and a 12.76 for the Wildcat. So better luck this time for Dan Boone with American Pie.
Oh, and Anthony Colliver as well.
Of course, both of them didn't make a run earlier.
Yeah, Dan had that unfortunate incident where he's coming back across the start line and the drone chute popped out.
And ran over it.
And and then when they picked it all up, the main chute popped out. Unfortunately, it didn't unfurl itself, because obviously you need a bit of wind to do that. But it's still enough to prevent the run from going ahead.
So Anthony Colliver with the that's actually a brand new car, would you believe? However, it looks like it's straight out the 60s, doesn't it? I think that's the idea, though, obviously.
Yeah, the Happy Days squad going back up the top there. Oh, happy days, indeed. Oh, still got an issue for Anthony, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be a buy run.
Yeah, cars, I think it's stalled. So a solo there for Dan Boone. And he's still got issues. Right, pin your ears back, especially if your name is Ross Burns. Ross Burns, if you can hear this, you need to go to what our signing on is, where we've had something of yours handed in. So signing on is next to where all the cars gather just before they run, by the pairing lanes. So you need to go to the signing on office. I know.
Just come in.
Eh?
It's just come in.
Oh, he's just got it. Okay, well, forget that one, Ross. Congratulations on being reunited with your item. That was quick.
Well, problems again for Ansley. What a great shame. Looking forward to seeing that run, actually. So the tonic attack. I'm not doing well with that lot, am I, really? The tonic attack, or sonic attack as it's otherwise known.
The wide bunch.
The wide bunch, definitely the wide bunch. Thank you very much, Steve, for the message, Vinny. He actually sent me a message saying, I like that.
Oh, he did? Oh, good. I had a chat with him earlier on. He's just so happy to be here. He's like pitting in supercharged outlaws. Is that the future for the team? I don't know.
Something like that.
He's a great character, Vinny.
So that's Steve Garland in there. So Stephen Garland normally runs around about 13, goes 14 flat, 97 miles an hour this time round.
Right, this is an unusual one. Either Nostalgia Superstock or Gasser Circus is one of those classes. One of the cars may be missing its window net support bar. Okay, it's been found in the return road, has been handed to Daz in scrutineering. So if you're either Nostalgia Superstock or Gasser Circus, we have found a window net support bar, and it's been handed into scrutineering at the top. It was found in the return road. So obviously someone's done their run, they've undone their window net, and it's undone a window and it's come out.
I've had stranger things be handed in, like someone's crash helmet. They left up the top end.
That's a bit different.
Takes some doing. Callum Swincher and Wayne Colliver. Wayne a little bit wayward over there. No problems at all for Callum. 888, 144. And 1128 for Spud. Or Misfit, I beg your pardon. Used to be called Spud. Wayne Colliver's slingshot.
So just to recap on that one, a window net support bar found in the return road. If you're missing one from either Gas Circus or Nostalgia Superstock, go and see Daz at Scrutineering. He's got it. Phil James with the Rampage, the funny car. Where's the Wild Bunch #1 with pride? Now good to go. So I was saying, this car got so much history. I mean, Phil James has been running this car for many a year now. Does very well in the Wild Bunch with it. But if you've got a Monza funny car, you know that body has been around for a while. .46, 138 miles an hour. All right, Steve East, and he's in trouble now. The little slingshot, and with the crew running up to the car. Sounds like it's lost fire. Or not, as the case may be. It hasn't, no. I've just went very quiet, and Steve wasn't coming back under his own steam straight away. So Steve East on his own then. Well, Steve East gets a number on the board there, 13:42 at 95 miles an hour. Not going entirely planned for the team, but they'll just keep on working, keep on progressing, and get it right. Sarah Howes out front. That's Darryl Howes behind the wheel of Chemical Reaction, the slingshot. Regular high 8-second runner. And talk about 8-second runner, this one runs low 8. This is Steve Field with Black Pig 2. Very smartly attired team as well. Yeah.
Not much to choose between them. Well, Steve Field's actually disappeared. 840 at 159. 874 for Darryl Howes, 151 miles an hour. That is, honestly, Steve Field's car is just perfect. Isn't it? It's such a cool little car. So it's Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes, the big block Ford powered dragster. I think Andy was running, he was actually running in Supercomp the other weekend, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't quite dip into the 8s. He's been in the low 9s a number of times. I'm sure the car's got an 8 in it somewhere.
So Andrew Clifford going through
Nice
with
run.
very nice run. 9.44.
That could well be one of his quickest runs.
It is his
144.
quickest. It's a new PB. Not on the speed, but PB on the ET. Just taking 400ths off.
Well done to the Snake Eyes team.
Right, okay, it is the two-seater, right, okay, so I need to
Work
check in
out
with
who's
my
in there.
list. This is Ken Stamps from Birmingham, and this was a birthday present from last year when he celebrated 80 years being on planet Earth, so he's now 81 going for a passenger ride in the two-seater dragster with Paul Brown.
And why not?
Yeah. Is that Mrs. Stamps down there?
I think it might be. I think there may be some
No,
women.
that's Ken's daughter. That's definitely his daughter. So what a way to celebrate your 80th birthday, albeit a year late. Going for a ride in the two-seater with Paul Brown at the controls. 7.8, 7.9 coming up. We're going to see 170 miles an hour. Ah, great looking run. 791 at 169.82 miles an hour.
Is that deliberate?
Yes.
In the Kestrel Beer, the car that she just finished herself against Steve Young.
I'm loving the barrel in the back there. It's just so well done.
It left quite well too.
(1901) and 2014.
So Chris Coburn with the white Willis in the Kestrel Beer Lane taking on. Oh look, don't see enough Smurfs on race cars these days. Paul Murphy sorting out that imbalance by having one on the back in the Autoglym side of the racetrack.
Get a microphone in place. Just thinking about the Wild Bunch there. We didn't see Keith Crampton. We didn't see Mark Courcelle.
No,
There was a few missing that time round.
I think we saw Keith early on, but yeah, we definitely didn't see Mark. 11:36, 113 for Paul Murphy. Well, that's the third quickest Willis on the property this weekend.
Andy Crockett running the car that obviously used to be driven by Jerry Treat. Going alongside Paul Diamond with Wilmer.
Also, to let everybody out there know, just to give you fair warning, we got round 2 of the Nostalgia Cannonball in the lanes. I can see Tim Garlick getting suited up, ready to get in the Apache Nitro funny car. So they won't be, I think they're after this class actually, after the Willis Wars. That's a good looking run as well. And that car used to run in Street Eliminator back when. It's pretty quick.
Well, that's
10:08 is the quickest car of the weekend so far.
never forget that wheel stand that Jerry pulled in that car. It was huge.
He won best wheel stand, I think. didn't he, for that?
Huge wheel stand.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that you don't really want to do. Let's put it that
No,
way.
not, yeah, not planned.
Very painful when it came down again.
Jerry used to collect model Willis cars.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's Dina has basically given the models to the Willis War family when they've been given out this weekend. And Colin Miller drew the numbers for them at the Festival of Power. So there's a lot of the Willis War families that are getting model Willis cars for. From Jerry's collection. So, Dina, that was a real nice touch. That, and yeah, miss Jerry for sure.
It's always sad when I think Colin posted a video a little while back of their trip to Hockenheim with Jerry with them as well, and it's that kind of thing that just makes it, all the more poignant, I think, doesn't it? So, Dave Hinson taking on the Bubba Gump Speed Shop special of James Griffin.
If you ever get a chance to have a walk around the pitch, look at the side doors, and it's got this shrimp with a pair of slicks doing a burnout.
It's really
with a
cool, yeah, it's
lovely
very cool caricature. Well, 12's a pair, 84 and 57. So John Dalrymple, John actually has a shout at being the quickest Willis here this weekend, actually. Currently that's 10.08.
Well, so does Phil Mills, to be fair. He's been, 9.8 in that car?
Well, whatever the issue was with John Dalrymple, it was easily fixed.
Thank goodness.
Probably took less time to fix than the start line did.
He's fighting it.
Woo!
Good straight run for Phil Mills.
10.25, 133.
Goes number 3 with that one. John goes in at number 8 with 11.91.
Also got to give a big shout out to the man in the middle on the start line in the white t-shirt. That's Guy Davenport. He's actually got his own car to run in this. Yeah, he does a lot of the organising, a lot of the hard work, and he actually doesn't run his own car to help everybody else out, which I think is pretty exceptional, to be honest.
So no darlings, it's heads up. Whoever is the quickest out of the bunch goes to number 1 qualifier.
So Pike Murray and Pete Rivers with Willie the Kid. That's Guy just helping out Pete on the start line. .11.32 at 1:20 for Pike. Gina doing the happy dance on the start line. Gina with the best handbag in Christendom. It's a parachute. I do like that one. I don't like handbags, but if I was going to have a handbag, I'd have a parachute handbag. Paul Brown with the Hot Rod Willis Coupe against the Bacon Boys. Damien, the Pork Chop Express. Wonder where they got that name from, eh? Well, Damien Bacon is long gone. He ran 10.83 earlier today. Can he improve on that? 10.82.
Well, this was your number 1 qualifier coming into the session. Now just drop back a spot to number 2. This is Mick Payne, the retirement package 33. Well, his car is actually up for sale.
Needs to go. Pennies need to go back in the retirement pot. Said no drag racer ever.
Matthew Hollins with the 41 Willis, asleep at Violet Springs.
Yeah, Mick Payne's number 2 at the moment with a 10.13. I think he can improve on that. Will we have our
Well,
first?
he has run a 9, so is this an opportunity to find one again?
Oh, not quite 10.12. Improves by a smidge. 12.17 for Matt Hollins.
Ian Ratton with the 41 coupe. Currently in the number 12 spot, ran a 12.51 earlier on. Don't forget, after the Willis Wars is Dragstalgia Cannonball. So
we're
if you're
nearly
not in
there.
yeah, if you're not in a viewing spot, I suggest you get there now. Ian Ratton goes through with a 12.38 at 108. Stays put in number 12. Mark Todd alongside Alan Rimmel. '37 sedan. For Alan, Mark Todd's 4 years newer, 1941.
So Alan Lloyd with Gonzo the Great rolling underneath the tower at the moment. His dad Ian, British Drag Racing Hall of Famer. No, I think he was supposed to be running in the Wild Bunch, wasn't he?
Yeah,
he
it's
is.
classed as time trial.
Not quite sure how. Maybe he was stuck behind some traffic and they let him run.
That's a strong possibility.
There is a lot of that. Yeah.
What's been in the lanes, if you can't get through, you can't get through.
Right, events in the nitrous. So far this weekend, the car's been nowhere near the 7s. Now would be a good time.
Straight as you like, that's for sure.
898, 152. Something amiss, I think. Yeah, even Ian shakes his head. Yeah, that's all right. It's great to see you out again, fellas. It really is. Obviously, I guess that's not quite what you're looking for, though, unfortunately. So, round 2 of the Nostalgia Cannonball coming around right now. Again, as Colin just mentioned, if you aren't in a viewing area, get yourself there shortly. Tim Garlick with the Apache at the front of the queue. How did they stack up after the first round? So, Tim Garlick is in the lead, 6.29. It's not about the quickest over one run, though. It's over 3, and then whoever's quickest after all of it, obviously, is the winner.
I mean, how cool is Paul Harris this weekend? He's debuting that stunning tribute Monza body show. And he's got Brian Star Savage as tow car. I mean, it just doesn't get any better than that, does it?
Not a lot. Well, maybe a decent 6-second run for Paul, I think, would do it. So anyway, yeah, at the moment we've got Tim Garlick first, 6.29. We've got 6.40 for Tony Betts. Hope Tony makes it round after that first round run. We've also got then both in the 7.2s of the villain of Chris Manning and Dave Grabham. It's going to be fun. Do you know what? If you're gonna tow your fuel funny car around, that's the way to do it, isn't it?
It is.
What an outstanding car. So Paul Harris sitting behind this big supercharged nitro burning Hemi. Bringing him round into position. Just seeing that body, just seeing the Monza body like that, just brings back a lot. So I think we could have side-by-side funny cars this time round. They're just buttoning up. The Monza funny car, yep, giving the thumbs up. It's going to be side-by-side nitro funny cars. We have the 1977 Firebird of Tim Garlick, otherwise known as Apache, taking on Paul Harris with the 1970s Monza. Tribute to Dennis Priddle, the 1978 Alavi Kootenan funny car. That's a great story, actually. That is, because Alavi Kootenan was, I think he was a Finnish ice hockey player.
Okay.
He was a Finnish ice hockey player, and he wanted to get into drag racing, and that's how, yeah.
But he never actually got to drive the car at all.
No, it was always Dennis. It was obviously it was Dennis's car. Dennis built it, Dennis ran it, and drove it. Here comes Tim Garlick. This is what summer is all about. Side by side, nitro funny cars at Dragstalgia. Can we have Outlaw Anglia, if you can hear us? Outlaw Anglia into the pair lanes, please. Outlaw Anglia into the lanes, thank you. So, Paul Harris didn't put in a run earlier, unfortunately. He has been down into the sixes on a few occasions, actually, in licensing. He was #1 qualifier for Nostalgia Funny Car a couple of years ago, back at the European finals. I don't know about you, but this is just like being about 10 years old again, I think.
Certainly is.
Now we just need a couple of throttle blips. I know they don't do that anymore. So, good luck, Paul Harris. Good luck to Tim Garlick. Tim Garlick is just looking for a good A to B run. I'm sure Paul Harris will settle for the same thing as well. Well, for the first time in a while, I can hardly see up here. So Herb Andrews guides in Paul Harris. Two really good, strong runs. 6:27 at 2:31 for Tim Garlick. Paul Harris clicks it at half track to a 7:69 at 1:27. I can only think that was pretty much planned, to be honest with you. But Tim Garlick with another great strong run, 107 to 60, 4:13 at 1:81 to the 8th, and at stripe 6:27 to 31.
Well, next up be Chris Manning. And I think it's going to be Doug Bond.
Yeah, side by side. Supercharged. Nostalgia Dragsters. Give the both teams a big round of applause, please, everybody. That was great to see. It's always good when Nitro hangs heavy in the air on the start line. Tim Garlick is going to be going into day 2 as #1, almost definitely, actually. unless someone runs a 480.
Yeah.
Which is highly unlikely, frankly, obviously. So a little bit of a track check. Come on with the next pair.
Yeah, just looking in the pairing lanes actually down. Can't see a huge amount. I can just see the front of Stevie Johnson's Dragster down there. But it's in a funny sort of way, it's odd seeing a couple of modern tow trucks. But then you look at the villain gang with their vintage tow truck. Everything just works sometimes. It really does. I tell you what, I mean, Dragstalgia 10, we all know it's not the show that we really wanted to put on. We wanted all of our foreign visitors and everything to come on. But I tell you what, for homegrown cars, this has been absolutely
it's been fantastic. And homegrown fans as well.
Yes.
You lot out there supported it in your droves. A very big thank you for supporting us back here. Yeah, go on, give us a wave. Thank you very much.
Yeah. We massively appreciate you all coming to Santa Pod this weekend. And it goes without saying, just ignore what you read on various weather reports. Yeah, it rained yesterday evening. Of biblical proportions as well. But
yeah, but that was last night.
Yeah, that was last night. Okay, there may have been a little bit in the air today, but hasn't affected us so far.
And the hilarious thing is, well, I think I can say this now, it's 4 o'clock. Yeah, looking at the radar earlier, we were so lucky. God was definitely a drag racer today. If anybody looked at the radar at like 10 or 11 o'clock this morning, you would have seen a little dot where we are, completely surrounded.
You know why?
By water.
No, because Dennis
and
Stu are up there looking down on us this weekend, so we're not going to spoil it.
We're not screwing it up for everybody. That's
if anybody sort of says, "Okay, it's going to rain," that they've gone up there and said, "Don't shoot down." So
Dougie Bond fired up with nothing fancy. Joe, Melanie and Hayley watching at home. Obviously wish you were here. I'm sure you do as well. Hope you're doing well. Let's see what Doug can put down this time round. Coming up against the villain of Chris Manning. Will he be the villain of the piece as well, actually? Because I think he's 3rd or 4th at the moment.
Yeah, you got Tony Betts in the number 2 spot after Q1. We're going that 4.
I think there's a little front engine dragster out there somewhere.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, so Chris Manning already put down a 7.26. However, that was taking a good look at the wall for quite a long way down. Doug Bond's early run was in the 9s. That car has low 6-second potential. Again, Doug was very, very forthcoming last night. We were having a chat. He said he's just trying to get his head round having the engine in front again. Chris Manning being lined up by Ray White. Last couple of adjustments to Dougie's belts by the crew. And here we go. If you look at the different stance of the cars, it's amazing. It almost looks like Chris Manning's car's had an accident, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the wheelbase difference as well.
That's what I meant. Yeah, it's just unbelievable. And Chris with the full face mask and breathers and everything.
We're laughing with them, not at them, because trying to keep a car straight when it doesn't want to go in that direction is a real wrestling job sometimes. 9.30 there for Doug Bond. 13.22, not what Chris wanted.
Yeah, Chris was staged slightly off to the right as well, and looks like it just sort of wandered a little bit right off the start line as well. And Chris thought better of it and backed out of it, which is definitely the right thing to do. Obviously, live to fight another day.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got Mick Hanna with the beautiful Haggis Hunter. Actually, we've got 3 front engine nostalgia cars coming round. Bob Hawkins, Steve Johnson's round there too, and the Haggis Hunter of Mick Hanna.
I'd imagine there's a 4th one round there as well, because Mick Checkett should be in the lanes.
Oh, what, sorry? Say again?
Mick Checkett.
What, for Supercharged Outlaws?
Oh, sorry, yeah. Sorry, I thought he was in Nostalgia Cannibal.
That's
well,
all right.
he could easily switch over.
He could. And you know what? If he runs like he normally do, be doing pretty well.
Yeah.
So Bob Hawkins' car is fired. Let's hope he gets to put in a pass this time round. Looks like it's going to be Mick Hanna and Bob Hawkins this time. Just had a message from me, Turboville. I hope you're doing well, mate, and enjoying being, well, the wedding went well, by the sounds of it anyway. Ian says he's sad not to be there, hadn't missed one yet, but obviously they got married, and that made him crewless. So I hope the event is a big success and be thinking of Dennis today. Thank you very much, Ian. Thank you for getting in touch. Also, Dave Nelson, very appropriate. I mentioned Dave right now when we're running front engine cars. Good to hear from you, Dave. Well, Bob with no burnout again, and I think Mick Hanna's car's just stalled, unfortunately. Absolutely show quality machine, that one of Mick Hanna. Well, you can hear that car runs nitromethane. It's not like a 90% load, but it's a fair amount for Bob Hawkins. You can also see that he's got no idea where he's going, because the crewman has to stand off to the side to direct him back in his burnout tracks.
That stopped very abruptly, actually.
Well, there was a sneeze. Did you see that? There was actually a sneeze out the back of the blower upwards. Poor old Bob. I mean, that's normally that car's deadly consistent and very, very quick indeed. And that's 0 for 2 today for Bob, unfortunately. A bit of a head scratcher for Bob Hawkins. Well, it's going to try and fire it again, I think. That's why I'm standing back. You can actually see the yellow haze coming out the headers. Well, that sounds different.
Wow.
Maybe that was just a pause for dramatic effect. It's also not often that you have an onboard starter with any sort of dragster.
I'm staggered by that.
Sorry?
I'm staggered. I can't believe he's done
I've
that.
never seen a fuel car refired like that.
Well, a fuel car refiring, on-board starter.
On its own.
Yeah.
It's just running a little bit fat, I think, now. Bob's saying no. No, it's it could be any. It's much safer to take it back than have it all come undone before his eyes, unfortunately. So, commiserations to Bob Hawkins. As I say every time, it takes just as much effort to do that as unfortunately it does to run really, really quick. That is a 6-second machine, all being well. Poor old Bob. I think this is his first outing of the year as well.
Yes, it is, yeah. A staggering amount of work, as you say, Dale, goes into the preparation of the cars before they come to an event. And don't forget, Bob totally changed his engine combination as well. And the guy doesn't stop.
So, Steve Johnson with the Motor Mouse. Now, Steve had a lot of shaking and rattling and rolling going on. This another low 7-second machine. If, and unfortunately for Steve, it's been a big if. He manages to get off the start line. Mick Hanna and the team, beautiful car, sir. Really sorry that you're having, really sorry you're having so much grief. Hope it all goes well tomorrow.
Well, fair to say that Stevie Johnson, when he launches this car, it really does press hard on the wheelie bar. That set very nicely, though.
Whoa.
Just gets a bit tail happy.
That's such a shame, because that was by far his best launch. It was 110 to 60 foot, still goes 869, 139 miles an hour. That took some hanging on to. Yay! No, it's all right. Got off the start line. Yeah. Just got to sort the rest of it out now. I'll be honest. I thought he was on his way that time. I really did.
So is that his tyre shake marks, though?
Yeah, it was shaking, but it was driving.
He was driving out of it. Yeah.
There's drivable shake, and there's obviously shake that you just too painful. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Bob Hawkins and the team. Worked very, very hard. To try and get back in the sixes again. Yeah, I know, you're a bit disconsolate, but come on, warm his heart a little bit. Do you know something? I've actually worked out what the problem is, because anybody that posts a picture on Facebook saying they're all loaded and ready to go the week before has a horrible weekend. It's just, I know it's bad luck, I'm only joking, but yeah, any time that happens, it tends to have a bit of an unfortunate outcome, and that's definitely Bob, sadly. I hope it goes better tomorrow. Okay, so we've got Dave Grabham with Freddie Revenge. That's right, yep. And we've got young Mr. Clayton as well with the Firecracker fuel altered again, ready to go.
You can also see Outlaw Anglia in the lanes.
Yeah, also in case you're wondering, the rules of the Cannonball, the way it works, is that if you don't make a run in the session, then you get allocated, I think it is the slowest time. Is that right?
Plus 5 seconds.
Plus 5 seconds. Oh, blimey. You don't want to miss a run then.
I was just having a look and monitor. I can't see Tony Betts in the lanes.
No, I don't think he's there, unfortunately. That's what I said. When he ran earlier on today, there was still that piston smoke through the finish line, and John didn't look particularly chuffed about that, because they thought they were going to solve it, or thought they had solved it. Still a really good run. Still Tony's best run in a couple of years.
So a good run here from young Mr. Grabham.
And he'll be right up there.
Yeah, he will.
Well, the thing is, though, he was in the final a couple of years back. Do you remember?
Yes.
He was. He's good at this.
It's such a shame we're missing Andy Raw this weekend, because yeah, that is that's puffing.
Yeah, I was just going to say, high revving burnouts from fuel engines. Yeah, unfortunately, I think something's gone pop in there for Adam Clayton. Unfortunately, yeah, he shut it down. Yeah, with fuel engines, you can't over-rev them on the burnout, and I'm sure Adam didn't mean to do that at all. It was a storming burnout. It was really, really good. unfortunately, it's probably just that little bit too good. And it's a great shame for them because they've worked their backsides off to get this car ready for the weekend.
You know what I was trying to allude to, you know, Andy Raw, obviously the Nitro Bug is perfect for this event, but he had already stated that he can't be here this weekend. A real shame because he'll be running in 2 weeks' time at Bug Jam, obviously because of the Cool Flow sponsorship and what he needs to do. So he didn't obviously want to risk the car this weekend. I
was going to say he could have had a full house if he turned up for this. You know, he's unbeaten this year.
Yeah. So Adam's jumped out the car and he's the other side of the walls, allows Dave Grabham to do a run. He ran at 7.24 on his first pass today. What's he got for us with his second one?
Well, Dave's never run quicker than he did earlier today. That might be even better.
Yes.
7.15 into the 7.1s. 189 miles an hour for Dave Grabham. His quickest run ever.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
That's why he sticks around for a long time in the whole Dragstalgia scheme of things.
Well, you could have... Well, we've got to see how this all pans out and how they get on tomorrow. But it could be Dave Grabham and...
One more run to go.
Apache in the final. Who knows?
Yep, it's one more run to go. Because obviously Tony Betts didn't make the call for that one. So he gets, like you said, the slowest time plus 5 seconds, which effectively, when everything in drag racing is governed by, you know, hundredths, that kind of just rules you out.
It does, yeah. I need to double check on that, but I'm pretty sure.
I know it's the slowest time at least. It's just what the added time might be as well. We got Nostalgia Pro Stock bike, or the old school stock is lined up next. See where we are. So well done to the Freddy's Revenge team. Well done to Dave Grabham. Storming run. Come on, Robbie. You can't let your old man get that close to your time. Come on.
Okay, just double checking then. Speed and consistency is the key. Every run counts. In qualifying, no shows will be allocated with the times from the slowest run in that session.
Okay,
so it's not
added
plus
5,
it's just the slowest run of the session.
However, the slowest run of the session was probably still about a 9 or a 10. So that in itself kind of adds a good 4 or 5 seconds to what what they would have run.
Unfortunately, we didn't see Robin Reed.
No, we didn't see Robin. We didn't see Tony. I know Rob Elson's up there. We haven't seen Rob yet, unfortunately. So yeah, there was a few in that session we didn't get to see.
No. All right, Two Wheel Brigade, all tucked round the corner.
Yeah, Nostalgia Pro Stock bike.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh. So we're all ready to go. We're just waiting for the bikes to fire, and literally as I said that, the first one starts up. Obviously, we do need to allow Adam Clayton to get in the car, and that car will just be towed around as well.
Well, the one good thing is he's certainly not scared of it.
No, that is definitely not. All right, this is your quickest bike in the class at the moment. Kev Melling with the Stinger. The Kawasaki machine went 8.57. He is in the Auto Glim lane going alongside Dean Stevens.
Who went quicker yesterday, actually, didn't he?
He
I
did.
think he went 8.99 testing yesterday. Both these bike cars, full bikes, built by Jerry Collier at Pro Joint Fabrications. They're both 8.2s, of which Jerry is pretty much a master, to be honest.
And of course, you've got Nipper over there filming the bike. This is his lad.
Well, Kevin Melling's long gone, but Dean's running him down. 8.47. Just improves his #1 qualifying time. Dean Stevens, though, with that run, goes to #3.
Yeah, 9.02. He dipped his toes into the 8s, if you remember. Yesterday went in the 8.9s, but 9.02. Nice
Still a strong
run from him, yeah.
So Nick Pepper with his old school stocker, number 9 qualifier at the moment, at 10.38. Out against Richard Peachy, who went 9.70. Yeah, on a good day, a lot of these bikes would be deep into the 8s. And they do really look like the road bikes of the day, just with a small slick on the back and wheelie bars, don't they?
Richard Peachy just lost fire on the launch there. Nick Pepper still going through the gears, goes 10.06 on 137, moves up by 1 spot there from 9 to 8. Claire Rule and Lee Gilmore. Claire number 2, 8.68, has just seen the number 1 spot just be moved that little bit further away. So Claire's going to have to try just that a little bit harder. Lee Gilmore, number 6 at the moment, 9.88. A couple of tenths quicker and we'll start to move up the qualified order. Almost simultaneous there, Lee managed to get the bike refired though.
Well, Claire's gone. 8.65, about what she ran earlier on today. Just very quickly, Jerry, thank you very much for the notes. I'm really sorry I missed it, mate. That is a new potential world record for Kev Melling on,
really?
On an H2. Wow. And all he needs to do now is back it up. He did actually have the backup. No, he's got the backup for it, actually, because he went 8.51 earlier, didn't he?
Yeah.
So the 47, Jerry, if that's actually the quickest run, it'll be backed up by the 8.51, which he ran earlier on today.
Job done.
If it's a 1% backup, that is obviously. Rod Spy and Chris.
Well, it's such a shame that Chris actually rolled the lights and then was on a slow 60 foot. 9.81 plays a 10.88, but that would have been quicker for Chris. But Rod Spy moves up from number 10 to number 6 with that one. Right, Andy Lambert with Comfortably Numb, the 72 Kawasaki Z900. Time Blight on the Suzuki GSX 1100. So Andy currently number 4, spot 9.53. Time currently number 8, 9.95. Both of them away well. Time looks like closing down Andy here. And a very good race actually, 9.10 to a 9.16. No movement for Andy, but Time Blight moves up from number 8 to number 5.
Thank you very much indeed, Colin. We have NSA round 2.
Cheers, Darryl. So back on 2 wheels and 2 double engine bikes. Jeff Bine had problems earlier, so unable to make the run. As he said, a fuel union that had been in use since the early 70s suddenly decided it didn't want to play again. but thankfully he got that sorted, so looking forward to his first run of the weekend. Alongside him in the Kestrel lane, Ray Law, another long-time drag racer. Both ran in the 8-second bracket. Jeff, the quickest double in the 1970s. And you can hear the power in those engines of Jeff Bynes, 1640 cc's, and that's the first run he's actually made in something like 2 years. So a 12-second run, not bad at all for Jeff. Doesn't actually ride on the road, so the only machine he actually rides is that one here at Sanderpole once a year. Looks like it's the Clee and Hobbs show again. Dave Clee in the Kestrel lane. Shotgun, 800cc Triumph-based machine, up against the recreation of the original 500cc Olympus of John Hobbs. These two best of friends, except when they get out on the track. Out first as usual. And a cracking run there from John Hobbs. 10.139 seconds. He said to me he wasn't going to be going too mad this weekend. Well, that's still one of the quickest runs that bike's ever made. Graham Sykes now, second time out on the Black Cat Triumph.
Quick call out for Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please. Nostalgia Superstock into the lanes.
And Graham Sykes certainly getting to grips with that machine. And a good run there from Graham. Martin Wilmot had problems earlier on, burning out for a long time because he had a brand new slick on the back. Unfortunately, it only burnt out on about half of it, so got a bit screwed up off the line. He's really looking for a good 9-second run. Got a good chance of being the quickest of the NSA runners. Just needs to get the launch just right. And again, really working that rear tyre. As you can see, jacks the bike up on the trolley afterwards to keep the slick nice and clean. In the old days, very often you ran on airfield circuits. A lot of gravel on the track, so it's very easy for that sticky tyre to pick up a lot of rubbish. And with only a 4-inch tyre, you really don't get a lot of traction. Alongside him on the blown BSA, Tim Howell. Can Martin just get this launch right? This is a low 9-second machine. Very unusual on that one. Martin fouled out. Loading the engine up, but just not edging in the stage correctly, so he'll be kicking himself on that one. Yet to get a decent run on the board. Meanwhile, another couple of double-engine bikes. Certainly this is the only chance this year to see so many of these machines out on track. They ruled a lot of the races in the 1970s, but a rare sight now unless you're at Dragstalgia. Colin Fallows in the Kestrel lane. Gary Norman on the double Norton in the Auto Glim lane. And Gary getting the red. Well, he's going to be happy that run, a good 11-second run for Gary Norman, but obviously getting the red light on that one. Colin Fallows having problems with the double Norton. Meanwhile, we're back with the wonderful Angliers. Can't be bad. And it's time to go.
Big thanks to Keith Lee there. I don't know what we do without him on the bike coverage, so the font of knowledge there, really appreciate it. So we are back with Four Wheels and Ginner with the Disturbed Racing entry. 584 cubic inch motor in there. It goes just as quick backwards as it does forwards. Going alongside Adam Cuthbert. Now then, Ginner went 8.55 to take the number 4 spot after Q1. And Adam Cuthbert, number 9, with a 9.66. 25 cars put qualifying runs in the first session of Outlaw Anglia. Well, Ginner pulling away. You go quicker than 8.55. It's a good looking run, actually. It is slightly quicker. 8.52. Adam Cuthbert goes 9.53. A little bit quicker than he went before, but no improvement on the qualified position. So Ginner stays 4. Adam stays 9. Rob Stone with Head Rush and Andy Cunningham with Agent Orange. So Rob Stone ran a 9.24 on his first run. Andy Cunningham capable of getting the car comfortably into the 10-second zone. So Rob goes into pre-stage, which is the top bulb, left-hand side of the tree, waits for Andy to go, and there he is. So they're both in pre-stage, so they just need to go a few further inches forward. Now they're both in stage, the tree runs, off they go. Rob Stone finds a little improvement there, goes 9.19. Andy Cunningham goes 11.77. Al O'Connor with Al's Gasser. So good to see Al and the car here. Pulled a cracking light in his first qualifier. Going alongside Ronnie Mercer. Took a few runs to get the car sorted, but now that last run of 8.88, job done. Now we can start chipping away at it, fair to say. But that's a cracking run, that 8.88, after all the little gremlins that have found their way into the transmission. There's the nitrous purge, to show he's going for it. Don't be surprised though if the gasser moves first. I'll call it razor sharp, even after all these years.
I think it's especially after all these years, actually.
Yeah. Oh. 0.6. 8.84, a little bit quicker for Ronnie this time, 10.01. Al O'Connor moves up from 19 to 14. Mark Bracking and Luke Hoskins. Luke in the auto group lane went 9.69 earlier on. Very, very tidy run indeed. Mark Bracking, don't forget his car totally street legal. Does put it in a trailer to bring it here though, because you need somewhere to stay. And
you can't be kipping in that, can you? Sorry.
Get Mark Bracking's car leaning over to the right. 10.35 and a 13.24. They both stay put. Right, your number one qualifier so far is this man, John Webster. 7.70.
Now, John Cannon has gone a good half second quicker than that, and probably a good 20 miles an hour faster, I think, as well. This, bear in mind, this has got a supercharged small block in there. He was going through the traps at 190 miles an hour, wasn't he? Previously. John likes to race all summer. He's got a Pro Mod as well, which will be racing next weekend. He's got this weekend. Are Outlaw Anglia at the Bug Jam? I think so.
I'm not sure.
But anyway, he doesn't have many weekends off at all.
108 to 60, but a tyre shake. Tried to drive through it, car went for a little wander to the right, straightened it up.
Wasn't going to improve, so just let it go to an 850. Still a stout run at 857. Mick Taylor with the Banshee.
He's back. The Anglia-Saxon.
Yeah, but you said it's one night only. That's now twice. That's not funny, but it is.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh dear. Oh, and Rob's turning on the nitrous this time. Maybe that wheelie bar is going to be put to good use.
It is one night only, but it's a repeat.
It's just the same night over and over again.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Oh, we could do this for ages, but I feel I'd have my legs broken if I keep doing this. Well, you would. You're the one that's actually said it. Anyway, Mick Taylor, that car, currently number 2 qualifier in the Gestrel B lane. That is a 7-second car. Very, very strong 7 seconds.
119 to 60 foot. At the 8, 508, 139. Pedal to the metal all the way to a 791, 173.
That almost looks soft off the line, actually.
Well, it's quicker than his 811 earlier on.
He's still number 2, though.
Stunning looking car, this from Martin Payne, the great barbarian, alongside Spencer Tidswell with Power Rage. So Martin Payne, I believe this is his debut with this car this weekend, straight out of the Prison Paint Workshop. Very resplendent in its new livery. And Spencer Tidswell, well, he's had a few cars over the years, and this is his latest ride, the Battle Axe Warrior. So coming up to the line then, let's have a look. Spencer Tidswell currently in the number 13 spot with a 998. Martin Payne number 10 with a 967. Lovely wheels up launch there for Spencer. He wants to go quicker than 998. 919 and all the nines there, 9.999. Martin Payne though, 919. Moves up from number 10 to number 8. Peter Jones and Gary Hill. Peter Jones currently in the number 19 spot. Gary Hill currently in at number 11. So Peter Jones, let's see what number he ran earlier on. 10.96 at 123. Martin Payne 9.19 just gone through. So Gary Hill out in front. Can he go quicker than the 968?
Not quite. Very quick announcement, please. If you are the proud owner of Porsche registration number Y20LX or a Focus that belongs to apparently to Robert Hoskins, according to the pass in it, both of them are parked to the entrance and the exit behind where the barn was, and they're in a bit of a precarious position. The security have asked that you move them, please, because there's been a number of vehicles that couldn't actually get past where you're parked. So there's a Porsche Y20LX and a Focus that apparently, according to the pass in the window, belongs to Robert Hoskins. Could you please get them moved ASAP? Thank you.
Yeah, just a reminder, they do have the ways of moving things if you don't move them, so I suggest you get round there. Phil Jewett, Rob Brindle.
So Rob's obviously licensed now. He's run 10.07. You know where this is going. Hopefully his first 9. Phil Jewett gets off the line though. Nice to do 138. Nice run, 4.
Phil Jewett.
Indeed.
Yeah. That was a big burnout. Smokey's still trying to, from the both of them actually.
I think it was.
Needs to clear. Jed Guy and Ted Booth.
Yeah, Jed is a threat to that number 1 position. He's been way quicker than that number of 7.70 on numerous occasions before. Even when the nitrous doesn't fire, I know he doesn't want me to say that out loud. He's been a lot quicker than that. Up against Ted Booth with the Mighty Mouse. Now the engine in Jed Guy's car, 730 cubic inches. It's a Pro Mod engine. And it was in a Pro Mod before. That's where they got it from. Twin parachutes on the back always gives it away, doesn't it? You know, what's twin? 190 plus, is it?
That's a good point actually, because I know single is at 150. 109 to 60.
Oh, he's going to hang on to it. That'll be a flyer, a low 7. 7:15. 189 miles an hour. No shoots in the shutdown area. Now we actually mentioned that. Hope he's going to stop okay. 9:43. Great run for Ted Booth at 1:42. I think he's okay. Oh, yeah. Still with lots of tyre shake off the start line for Jed Guy, but that could be his quickest run ever. I think 7:15, 189. Number 1 qualifier. Ah, well, it's smoking on the start line this time. Yeah.
Breathing very, very heavily. Oh, why do they do that?
Was that you again?
Oh, is it? Okay.
So Ben Kennedy with Relentless. In the Auto Glim lane against Bob Nixon. I thought that.
No, it wasn't mine. No, it wasn't. Oh.
Well done to the Guy team, congratulations. Number 1 qualifier so far with a 7-1. Well, Ben Kennedy with a nice wheels up launch.
Whoa.
Whoa. Rob doing what outlaw anglers kind of do a lot.
Well held, sir.
Yeah, very much so. That was looking very wobbly. 10.51 at 125 for Ben Kennedy. Into a cloud of smoke again.
As always.
Well, they look rather happy about that. Well done to the whole team after what is probably been a monumental slog, I think, for the last couple of weeks. Yeah, just checking Rob Nixon's lane to make sure that the waywardness was not due to liquid. A couple more to go, including Ben Rushforth. Could we have custom car invitational into the lanes, please? Custom car invitational. So Dougie from Scotland in the slug. Well, it doesn't go like a slug. That's Dougie McClure with the pop in the auto glim lane. Shane Bird with the long shot. Well, Dougie pulls the front wheel up. Shane Bird unfortunately doesn't move at all. 10.97. Doug McClure. Right, I think now he's about to. Yeah, Shane's going to just take a run. Oh, maybe not.
Didn't go very far.
No, he's pulling off to the side, doing the good thing. I think the car might have stalled actually. Now, I don't know whether you remember this car. See if you do.
Well, that one or this one?
The one, the car Ben Rush was driving. Found a member of the Supergas Association way back when, part of the G-Force, driven by Mark Flavel. It was actually the Fatal Attraction pot. Do you remember? It was pink. It was pink. You may have seen it. Anyway, I think that was the colours it still was when Ben and his family actually bought it. And what a job they've done with it. It's just immaculate, isn't it? It really, really is. The sign writing, everything about it sits so perfectly right with the supercharged engine in there. And Ben running PB after PB. What did he run earlier? Was that his number 852? It's hard to tell.
Okay, yeah, 876 he ran earlier.
Okay. 877, almost to the number. 157 miles an hour. With one wheelie bar mark off the start line. That's taken a lot of work to get that to that point, but certainly worth it.
Yeah. Right, Nostalgia Superstock, their last qualifiers. After this, they're racing.
5 o'clock, a few hours to go. Set yourself in for the evening.
Well, as I confidently stated, I don't think the number one spot will change hands. Guy King has that one. First up then, Andy Robinson, Gary Semper. Andy, listen, the order is going to swap around a fair bit here. Andy Robinson currently number 20, Gary Semper currently number 34. The dial-ins, 10.15 for Andy. Gary looking for 13.30. Breakout by 0.02 of a second. Gary Semper goes 13.61 on the 13.30, stays at number 34.
Yeah, so this will set the field. What Colin's talking about is basically what we do. They qualify by elapsed time, who's closest to their predicted time, 1 through to 45, I think it is, something like that.
Yeah.
And then we pair them up. If you think tennis tournament or tournament-style eliminations, where you go from 64, 32 to 16, and that's what we're going to have a little bit later on, the first round of Nostalgia Superstock.
These two are both contenders, that's for sure. Vic Parsons and Jack Bishop, 10.18 and 9.84. So Jack's currently number 10, Vic currently number 12.
97 for Jack, 10.75, no improvement. Surprised to see Vic Parsons not move up a bit, or actually be close to his dial, to be honest. Or closer to his dial. Pete Wiseman with the damage case. Against the Fallen Angel and Pete Christmas, the Demon, taking on the Challenger.
11.54 against a 9.80.
Not 10.88 for Pete Wiseman, a second off. 11.50 for Pete Christmas. Excuse me. Breaks out by 0.04 of a second. That's got to be the most unfortunate T-shirt.
Right, sorry, we just had someone to come and see us, and we are so pleased that this person has. Stuart Arthur and John Davison. John Davison lifts the front wheels up. 0.4 reaction time. He's looking for a 10.56. Stuart Arthur looking for a 14.99. John gets a 42, breaks out fairly well. And a 15.62 there for Stuart Arthur, so no help for either. All right, next up then, Simon Rickwood with Bossa Nova. He's your number 33 qualifier. 9.71 is the dial-in alongside Andrew Bosselworth. He's number 5 man, the 10.37. Well, both of them wide away, club off the line. 0.2 for Simon, 0.6 for Andrew. 9.73, that's a move on up. 33 to 9 for Simon Rickwood. Andrew stays in the number 5 spot, went to 45 on a 37. Lee Childs with Child's Play alongside Dan Williams.
Well, obviously, I was going to say it's during a very busy class.
It is very busy. We can't let this one go.
No, definitely not. We're very happy to say we've got a perfectly fit and healthy looking Mr. Andy Stones up here in the tower. Just give you 2 seconds. There we go. We might be able to hear. Just give us 2 seconds. We'll have to try and slot you in. I'm really sorry. Nostalgia Superstock is one of those great classes that just keeps going all the time.
And they don't hang about. They come round quickly.
No, exactly. One pair's burning out as one goes down the racetrack.
Lee Childs and Dan Williams play number 7 and number 6 respectively. 9.93 is the dial for Lee, 10.42 is the dial in for Dan.
$9.92 and a 7 for Lee. Dan Williams, number 2, 10.42 with a 1. Unbelievable. Very quickly, Andy Stones, really unfortunate incident early, but I know you just want to say thanks to a few people.
Thanks to the crew. Thanks to the crew. Thank you very much if they can hear me. I don't know if they can.
They probably can't, but they can watch it back, so they know you're going to say thank you. It's all right.
Thank you for the ambulance service and everybody for looking after me.
No problem. Well, you scared the living poo out of us, and I think you scared the, probably yourself as well.
Yes.
But most importantly, you're in one piece and you're okay?
Yeah, lovely. All right.
Stuff, mate.
Thank you
very, very much. No problem.
But you hid well.
I mean, yeah.
It's me. If you're going to go somewhere and not let anybody see it,
the dodgiest game of hide and seek ever. James Oliver, 9.29. Paul Smale, 13 flat.
I'm assuming you'll be hanging around the pits tonight anyway. We'll definitely catch up with you later on.
Thank you very much for coming up, Andy. That's Andy Stones, who had the unfortunate incident earlier. Just wanted to come up and say thanks to the crew, thanks to the ambulance service and everybody out there as well.
All right.
No problem. And probably sorry to your wife as well. Yeah, possibly that too, eh? No problem, thank you.
Lovely. See you later on. Rob Terrell and Spencer Tram. God, it's all shuffling about here in Nostalgia Superstock. Dan Williams has just moved up to number 2. Rob Terrell, number 28. Spencer Tram, number 20. This is only the third runs. Robster goes 10.25. Nice one for him. Spencer. Oh, look at that. Rob moves up to 8. Spencer moves up to 9. They're bunching up.
There's a lot of shuffling around going on in this session, as you would expect from the exemplary bunch that are Nostalgia Superstock. So, Bev Terrell, Nick Williams. Where's Nick at Miami? Nick's number 18. Nick.
He's only 300. He's only 300s off.
You're joking.
No. Oh, 400s.
400s. Yeah, well, still, I mean...
Yeah, but look at this.
I know, it's just mental. That's until this run, obviously. He dials a 10.47 with the Camaro in the Auto Glim lane. For Bev, she dials 13.99 in the Kestrel side of the racetrack. Oh, 10.44, too quick for Nick. Bev goes 14.10, actually moves up 10 spots. Yeah, don't count them out, actually, on race day, though.
Yeah.
The only thing is, I do wonder if they secretly want to go out early tonight so they can party much later tonight. What do you reckon? I think that's a no, isn't it? Well, there's always a bit of that going on, isn't there?
But then don't forget they got their first round elimination, so they can't rest yet.
Oh, not yet, but I mean later on anyway. Jake Cawthorne, Chris Goodale. Oh, Goodale.
See, that was a good reaction time. 0.4. Chris. Currently in the number 14 spot on a 10.44. Dials a 43. Gets a 51. Stays 14. Jake stays. Oh, he breaks out by less than 100th as well. Jake is one to watch, to be fair.
He's going to be killer.
He's a good racer, that lad. As is this one. This is. Burnout goes through. Big burnout, actually. Dave Billadou, the Yorkshire Heavy, the Challenger, 9.98. Won last time out at VW Breakout, alongside Ty Stravitt with the Dart. Ty dialing into 12.41. Dave, 9.98. They are 20 and 21 at the moment.
Oh, flat.
All the zeros, I mean. 21 to 8 there for Dave Billadou. Tie breaks out by 400ths of a second.
You know a class is really good and they run through really quick when you don't even have time to explain who it is, what their dial-in is, what their ET was, where they were. On to the next pair. There we go. So Jim Smith, Richard Granger with that. Oh, these are both show quality, aren't they? In fact, they're almost as they came off the showroom floor, I should think, apart from the Hoosies on the back.
So Richard's currently number 11, Jim currently number 31.
Oh, too quick. Jim Smith says 31 with 11.68 and a 55. Breakout for Richard Granger by a couple of hundreds.
.10.72 plays a 10.40 here for Alan Medley and Ash Rawson. Alan currently number 29, Ash currently number 42. Alan Medley 0.005 off the line. Ash Rawson a 0.2. Very, very good reaction.
How do you leave with a 0-2 and you're second?
Yeah. Look at the numbers. Ash, though, moves up from 42 to 13 with that one. Alan moves up from 29 to 25. Just 0.03 of a second off, but moves up to 13. Nicely done, sir. Right, your number 1 qualifier, Guy King. Taking on number 31, Adrian Portelli. The King looking for a 10.04. Adrian looking for a 10.70. So the King will get there first. Oh, 10.07.
He's going to be killer. Adrian Portelli, though, stage 31 with a 10.72.
No, he moved up to 13 then.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I do apologise.
Yeah, ended up number 13. Good move.
Sorry, I saw the right numbers the wrong way round.
Glyn Bourbon with old Scalaballs. Going alongside Kiwi with the Duster.
Yeah.
Glyn looking for 11.89. Kiwi 9.80.
Kiwi's number 15 at the moment. He's a lot better than that. Well, however, doesn't improve at all. Glyn Boardman goes up to 22, though, with a 94 on an 89. 500ths off position number 22. All you need to know, I think.
Chris Layram with the Falcon, going alongside Nick Martin with the Duster. 14.80 for Nick, 12.80 for Chris. They are 38 and 39 in their qualifying positions at the moment. Could change.
Two pretty good lights as well. Yeah, they're much better than both of those numbers, actually. 12.94, that might help, Chris. Yeah, it does up to 34. Nick Martin moves up 1 spot with a 14.97.
Jim Chandler and Ian Johnson.
Ian finally gives in to peer pressure and dials a 9.99.
They both do, actually.
Oh, have
for
they?
this one.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we miss you, Claire, but it's good to see Ian having some fun with the old Thunder. Off the line for Jim, very nicely done indeed. 10.02, moves up 1 spot. No movement from Ian, stays 29.
So I did make this announcement earlier very quickly again. If you are a proud owner of Porsche Y20LX, and right next to it is a Ford Focus belonging to Robert Hoskins, according to the pass in the window. Both are actually, the Porsche has got a racers camping one in there. They need moving ASAP, please, by this. Well, security have asked us to move them, or you to move them, before they do, basically. Thank you.
Jerry Raymond with big time, the Plymouth. For 11.85, Dave Simcock with the Challenger.
That should be called huge time, not big time.
No movement at all, 12.31 or 11.85 and 11.74 and 11 flat. So they stay where they were. Jerry stays 31, Dave stays 42. Right, number 1 qualifier after Q1 has slipped back to number 6. This is Gary Carr. Duncan Watts, he's number 32. Duncan Watts in 11. Gary Carr, oh, he's just in the dial-in by 100th, 8.91.
Do you know, I'm probably going to be wrong, but is this the first time Duncan Watts has actually entered Nostalgia Superstar? Because he's got quite a lot of really cool cars, but he normally only runs what you've run.
I'm sure he's run this car before.
98 for Gary Carr and 11.47 for Duncan Watts. No improvement for either, but to be fair, Gary Carr had a lot of work to do to improve his time.
He did. Right, the Superbird of Don Scott dialing in 966, and Gary Cork looking for a 1240.
So where's Don's huge improvement to come from? Is it just all the new parts working well?
I don't know.
Less breakfast, maybe? Who knows?
No, there's nothing off the guy, so.
Don't think that'll be a 966 because it just coughed and spluttered slightly on the start line. He'll prove me wrong though. 976, there we go. 10th of a second off, actually moves out to 30. Gary Cork though goes all the way up to the number 8 spot with a 1241 with a 6 on a 12.40. That is Nostalgia Superstock qualifying done. You are correct, Colin. There is no change in the order.
Right. Okay, just a couple of messages to read out.
A couple? I
Yeah.
can't even see your phone screen. There's so many.
Right, Ron Bartlett. He says, "Hi, Cole. Well, I won't say use actually the word, but I'm not very good with all that text pod thingy. My crew, Simon and Holly, are there in the stands. If you could please say a big thank you for the other weekend. And good luck to Paul Dale for the next round. Sorry to be a pain. Cheers, Ron. Ron, that is absolutely no pain whatsoever, mate. We're still loving what you did the other week. John Nelson is here. Just to let you know, we are here watching today. That's obviously Dave Nelson's family. The great, this is the one, this is absolutely lovely. Colin Miller has been in touch. He goes, "Hi Cole, Dina has messaged me to ask if I could message you as she doesn't have you on Facebook. She is absolutely overwhelmed by what has been said and done today and is humbled and honoured, and it feels it was such a great way to honour her husband Jerry and remember him in this way. Thank you." I can only echo that. Been absolutely fantastic. So
yeah, very much so.
Colin, if you can pass on our thanks to Dina. Dina, you may still be tuned in. As I say, we do miss Jerry. But the car is here, and obviously the model collection is being spread around the Willis Wars. It's just so right. It's absolutely so right.
Such a lovely thing to do. Very lovely thing to do.
Yeah.
All right. As a guess, I would say we're on about a half an hour break, Mr. Marshall. Is that about right? It sounds about right indeed. So we're on a half an hour sort of tea-stroke dinner break or whatever you want to do. The reason that you see the bins out on the start line is not because we're throwing our start line crew away. It's if they haven't worked enough, you're about to see how hard they work constantly as well. They normally do this at the end of the day, but on the racetrack out there, the rubber actually builds up over a period of time, and it gets to a point where it starts moving around underneath the tyres if there's too much rubber on the start line. And what they're going to do is they're going to scrape a section of it off, which seems a little counterintuitive, but it's very much a safety thing, because otherwise it does start getting a bit slippy and slidey and a little bit horrible. So around about half an hour, folks, we will be back with you. We've got Custom Car Invitational in the lanes. We've got Supercharged Outlaws to go. We've got, obviously, the Cracklefest. We've got Fire Burnouts. We've got loads of other stuff to come. So grab yourself a cup of coffee, whatever you fancy doing. Maybe use some dinner. Slightly earlier for dinner, but it depends what you like. I normally eat dinner at this time every day, thanks to kids. Yeah, enjoy yourselves. Have a wander around, and we'll see you in around about half an hour's time. just being mean. Of course we watch it. We haven't got any choice. Now we've got no breeze as well again, so it'd be interesting to see where the smoke goes. No flags. I think the flags are slightly fluttering down the track, aren't they?
Yeah, very slight.
So the body in place, the transit is on the way out. Well, on the way out of the way. On the way out of the way anyway. So I'll keep this end on, you do that bit. So winding up the thrust, hence the extra noise. There's a lot of wincing going on that balcony. A lot of wincing. So Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3. Make sure you give Richie a wave, and Martin will disappear into the distance at a rate of knots. Wishes Martin well, says, off you go, sir. Give him a wave. .595, 236 miles an hour from Mr. Martin Hill as he cruises through the shutdown area with the shootout. Did you all enjoy that? I think you probably did, didn't you? We just got a couple of moments while we just reset everything, and wow, we've got all our screens.
I know, but we started to lose a bit one of our ceiling tiles. Right, caught me out a little bit, to be fair. I was in the pairing lanes, just catching up with people, and all of a sudden the engine started. Oh, I've got to get up to the tower. But here we are, Custom Car Invitational. First pair taking part in this session, Stuart Flitton, going alongside his good buddy. Seeing what they got for us, actually, Scott Collin. 1074 and 1102. Both of them being quicker, fair to say. Paul Hammond with the 32 Roadster. 415 cubic inch small block. This weekend so far, a best of 1072 and 125. And it was just so cool. In actual fact, he ran a 10 on his debut when he brought the car out a couple of years ago. I caught up with these guys earlier. That car, unbelievably, is all steel. And of course it is street legal. And we did see a lot of smoke billowing from the engine bay of this car yesterday, and it turned out to be a breather that come dislodged. So all fixed and good. .11:35, 120 miles an hour, and 14:20.87. The great thing with Custom Car Invitational, it's cars that, how can we put this, are certainly good enough to go on the quarter mile, but haven't really got a class to run in. So they are fortunate enough to be part of the Custom Car Invitational. Plays a 1340. So real good mix of vehicles, as I say. Right, this one is the Can-Do little Toyota, driven by Mark Huxley at national events. But this weekend, as a birthday present, it's Brian Huxley driving the car and having an absolute blast doing so. Comfortably in the mid to low 10s now. Great launch, really got it sorted. Going alongside, I mean, the Tri-Chevy is just beautiful. Well, it looks like side-by-side 10s here. Or maybe the Chevy could dip into the 9s. Oh, it has a 9.72, but Brian Huxley, he's getting quicker and even more comfortable in the car now. 10.25 at 129 miles an hour. Right, I'm not quite sure who's driving the pop in the Kestrel beer lane. But certainly know the man in the Autoglym lane. Dave Caruso with the monstrous 582 cubic inch heavy Chevy. I mean, that's not far off 9.5 litres in there. Engine built by ICE Automotive. Oh, Pops just rolled through stage. So the heavy Chevy on a mission to try and get into the 8s. Best of 9.27 today. Has been in the 9.1s.
Sorry about that. I was going back to 4.3.
Well, that caught me out as well.
Yeah. Still a lot of tyre spin off the start line, 144 to 60 foot. Still a great run.
Not as much as before, though. It has hooked up better.
926 at 147, knocking on the door.
I did have a quick look in the pairing lanes, having a wander around, chatting to a few people. I had a look at that beautiful, I don't know if it's a prefect or a console, you know, the blue one.
Yes.
And read it. And this is just a reminder for everybody that bid in the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame auction. If the winning bidders could collect their items, I'm assuming most, well, pretty much all of them have by now, because they wanted to close up shop and enjoy the rest of the day out here. So they were waiting for a couple of winning bidders. Hopefully they've been round now and collected their winning lots. Now then, this is where it starts to get really, really interesting. We're just about to get the ladder for Nostalgia Superstock because they're going into round one eliminations. We've still got a little bit more qualifying for our classes, and then of course we get ready for the evening stuff, which is the Cracklefest, fire burnouts, and generally just having a good time hanging out at Sanapod Raceway at Dragstalgia 10.
You got it.
So this is Stuart Flitton taking on his good buddy
It is
So
actually.
they've been having, apart from one run, I think these two have lined up pretty much every time together.
It's a 100E grudge race.
Yeah, Scott Collin and Stuart Flitton. Stuart's is the fractionally quicker car. I'm sure he likes reminding Scott of that. Now there is a 100E challenge. Takes place at more sort of lifestyle events. But good to see them here, having some fun. So just waiting for track to clear. Okay, so coming forward. This is Custom Car Invitational.
Yeah, 10 to 6 on a Saturday afternoon or Saturday early evening. No place you'd rather be than at Dragstalgia in the summer.
Oh, Scott Collin got the reaction time advantage by nearly 2/10. Looks like he's backed out of it. Right. Yeah, 11.77. That's not near where he's been before. Right, we're looking for a low 10 here. Went 11.19 on the last pass. Car was capable of getting comfortably in the mid-10s, can aim towards the low 10s, but it just hasn't been doing what it's been told to. Ah, that's a much better launch. 139 to 60 foot. Seems to be. Ah, he's back in the 10s. That's more like it. It's just seems to be starved of fuel, maybe just a little bit on that run there, but they're working on it. Ah, Paul Houston. I don't know if you had a chance to go and have a look inside this car.
Did. I see what you mean.
It's insane, isn't it?
Well, the thing is, I had a quick chat with Paul this morning on the way down. His boys were helping him out getting the car ready this morning. He's very grateful for the chance to run in the Dragstalgia Invitation. Oh, sorry. The Custom Car Invitation. We're originally only down to run Friday, but managed to get in for the whole weekend. He said he's having trouble getting the car up on the boost off the start line. He said when it's 60 foots like it normally does, that's a lot more like it.
Yeah, it takes about 5 seconds to come on boost from what you were saying.
Oh, that's more like it. 870, 166 miles an hour.
And Mark Todd smiling. Well done.
Well, I'm Mark.
Ah, he's fist pumping as well then. Yeah, very happy.
Yeah, Paul was saying to me that was his dad's car. He said that's quite a well-known car in Scotland, so he didn't want to change anything. He was really umming and ahhing whether to change the wheels as well, because it was all original as it was before. But I think he got the vote from the kids and everyone else that it looks really, really cool.
That's true, actually.
Pester power.
Yeah.
Pester power works.
Paul Hammond. I've lost the sheet of Custom Car Invitational runners. Typical. Ah, here we go.
And a 23. So these two have been a bit match racing today. Dave Mahoney with the Outlaw Street Camaro and Pete Grange with the 1967 Cougar.
I mean, talk about close last time out. 906 and 908. Cracking race.
Yeah,
was.
Pete's reaction time advantage made, well, a bigger difference at the finish line. He was the one that was slightly quicker. The Cougar you see in the Kestrel B lane is for sale. It comes with a big block Ford and 8-second performance. He's also got wheelie bars for it, but he never puts them on, which I don't normally mention. However, I'm probably just about to really regret that I have. Never mind. Anyway, good luck, Pete. I hope this is another 8 seconds. There you go, Pete. Trees him again by over a tenth of a second. Pete's a car length in front. He's still out in front. That's another great race.
That's a whole shot win.
That is indeed. 9.10, 147 beats a 901. Look at the win margin as well. 0.3 at the finish line. Excellent stuff. Well done, John. Well done, Pete. He's not going to want to sell it now.
Yeah.
He's back to enjoying racing it.
Dave Mahoney, oh so close to getting back in the 8s again as well. Well, I'm not quite sure how you get an invite to get into the Custom Car Invitational, but...
You have to plead.
But I'll tell you what, it's been a very, very broad and cool and fantastic selection of cars.
I think that's the idea. I think that's what goes into the thought process, isn't it?
So Brian Huxley in the little Toyota built by that man out front. That's Mark, his lad. Of course, next weekend, all 3 of the Huxes will be racing.
Is that right?
Yeah, Brian.
What's the point in
Lee.
going anyway?
I don't know if many are. I know next weekend, some of the VW gang are not even going home. They're staying on site.
We might as well.
And helping set up for Bug Jam.
Again, why not?
I haven't had a lad like that before.
That's going to stump you, isn't it, really?
Yeah, thanks.
I think you probably have one like that.
I've just seen the first pairing.
Go on.
Number 1 takes on number 22, which is Guy King taking on Nick Williams.
Cracking.
Oh, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
Oh, so it's a Sportsman 64 car, lad. Yeah, of course it would be. No, are you writing them? You're writing them all out, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But whoever wins that gets a buy into the second round. So that's the only good thing about that one.
So a Camaro against the Hot Rod. 934, 100 big speed as well, 149 miles an hour to Kestrel beer lane. And the rod goes through with a 1405 at 96. Yeah, definitely right about the well chosen part. It's a great mix of cars. It's good to see Custom Car Magazine still involved with all this.
Ah, yeah.
And also still going as well. Print media is one of those things that's kind of, you know, has gone away over the years. We're very glad they haven't. 1232 and a 1371. So Danny Wilson. Taking on our favourite little 100E. That is a 100E, isn't it? That van. Now I've said that out loud. With the big block Ford in there. See if he purges the nitrous. He's run into the 9s a couple of times already. So we've got a couple more cars for the Invitational. And then it's Supercharged Outlaws. Well, that would have been a lot better race if Danny Wilson hadn't spun the tyres off the start line. It will be the van taking the stripe. Still goes 10.05, 136 miles an hour to an 11.21 for Danny Wilson. Yep, so this last side-by-side for the Custom Car Invitational. Dave Gibbons with the Custom Car logo on the front of Kestrel Beer, in the Kestrel Beer Lane. I'm pretty sure as well that Dave has been the subject of many of Custom Car features and pull-outs and centres as well with the car, obviously not him. Taking on Phil, no offence, Dave, but you know what I mean. Anyway, taking on Phil Topping. Could we have Outlaw Anglia into the lanes, please? Outlaw Anglia into the lanes, please. Now, Dave he's actually the quickest of all the Invitational cars with an 8.44. Like you said, Cole, only a 1/10 of a second off his personal best with the Altered. And that's with all the new stuff on there. New headers, I think the new heads as well. Definitely new injector system too. Dave also has recently written a book which seems to be doing rather well. So, I would explain, but it's too late now. Well, Dave taking the long way round, get it off the centre line, good man, he just tweaked the block. 8.44 again at 1.53, and a very nice 8.82 at 1.52.
We actually know Tony Morris has been pretty much tuned in all the way through Dragstalgia over in Florida. So a very good afternoon to you, Tony.
That was the last time I bumped into Tony. I think it was a couple of years ago, this event, actually. So, Supercharged Outlaws, Dave McCallan. Hope it all goes right this time for Dave. Taking on Mr. PB Man from yesterday, Priddle. I see some nasty looking people in dresses again. It's not good.
Oh dear.
You know, you just want to scrub your eyes, didn't you? You know what I mean? Anyway, so Paul Dale with the acute angle with Supercharged small block on board. Dave McCallan with the White Trash C10 pickup. Dave was down into the 8s pretty much all the time. A few weeks ago, a VW breakout. It was his first 8-second run, and he did loads of them. A few engine upgrades and a lot of weight saving gone on. Yeah, Dave McCallan's truck is still dripping stuff. Something coming out the back. I don't know whether that's still rainwater, but here Marshall says bring it forwards. Well, Paul Dale goes through with a 957 at 152. We're just going to wait for him to clear the top end before we send Dave McCallan on his way. There we go. Yep, Paul Dale's all the way down the end of the shutdown area. He's miles out of the way. So Dave McCallan looking for an 8-second run. 9:09 at 146. Okay, up next, in Good Vibration Supercharged Outlaws will be Andy Park, the man who wins the Lost Distance Award for this weekend. That's normally won by, well, a few people actually, potentially. Kirsten from the Netherlands. Kirsten, we wish you were here, obviously. I'm sure you do too. But Andy, yeah, all the way down from Scotland in the Auto Glim Lane, taking on the El Loco Coupe of Keith Freeman. These two, both high 9-second supercharged race cars. Yeah, there is actually a blower in that little Ford Model Y. Any particular reason for the shoes in the background? No, not me.
Oh, that's bizarre. Oh, going into secondary burnout there for Keith Freeman, but Andy Parker's gone.
He's had real trouble hooking up this weekend. Like you said, Andy Parker is long gone to a 983 at 134. Next pair coming round. It's the Fadster taking on Mick Checkett.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Still got that wheel wobble going on over the start line on the burnout. So Mick Checkett's put down a couple of real good runs this weekend.
Kieran Astley has given up on the run there. You're supposed to go out and chase him.
He's given up full stop by the look of him. Let's just say Emma's got no competition.
No.
So yeah, Mick Checkett when...
what is Thomas Cook Abbott using?
A bra. as a backup device.
Oh dear, the craziness continues here at Dragstalgia.
Well, hopefully this will be the run that Andy Hadfield has been looking for. They worked all night on the transmission. Hopefully it's all good. Certainly is. One thing he did say was the new supercharger that he got from the US is making a ton of boost, even though they've turned it down. So he's all of a sudden he's got lots more horsepower than previous to deal with. And if he can just engage brain and right foot at the same time with the line lock and the trans brake launch, or the two-step launch I should say, hold on to your hats. Mick Checkett, Andy Fadster. Oh, what a pedal job. Get that man a funny car. That's a great race. Who's going to get there first? It's Andy. 791 at 176 beats a 783 at 170 on a whole shot.
That was outstanding.
That was one seriously good pedal job, that was. He blazed the tyres instantly. Blazed the tyres instantly, back out of it and nailed it, and it hooked up again. Yeah, that's a proper race, that is.
0-1.
Look at the difference in the 60 foots as well, because Mick Checkett had actually gone past him by 60. He was at 60 foot first. 1.17 to 60, but the reaction time advantage off the start line by the big open top car. I was going to say door car. It's not a door car, is it, by any stretch? Anyway, hopefully Andy is a happy boy after that one. Big speed as well, 176 miles an hour. Well done, the team. Congratulations on all the hard work after all that. We were just waiting for Mike Couch with the little Hemi Hunter. Somebody stuck out on the racetrack up there. I can just see at the last turn off. Sorry, Mike. Somebody there, or is it just a collection of people? Well,
put it this way, I certainly can't see anything big up there, so it won't be Twister. So it must be Mick Checkett's car, just stopped shy of the last exit.
Well done to the Twister team. Your driver saved you that time for once. He normally completely wrecks it. That one time he did it bang on, I think. That was really, really good. Well done. Congrats on all the hard work. And well done to Mick Checkett and Emma and the whole well-dressed, literally, team. Or two well-dressed, literally, team. Yep, I think whoever it may be is just going round the corner up the top end. So hopefully we can get Mike Couch on the way again with the little Hemi Hustler. That is just a perfect little car, isn't it?
It is.
It's great.
And I don't know if you get a chance to have a look at it. Again, it's not one of these cars you need to have a go and look at in the pits. The engine, because he wanted it to look a certain way, it's just tipped very slightly forward.
Okay.
Just to get the right aggressive angle on it. I mean, it's minuscule, but it's noticeable.
Yeah, there's a lot of that goes on, though, isn't there?
Yeah.
The really cool thing that Mike does is over the winter, like when he was rebuilding it, he posted shots of him firing it up in his garage and stuff like that, and it's just, you know, I bet the neighbours love it. So Mike stops just over the start line. So earlier on today, he went 9.10. Getting edging oh so close to the 8 with a little Hemi in there. Another real nice run for Mike Couch. Will this be an 8? It's going to be close. 8.85, 141 miles an hour. Sounded like he hit the rev limiter at the top end, actually. Is that his first 8-second run? Could well be. Look very, very happy with that. Well done, Mike. What do you know, Colin?
Yeah, I've got to go and get my car later on.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Really? You sound gutted about it.
No, I don't. Can't wait. It's on.
So the Thunder God, Des Taylor at the wheel. Duncan Beard's supercharged Outlaw altered. Des ran a personal best by a few tenths of a second earlier on today. Coming around against Neil Townsend by the looks of it. Neil Townsend with a beautifully turned out Northern Spirit altered. And a nice burnout for Neil past 60 foot as well. You're not going to stop smiling now, are you?
No.
If there was a reason this event for you needed to be any better, or could be any better, I think you just sussed it, haven't you?
I did.
So 2 alters. One with a big block Chevy, one with a Hemi. Des Taylor at the moment actually has the quickest DT of all of the Outlaws at a 7.58 in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Duncan Beard, all the crew doing a great job, and Des doing a really good job of driving. This car is not easy to hang on to a lot of the time. Des has done a very, very good job of taming it. Neil Townsend earlier on today went 7.83. The crew appeared to be absolutely overjoyed with that. All the way up in Ellesmere Port. I think Neil's one of the original Supercharged Outlaws back years ago when it was the Supercharged Outlaws Flying Circus. That was their name. Okay, so here we go. Northern Spirit and Thunder God. Tyre shake for Des Taylor, but expertly pedalled again. Oh, Neil Townsend's body. Well, 787 at 153, clicked slightly early for Des Taylor. Hopefully, I'm sure Neil Townsend's absolutely A-OK. It's just the body is seemingly just disintegrated around about 1,000 foot. He goes through the stripe at 8:38, 118 miles an hour. Obviously, there's going to be a little bit of clearing up to do. I can only think that, yeah.
Well, I mean, basically, you can just see him going around the corner now. It's
in bits.
You know, it's a tip,
yeah,
flip-up body. The body has literally gone up, and obviously the air pressure has just
evaporated the body. Yeah. So the car itself, and I'm sure the driver themselves will be
absolutely fine.
Commiserations to the Northern Spirit team. That car was beautiful. It's still mostly beautiful. Just the one bit of it looks a little bit more second-hand. So we've got a bit of a clear-up job to do out there. We've still got more Supercharged Outlaws to come. We've got, and I can see Roy Wilding's car waiting over there. Well done to Des and the whole team. Well done to Duncan, Karen, everybody. Having a good day. 2 7-second runs and a new personal best.
Well, I think we need to get our breath back after that one. So I think we'll let Nitro FM 96.2 take over the airwaves whilst we get everything swept up and ready. And we'll come back to you when we continue with our track action here at Dragstalgia 10.
Tyre shake for Des Taylor, but expertly pedalled again. Oh, Neil Townsend's body. Well, 787 at 153, clicked slightly early for Des Taylor. Hopefully, I'm sure. qualifying session number 2. Right, are we running with dial-ins this time? Because Claire did say we were running with dial-ins. However, no, it doesn't appear to be any dials. Oh well.
Obviously doing their own thing this weekend.
So Gary Atkinson with the time lock 34 coupe. Against James Ord.
Gary Atkinson has been in the 9.6s. James has been in the 12.2s. But we don't actually know what their target numbers are. Gary Atkinson as close to going before the tree's even activated as you can.
And the roof hatch pops in perfect style and flaps away through the finish line at 135 miles an hour, is that? Yep, it is 10.08. He did actually roll the lights, hence the elapsed time is probably not quite what they were after.
Yeah.
So Bradley Cooper with the flathead.
Back from the past with a lovely little slingshot. Only 296 cubic inches. Very small motor in there.
Nice.
Very small car.
Colin, breathe in. It's got to go in a bin.
Yeah.
Breathe in. So,
What happened to that one? Going alongside Bobby Wright with the altered. 9.99, he's back in the 9s. Good lad. 11.75 there for Bradley.
Still a very set run.
Yeah. So once again, can we please have the cannonball into the pairing lanes, please? Can we have the cannonball into the pairing lanes? Chris Hartnell and Pete Brown.
I think that's Rob. Well, the helmet looked red. From all right sat anyway, but there we go.
TCA back in the house.
I'm not sure if that's is that Michael Jackson or is that John Travolta or both? Could be both. Yeah, that's actually Rob in there. Maybe they've swapped over for this one. Maybe they're taking turns.
Confusing.
So Chris Hartnell had a pretty rough-looking ride actually earlier on.
Well, I've actually got him down as a contender for wheelie of the weekend because that was
Huge.
he managed to get about 4 wheelies in one run.
Yeah, it's not wheelies in the weekend.
Yeah, true.
And one car I'm really looking forward to seeing actually is Jeff Morris with the Malibu Express. We didn't see Jeff earlier on. Lovely car.
That's much better. So, Crazy Chris should be an 8 of some description. 889, 149 miles an hour.
Well done to the most patriotic person in the place. On the start line, Pete Brown goes 11.55, 122. They've been a lot quicker than that. So that's Pete Brown taking on, oh, it's another Brown and Hartnell matchup, actually. Got Lee Hartnell in one lane. That hasn't actually run today, is it? Or yesterday? Colin?
What?
No, your doorbell.
No, luckily. No, it did go once yesterday, but luckily the engine noise was loud enough and it didn't bleed through. But what was really funny, you know, when it went the other week and it came through so clearly through the PA system,
it did.
Somebody was listening at home, Mikey Dermage, I think it was, he actually got up and went to his front door because he thought it was his.
Well, it's the same ringtone,
Yeah,
whatever it is, isn't it?
Very funny.
Obviously.
Or he went to get up, I'm not quite sure, but that was quite funny, that.
So, Pete Brown with the Rebel in the Kestrel lane. Lee Hartnell with a Metal Mistress, supercharged. Model T. That's a lot better for Lee. What it was to start with. 8.64, 155, that'll work. Pete Brown, Lee Hartnell goes 15.44.
Right, here we go. Natalie's just been in touch with regards to the Brown brothers. They decide who drives which car, who is going in which car first. Then they do swap over as the day progresses. So it's musical chairs between them. Thanks, Natalie. Thanks for the information.
All get the same amount of track time in each car.
Yeah. So Ollie and Kevin, Coupe Top and Tip Top.
That really is an exceptional piece of work, that, isn't it? I like that a lot.
Thanks for the information, Natalie. We got that.
Oh, who's actually driving the Coulsell family Alton if Mark's standing down there watching? Sorry, Dragster, not Alton. No, Mark's over there. He's down there by the car.
If the car is down here, of course.
That's right. 11.31 for Ollie and 10.78.
Right, Steve Heaven and Bob Morgan. Well, we know Russ is tuned in. He's had to wait a little while for Steve's second run of the day.
Probably still celebrating from yesterday's.
Yeah, 8.25. Phenomenal run that was.
Can Bobby Wright's dad meet in the scrutineering? Bobby Wright's dad.
Right, shout out for Bobby Wright's dad. Can you meet them at scrutineering, please? Bobby Wright's dad, can you please meet them at scrutineering? Whether Bobby's got that far and couldn't get any further, but if you can head that way.
So, what's Steve got for us this time round? It's not going to be the number up there, which is a 10.20 for some reason.
Yeah, bizarre. Well, anything quicker than 10.25 is going to be a party. Oh, that's hooked and gone very nicely. 120 to 60 foot.
It's within 100th every single launch, actually. 8.32, 158, another stonking run.
Yeah, consistency.
10.38 for Bob Morgan in the bee sting. Okay. Bit of a shrug from Barry down there. Jim Tanner with the shin digger. And I guess that's Graham Rawlings. That was a lucky guess, wasn't it?
I think it's the only VW powered car in the Wild Bunch.
Pretty sure you are right. So Jim Tanner, I think, has been close to the 8s. Right, car's on a real good run, actually. 9.35 at 1.45 for Jim Tanner. They look very happy with that. 9.85 actually for Graham Rawlings at 1.31. I think that's quicker than he went earlier on today.
Yeah. Both of them getting close to PBs, actually. 9.67 for Graham Rawlings. 9.18 for Jim Tanner. Oh, not far away. Talking to PBs, this guy did set one earlier on, actually. Tim Roy. Went 11.53 at 130 and has got all the capability to go even quicker than that. But this is Boston Strangler number 2. Alongside Paul Tarry with Triggers Broom. Immense amount of history with Paul Tarry's car that we went through earlier on. There's great notes on that car. Built in 1972. Nearly 40 years old.
As old as me.
That's a good looking run from Tim Roy.
250 with the shootout as well. Look at that. 110 miles an hour. And at 12:02 for Paul Tarry. So the Wildcat of Ian Wild. How fortunate are you to be called Mr. Wild? The fact that it's actually got a jaguar injury in it, so you can call it a cat. That's just, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just fate, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
It really is. Robert White with Happy Days. Almost seamless. Thank you very, very much indeed, Nitro FM. We're back to Supercharged Outlaws Racing. Very quick hello as well from John Hunt. A big hello to Mason and Alfie watching from home. So from John Hunt, big hello to Mason and Alfie, who are apparently watching at home. Okay, so it's Roy Wilding, the Chariots of Fire Nostalgia Slingshot. Beautifully put together machine by Roy himself. Taking on the Purple Days altered of Gary Parks. I think Roy built this one as well, actually. Nice strong burnout from Roy. His ultimate goal with this car, he's actually built another altered. He's built another supercharged altered that he's got back home in his workshop, and it's ready to run pretty much. But he said he wants to keep running this until the damn thing runs 200 miles an hour. He's run 199.8 or thereabouts and he said the thing that he thinks about all the time is the fact that that run, he actually clicked it off early as well. So it's probably the worst thing as a racer, knowing that if you'd have kept your foot in it, it would have been the run you were looking for. So hopefully sometime soon, sometime this weekend, maybe even this one, Roy will get his 200-mile-an-hour ticket. He said he's not so bothered about the 6-second one. He just really, really wants the 200-mile-an-hour one. Gary Parks with Purple Days. Gary, his quickest run of the weekend so far, an 8:05. He was been down into the Decembers on a few occasions actually up to this point of the season. Hadn't run a 7 until a few weeks ago at VW Action. Then ran a whole bunch of them, one after the other after the other. So the parachute pins pulled out for Roy. Crew doing the last minute check on his visor as well, actually, just make sure he's got nothing obscuring his view other than the blown Hemi sitting looking at him in his face. So Gary Parks in the altered. Again, both of these I think are built by the man in the auto glim lane. That's Roy Wilding. Well, it's going to be Gary Parks, I think it is. 791 at 171 with the shootout way before the finish line. A little bit of a full start for Roy Wilding that time. 860 at 174. So this is it Aaron in the Tiki T? Certainly looks like it. I'm pretty sure this car's been put together only just very recently. I think this is going to be the first run on it, actually. Was it Chris Patterson's Grim Reaper? It certainly looks like it. Anyway, Mark Wingridge. It may well be Aaron in the hot seat. I think the first run on the car. Well, everything worked, made noise, went forwards, all good. Goes through the 1377, 86 miles an hour, nice checkout run. And another checkout run coming up. I think this is Luke Watts. With probably one of the best names for a car I have ever come across. Now, if you look at the body, it's certainly different for an altered. Very, very different for an altered, actually. The car itself is actually called, because it's an alcohol altered, it's called Al Capone. Why not? But this is the debut for Luke and his car. They've only just finished it pretty much here this weekend. This is his first run ever in the car. Luke's been driving one of the family, the other family cars in Supercharged Outlaw before, but this is the first outing for this particular machine, which I think you'll agree is pretty unique. Just doing up his hands device straps on his crash helmet. Again, don't expect fireworks. This is his first ever launch in this car. I think it's just a case, I think they only fired it up in the pits for the first time yesterday. Just a case of making sure it goes from A to B. Also, commiserations. I just read the post. Jim Usher and the Hemi Hunter team. Jim, really sorry you couldn't make it out today, mate, after 2 years away. But I think they got it fixed. Hopefully they'll be up for the Cracklefest a bit later on today, and all been well running tomorrow as well. So, Jim, wish you were here. Here goes Luke Watts. Well, everything seemed to work. 123 to 60 foot for his first ever launch in the car. That'll do. Cruises on through with an 11.42. 118 miles an hour. Well done, Luke. Well done, team. It's a lot of graft to get to that point. Last qualifying session for Nostalgia Pro Stock Bike. Chris Spry and Rod Spry. Rod is in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Rod's currently number 7 qualifier with a 9.81, excuse me. Chris is number 10 with a 10.37. So Rod's best run is 9.81. That looks pretty good for both of them, actually. 9.69, a slight improvement for Rod. Actually moves him up a spot. Chris moves up to number 9 as well, with that 9.92. So Dean Stevens with his dad Mark, otherwise known as Nipper, with the very, very fetching Pro Joint t-shirt on, or team shirt on, I should say. Earlier on today went 9.02. He did run 8.99 yesterday in testing. He's in the Auto Guillemot against Andy Lambert. Andy is number 3 at the moment. Again, he went 9.02. Both of these two, especially as the air's cooling off a bit, looking for a bit more horsepower and hopefully down into the 8s. Quite a rough looking ride for Dean Stevens that time round. Lots of bouncing going on off the start line. 9.50 and a 9.52, no improvement for either. Around about half a second off where they've already been. So, Richard Peachy, currently number 7 with a 9.70 coming out of the Auto Gloom lane. However, in the Kestrel Beer Lane, it's Kev Melling with the Stinger, built by Jerry Collier at Pro Joint Fabrications, and the world's quickest H2. Earlier on today went 8.47 with a 7. He's already got it back up for it with an 8.51. See if he can go just that little bit quicker. This is normally when it goes bang, actually. I hate to say that out loud. But a lot of the time when you try and step it up, unfortunately something lets go. But anyway, best of luck to Kev Melling. Let's see if he can go quicker than a 7.47. 1.17 to 60 foot, straight, strong. Will it be quicker? Not quite. 8.67 at 151 and a 9.57 for Richard Peachy. Actually improves his qualified spot by 1 point. Well, Kev Melling still had a great weekend no matter what happens after this. 3 mid-8 second runs. So Claire All and Time Blight. Claire is currently the number 2 qualifier with an 8.65. Claire's in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Time Blight is number 5 with a 9.16. I think these are our last couple of pairs of stockers, or last pair of stockers I should say, before we go into Gasser Circus. So this is the last qualifying run to set the field for tomorrow's racing, when they will be out running heads-up eliminations. .60, quickest run for Claire so far this weekend. 149 miles an hour. Doesn't change the qualified position though. 9.36 for Time Blight. He stays put at number 5. So just before we get to the Gasser Circus, we have the 2 House Junior Dragsters, driven by Jacqueline and Laura. I think honours are mostly going to Jacqueline so far this weekend on the tree. These normally run over the 8th mile. It's just an exhibition run, bit of practice. way too quick that time. Hence the red light in the Kestrel beer lane. You look at this ETs and speeds though, 8.15 at 78 miles an hour. And a .10 green in the Auto Glim lane. So, Gas the Circus qualifying session number 3. Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin looking for 9.69. In the Kestrel beer lane against Katie Booth, 10.44. She's run pretty much that number twice. However, was just that tick too quick earlier on when she dialed 10.45. So wound it down to a 10.44. Hopefully she won't break out again this time round. Well, Steve Matthews goes red on the tree. Looks like Katie's already driven past him. Don't think that'll be a 9.6 for Steve Matthews. It's not. 10.42 with an 8 for Katie. Well, at least it's consistent within a couple of hundreds every time, but it's a couple of hundreds too quick all the time. 10.48 for Steve Matthews, no improvement, stays 14. Ray Turner and Tom Margerson. Tom Margerson, 11.51 with really, really nicely turned out New Anglia. The Tinseltown Hustler in the Kestrel beer lane. And Ray Turner looking for 12.60 with green onions. Lots of smoke through the finish line for Ray Turner. Breakout in the Kestrel beer lane. There's still lots and lots and lots and lots of smoke in the shutdown area in the Auto Glim lane. We're just going to have to do a bit of a check. Hopefully it's nothing too much, maybe a little bit of water or something on the headers. But the ever vigilant track crew will go and have a look and make sure the race surface obviously is okay, and the shutdown area as well. No, unfortunately, whatever it is, it's going to need sorting out. Well, what a shame. We were just about getting ready to go with Keith Bartlett and Roy and Rat and Billy Jones in Grumpy's Greers, but anyway, people out there sliding about in the Auto Glim lane. Hopefully that can be rectified and sorted out quickly. However, if you look towards the finish line, you can see a man up there standing with his legs apart, which is never the greatest sign, unfortunately. So I'll try and find out what we've got and how long we're going to be. Hopefully, really hopefully it won't be too long, because obviously we're moving into the business end of the day when we got first round of eliminations for Nostalgia Superstock. We've got the Cracklefest going on. We've got 5 burnouts to do and other stuff as well, and that's all in around about the next hour or so, something like that. So hopefully this will be a quick one. I'll endeavour to find out how quick it will be for everybody. So please bear with us. Nitro FM for a few moments, hopefully, and I'll be back once I've found out. Well, as promised, just a very quick update from the top end. We do have, I think it's oil up the top end. We're going to get it done as quickly as we can. We don't have an ETA about how long it's going to be. From normal experience, probably around about 20 minutes, something like that. They're just about to get the Berrymans out, which is the clean-up stuff. But we'll be back with you as soon as we can. And obviously, Ray's crew up to the top end, please, if you could go and get him, because he's obviously stranded. But the good news is the majority of it is past the finish line, so it doesn't take quite as much clearing up, it doesn't take quite as much sorting out. So please bear with us. I do understand, obviously, you've all waited very, very patiently for this part of the day, and we'll get it sorted out, we'll get it cleared up absolutely as quick as we can. Thank you.
So they've been having, apart from one run, I think these two have lined up pretty much every time together.
It's a 100E grudge race.
Yeah, Scott Collin and Stuart Flitton. Stuart's is the fractionally quicker car. I'm sure he likes reminding Scott of that. Now there is a 100E challenge. Takes place at more sort of lifestyle events, but good to see them here having some fun. So just waiting for track to clear. Okay, so coming forward, this is Custom Car Invitational.
Yeah, 10 to 6 on a Saturday afternoon or Saturday early evening. No place you'd rather be than at Dragstalgia in the summer.
Oh, Scott Collin got the reaction time advantage by nearly 2/10. It looks like he's backed out of it. Right. Yeah, 11.77, that's not near where he's been before. Right, we're looking for a low 10 here. Went 11.19 on the last pass. Car is capable of gaining comfortably in the mid-10s, can aim towards the low 10s, but it just hasn't been doing what it's been told so much. Ah, that's a much better launch. 139 to 60 foot. Seems to be. Ah, he's back in the 10s. That's more like it. It just seems to be starved of fuel, maybe just a little bit on that run there, but they're working on it. Ah, Paul Houston. I don't know if you had a chance to go and have a look inside this car.
I see what you mean.
It's insane, isn't it?
Well, the thing is, I had a quick chat with Paul this morning on the way down. His boys were helping him out getting the car ready this morning. He's very grateful for the chance to run in the Dragstalgia Invitation. The Custom Car Invitation. We're originally only down to run Friday, but managed to get in for the whole weekend. He said he's having trouble getting the car up on the boost off the start line. He said when it's 60 foots like it normally does, that's a lot more like it.
Yeah, it takes about 5 seconds to come on boost, from what you were saying.
Oh, that's more like it. 870, 166 miles an hour.
And Mark Todd smiling. Well done.
Well done, Mark.
Ah, he's fist pumping as well then. Yeah, very happy.
Yeah, Paul was saying to me that was his dad's car. He said that's quite a well-known car in Scotland, so he didn't want to change anything. He was really umming and ahhing whether to change the wheels as well, because the way it was all original as it was before. But I think he got the vote from the kids and everyone else that it looks really, really cool.
That's true, actually.
Pester power.
Yeah.
Pester power works.
Paul Hammond. lost the sheet of custom car invitational runners. Typical. Ah, here we go.
And the 23. So these two have been a bit match racing today. Dave Mahoney with the Outlaw Street Camaro and Pete Grange with the 1967 Cougar.
I mean, talk about close last time out. 906 and 908. Cracking race.
Yeah, Pete's reaction time advantage made, well, a bigger difference at the finish line. He was the one that was slightly quicker. The Cougar you see in the Kestrel B lane is for sale. It comes with a big block Ford and 8-second performance. He's also got wheelie bars for it, but he never puts them on, which I don't normally mention. However, I'm probably just about to really regret that I have. Never mind. Anyway, good luck, Pete. I hope this is another 8-second. There you go, Pete. Trees him again by over a 1/10 of a second. Pete's a car length in front. He's still out in front. That's another great race.
That's a whole shot win.
That is indeed. 9.10, 147 beats a 901. Look at the win margin as well. 0.3 at the finish line. Excellent stuff. Well done, John. Well done, Pete. He's not going to want to sell it now.
Yeah.
He's back to enjoying racing it.
Dave Mahoney, oh so close to getting back in the 8s again as well. Well, I'm not quite sure how you get an invite to get into the Custom Car Invitational, but...
You have to plead.
But I'll tell you what, it's been a very, very broad and cool and fantastic selection of cars.
I think that's the idea. I think that's what goes into the thought process, isn't it?
So, Brian Huxley in the little Toyota built by that man out front. That's Mark, his lad. Of course, next weekend, all three of the Huxleys will be racing.
Is that right?
Yeah, Brian.
What's the point in going home, mate?
I don't know if many are. I know next weekend, some of the VW gang are not even going home. They're staying on site.
You might as well.
And helping set up for Bug Jam.
Again, why not?
I haven't had a lad like that before.
That's going to stump you, isn't it, really?
Yeah, thanks.
I think you probably have one like that.
I've just seen the first pairing.
Go on.
Number 1 takes on number 22, which is Guy King taking on Nick Williams.
Cracking.
Oh, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
Oh, so it's a Sportsman 64 car, lad. Yeah, of course it would be. No, are you writing them? You're writing them all out, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But whoever wins that gets a buy into the second round. So that's the only good thing about that one.
So a Camaro against the Hot Rod. 934, 100 big speed as well, 149 miles an hour to Kestrel Beer Lane. And the Rod goes through with a 1405 at 96. Yeah, definitely right about the well-chosen part. It's a great, great mix of cars. It's good to see Custom Car Magazine still involved with all this.
Yeah.
And also still going as well. Print media is one of those things that's kind of, you know, has gone away over the years. We're very glad they haven't. 1232 and a 1371. So Danny Wilson. Taking on our favourite little 100E. That is a 100E, isn't it? That van. Now I've said that out loud. With the big block Ford in there. Let's see if he purges the nitrous. He's run into the 9s a couple of times already. So we've got a couple more cars for the Invitational. And then it's Supercharged Outlaws. Well, that would have been a lot better race if Danny Wilson hadn't spun the tyres off the start line. It will be the van, taking the stripe. Still goes 10.05, 136 miles an hour to an 11.21 for Danny Wilson. Yep, so this last side-by-side for the Custom Car Invitational. Dave Gibbons with the Custom Car logo on the front of Kestrel Beer, in the Kestrel Beer Lane. I'm pretty sure as well that Dave has been the subject of many of custom car features and pull-outs and centres as well with the car, obviously not him. Taking on Phil, no offence, Dave, but you know what I mean. Anyway, taking on Phil Topping. Can we have Outlaw Anglia into the lanes, please? Outlaw Anglia into the lanes, please. Now, Dave he's actually the quickest of all the invitational cars with an 8.44. Like you said, Cole, only a 1/10 of a second off his personal best with the altered. And that's with all the new stuff on there. New headers, I think they're new heads as well. Definitely new injector system too. Dave also has recently written a book, which seems to be doing rather well. So, I would explain, but it's too late now. Well, Dave taking the long way round, get it off the centre line, good man, he just doinked the block. 8.44 again at 1.53, and a very nice 8.82 at 1.52. Pulled out. I see some nasty-looking people in dresses again. It's not good.
Oh dear.
You know, you just want to scrub your eyes, didn't you? You know what I mean? Anyway, so Paul Dale with the acute angle with supercharged small block on board. Dave McCallan with the White Trash C10 pickup. Dave was down into the 8s pretty much all the time. A few weeks ago, a VW breakout. It was his first 8-second run, and he did loads of them. A few engine upgrades and a lot of weight saving gone on. And Dave McCallan's truck is still dripping stuff. Something coming out the back. I don't know whether that's still rainwater, but here Marshall says bring it forwards. Well, Paul Dale goes through with a 9.57 at 1.52. We're just going to wait for him to clear the top end before we send Dave McCallan on his way. There we go. Yep, Paul Dale's all the way down the end of the shutdown area. He's miles out the way. So Dave McCallan looking for an 8-second run. 9.09 at 1.46. Okay, up next in Good Vibration Supercharged Outlaws will be Andy Park, the man who wins the Lost Distance Award for this weekend. That's normally won by, well, a few people actually, potentially. Kirsten from the Netherlands. Kirsten, we wish you were here, obviously. I'm sure you do too. But Andy, yeah, all the way down from Scotland in the Auto Glim Lane, taking on the El Loco Coupe of Keith Freeman. These two, both high 9-second supercharged race cars. Yeah, there is actually a blower in that little Ford Model Y. Any particular reason for the tube in the background? No, not me.
Oh, that's bizarre. Oh, going into secondary burnout there for Keith Freeman, but Andy Parker's gone.
He's had real trouble hooking up this weekend. Like you said, Andy Parker is long gone to a 9.83 at 1.34. Next pair coming round. It's the Fadster taking on Mick Checkett.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Still got that wheel wobble going on over the start line on the burnout. So Mick Checkett's put down a couple of real good runs this weekend.
Kieran Astley has given up on the run there. You're supposed to go out and chase him.
He's given up full stop by the look of him. Let's just say Emma's got no competition.
No.
So yeah, Mick Checkett when...
what is Thomas Cook Abbott using?
A bra. As a backup device.
Oh dear, the craziness continues here at Dragstalgia.
Well, hopefully this will be the run that Andy Hadfield has been looking for. They worked all night on the transmission. Hopefully it's all good. Certainly is. One thing he did say was the new supercharger that he got from the US is making a ton of boost, even though they've turned it down. So he's all of a sudden he's got lots more horsepower than previous to deal with. And if he can just engage brain and right foot at the same time with the line lock and the trans brake launch, or the two-step launch I should say, hold on to your hats. Mick Checkett, Andy Fadster. Oh, what a pedal job. Get that man a funny car. That's a great race. Who's going to get there first? It's Andy. 791 at 176 beats a 783 at 170 on a whole shot.
That was outstanding.
That was one seriously good pedal job, that was. He blazed the tyres instantly. Blazed the tyres instantly, back out of it and nailed it, and it hooked up again. Yeah, that's a proper race, that is.
0-1.
Look at the difference in the 60 foots as well, because Mick Checkett had actually gone past him by 60. He was at 60 foot first. 1.17 to 60, but the reaction time advantage off the start line by the big open top car. I was going to say door car. It's not a door car, is it, by any stretch? Anyway, hopefully Andy is a happy boy after that one. Big speed as well, 176 miles an hour. Well done, the team. Congratulations on all the hard work after all that. We were just waiting for Mike Couch with the little Hemi Hunter. Somebody stuck out on the racetrack up there. I can just see at the last turn off. Sorry, Mike. Somebody there, or is it just a collection of people? Oh, okay.
Well, put it this way, I certainly can't see anything big up there, so it won't be Twister. So it must be Mick Checkett's car, just stopped shy of the last exit.
Well done to the Twister team. Your driver saved you that time for once. He normally completely wrecks it. That one time he did it bang on. I think that was really, really good. Well done. Congrats on all the hard work. And well done to Mick Checkett and Emma and the whole well-dressed, literally, team. Or two well-dressed, literally, team. Yep, I think whoever it may be is just going round the corner up the top end. So hopefully we can get Mike Couch on the way again with the little Hemi Hustler. That is just a perfect little car, isn't it?
It is.
It's great.
And I don't know if you get a chance to have a look at it. Again, it's not one of these cars you need to have a go and look at in the pits. The engine, because he wanted it to look a certain way, it's just tipped very slightly forward.
Okay.
Just to get the right aggressive angle on it. I mean, it's minuscule, but it's noticeable.
Yeah, there's a lot of that goes on, though, isn't there?
Yeah.
The really cool thing that Mike does is over the winter, like when he was rebuilding it, he posted shots of him firing it up in his garage and stuff like that, and it's just, you know, I bet the neighbours love it. So Mike stops just over the start line. So earlier on today he went 9.10. Getting edging oh so close to the 8 with a little Hemi in there. Another real nice run for Mike Couch. Will this be an 8? It's going to be close. 8:85, 141 miles an hour. Sounded like he hit the rev limiter at the top end, actually. Is that his first 8-second run? Could well be. Look very, very happy with that one, Mike. What do you know, Colin?
Yeah, I've got to go and get my car later on.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Really? You sound gutted about it.
No, I don't. Can't wait. It's on.
So the Thunder God, Des Taylor at the wheel. Duncan Beard's supercharged Outlaw altered. Des ran a personal best by a few tenths of a second earlier on today. Coming around against Neil Townsend by the looks of it. Neil Townsend with a beautifully turned out Northern Spirit altered. And a nice burnout for Neil past 60 foot as well. You're not going to stop smiling now, are you?
No.
If there was a reason this event for you needed to be any better, or could be any better, I think you just sussed it, haven't you?
I did.
So 2 altereds, one with a big block Chevy, one with a Hemi. Des Taylor at the moment actually has the quickest DT of all of the Outlaws at a 7.58 in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Duncan Beard, all the crew doing a great job, and Des doing a really good job of driving. This car is not easy to hang on to a lot of the time. Des has done a very, very good job of taming it. Neil Townsend earlier on today went 7.83. The crew appeared to be absolutely overjoyed with that. All the way up in Ellesmere Port. I think Neil's one of the original Supercharged Outlaws back years ago when it was the Supercharged Outlaws Flying Circus. That was their name. Okay, so here we go. Northern Spirit and Thunder God. Tyre shake for Des Taylor, but expertly pedalled again. Oh, Neil Townsend's body. Well, 787 at 153, clicked slightly early for Des Taylor. Hopefully, I'm sure Neil Townsend's absolutely A-OK. It's just the body is seemingly just disintegrated around about 1,000 foot. He goes through the stripe at... Tyre shake for Des Taylor, but expertly pedalled again. Oh, Neil Townsend's body. Well, 787 at 153, clicked slightly early for Des Taylor. Big hello to Mason and Alfie, who are apparently watching at home. Okay, so it's Roy Wilding, the Chariots of Fire Nostalgia Slingshot. Beautifully put together machine by Roy himself. Taking on the Purple Days altered of Gary Parks. I think Roy built this one as well, actually. Nice strong burnout from Roy. His ultimate goal with this car, he's actually built another altered. He's built another supercharged altered that he's got back home in his workshop, and it's ready to run pretty much. But he said he wants to keep running this until the damn thing runs 200 miles an hour. He's run 199.8 or thereabouts, and he said the thing that he thinks about all the time is the fact that that run, he actually clicked it off early as well. So it's probably the worst thing as a racer, knowing that if you'd have kept your foot in it, it would have been the run you were looking for. So hopefully sometime soon, sometime this weekend, maybe even this one, Roy will get his 200 mile an hour ticket. He said he's not so bothered about the 6-second one, he just really wants the 200 mile an hour one. Gary Parks with Purple Days. Gary, his quickest run of the weekend so far, an 8.05. He was been down into the Decembers on a few occasions actually up to this point of the season. Hadn't run a 7 until a few weeks ago at VW action, then ran a whole bunch of them, one after the other after the other. So the parachute pins pulled out for Roy. Crew doing the last minute check on his visor as well, actually, just make sure he's got nothing obscuring his view other than the blown Hemi sitting looking at him in his face. So Gary Parks in the altered. Again, both of these I think are built by the man in the Autoglim lane. That's Roy Wilding. Well, it's going to be Gary Parks, I think it is. 791 at 171 with the shootout way before the finish line. A little bit of a full start for Roy Wilding that time. 860 at 174. So this is it Aaron in the Tiki T? Certainly looks like it. I'm pretty sure this car's been put together only just very recently. I think this is going to be the first run on it, actually. Was it Chris Patterson's Grim Reaper? It certainly looks like it. Anyway, Mark Wingridge. It may well be Aaron in the hot seat. I think the first run on the car. Well, everything worked, made noise, went forwards, all good. Goes through the 1377, 86 miles an hour, nice checkout run. And another checkout run coming up, I think. This is Luke Watts. With probably one of the best names for a car I have ever come across. Now, if you look at the body, it's certainly different for an altered. Very, very different for an altered, actually. The car itself is actually called, because it's an alcohol altered, it's called Al Capone. Why not? But this is the debut for Luke in his car. They've only just finished it pretty much here this weekend. This is his first run ever in the car. Luke's been driving one of the family, the other family cars in Supercharged Outlaw before, but this is the first outing for this particular machine, which I think you'll agree is pretty unique. Just doing up his hands device straps on his crash helmet. Again, don't expect fireworks. This is his first ever launch in this car. I think it's just a case, I think they only fired it up in the pits for the first time yesterday. Just a case of making sure it goes from A to B. Also, commiserations. I just read the post. Jim Usher and the Hemi Hunter team. Jim, really sorry you couldn't make it out today, mate, after 2 years away. But I think they got it fixed. Hopefully they'll be up for the Cracklefest a bit later on today, and all been well running tomorrow as well. So, Jim, wish you were here. Here goes Luke Watts. Well, everything seemed to work. 123 to 60 foot for his first ever launch in the car. That'll do. Cruises on through with an 11. It's a lot of graft to get to that point. Last qualifying session for Nostalgia Pro Stock Bike. Chris Spry and Rod Spry. Rod is in the Kestrel beer lane. We are back to racing. We do apologise for the delay, folks. We're going to try and make it worth your while hanging about on what is a fairly lovely summer's evening, especially with someone with half a race suit on. Sitting next to me. I must admit, I'm not envious of much, but at the moment, I wish I was sitting up here with a fire suit on, about to go and play, especially on an evening like this as well. You know, we've been watching everyone else do it. So Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat, who will not run any quicker than an 11. Is that right, Colin?
Well, he's dialing in 1062. I am just going to be looking at one car on this one. You can call it. I'm just going to study.
No worries. Against Billy Jones with the Grumpy Squiz. I did notice that the first time they ran Dragster Circus, they ran a Pro Tree. The last time... the last time they actually ran Sportsman Tree, doesn't matter what tree they run because Keith unfortunately left before the tree was activated. So Billy Jones will be the only one getting an ET. That was still quite a strong run though.
I reckon that was tactics.
Really? Well, get it out of the way now. Look at that, Billy Jones. 10.63. Who's up for the number 2 spot? Also, commiserations to Ray Turner. I hope everything's okay. So, the beautiful Cherry Bomber, Jason Piggott. I was just having a chat with Jason down there. Very, very nice chat. He said, you know what? He said, I love just looking at it. The fact I get to drive it's a bonus, which I think is probably, you know, all you need to know. Simon Glenn with Straight Shooter Austin. So, this is the last session for Dragster Circus. The numbers see on the board are their dial-ins. /11, 12.15 and 11.96. They both stayed put, qualified where they were. Okay, the high anxiety. Austin in the Kestrel Beer Lane, 10.74 for Graham Barton. And Sean Milson saying hi to Dale, who presumably is having breakfast somewhere. Oh no, maybe not now. Actually saying that, no, probably morning coffee.
Still enjoying the coverage.
You bet, I hope so. Dale, we wish you were here too as well. 10.12 is what Shawnee's looking for. He's currently number 1 qualifier, went 10.13 earlier today.
Well, both. Look at those reaction times, 0407.
10.17. Breakout by 500ths for Graham Barton.
Nervous Nick with Not Bad the Band. The Austin Devon dialing in 11.80. Went 12.07 earlier on. And Jason Hollenby with the Jumping Jalapeno. The Falcon, 11.60.
I bet he's glad he's dressed like that because that's probably quite warm. Get it? I like that.
You're trying, to catch me up with a one night only.
I know. I saved that up all day just for that moment. But it's quite hot in that suit. So Nervous Nick goes, breaks out too quick. Jason Hollenby though, big move up to number 11 with an 11.83 on 11.6. Look, hang on a minute. You can come back with one light only. Why can't say a jalapeno is probably quite warm in there, you know? Admittedly, it's not good, but whatever. So Nick Barnett, against Martin Hallam, as you said, Colin. Martin not running his usual numbers with the Willis. Having a chat with Simon as well. This is one of their best ever turnouts for the Dragster Circus. They think that the only time that it might have been close, if not slightly better, was when we were allowed to have sweets here as well.
Yeah. Well, Nick Barnett off and running. Wants an 11.60. 77. Stays put. He went 72 earlier. Yeah, totally new engine combination he's running in there.
Giving him a bit of grief by the sound of it, or the look of it, I should say. Okay, last couple of cars for Dragster Circus. We are on to Outlaw Anglia after this. They're at it again.
Oh.
Best side-by-side gas and burnout of the day, definitely. Brian Gibson and Tony Pearson. To be fair to Tony, he always does big rolling burnouts anyway.
Yeah.
Ah, Brian's actually got afternoon Dale. Really? Okay, it might be.
So Tony Pearson dialing in 10.65. Brian dialing in 11.30. Brian is number 5. Tony currently number 11.
Nice little wheelie again for Brian Gibson. This is all about running the number now, though. Tony's going to get there first with 10.78. 11.29, too quick for Brian Gibson by just a measly few thousandths of a second. So, Outlaw Anglia, qualifying session number 3, the last one before they go into eliminations tomorrow. The good news is, folks, we are keeping racing. Obviously, we've still got qualifying session to go. We've still got round 1 of Nostalgia Superstock to go. We've still got the grudge match of the decades to go.
Oh dear.
I'm not lying, though.
I know.
No. Andy Cunningham, I beg your pardon, in Agent Orange, and Adam Cuthbert. Adam Cuthbert running a bit better every time. Quickest so far is a 9.53. 9.63. And 11.75, no change in the order. So the Anglia-Saxon of Turrington and Gary Hill with the hopping popping. I'll tell you what though, it's about the right time for a night out. Oh, sorry. Oh dear. Whoever came up with that outfit is a genius. Although it's not doing it's not doing our levels of concentration very good, frankly. Okay, so Gary, there's lots more where that came from, so careful. Wow, Gary Hill launches and he's long gone. I think Rob Turrington's got a problem because that car normally is pretty quick. Maybe it's not the right night for it. .972 at 137 for Gary Hill. Right. What a pair of complete children. Right, Dougie McClure and Mark Bracking. Dougie McClure with the slug in the Kestrel Beer Lane, and Mark Bracking with the East Coast Racing Anglia, and not a night in sight.
Yeah, not 2 nights, just 1.
Don't even pretend you're composed enough to speak. Oh dear. 11 flat, 10.92. Wow, they don't improve on their elapsed times, but still 2 good runs all the same. The Battle Axe Warriors. That's Spencer Tidswell. I'm going to hazard a guess. That's his mum, Jean. Turning the air bottle on. You remember Jean Tidswell? Jean's tea fame?
Yeah, that's right.
Phil Middleton. The Disturbed Racing, well, that's quite an apt name as well, isn't it? Virginia. Yeah, I know, I've got wet stuff as well.
Yeah.
8.52 is what he ran today. Is that just about as quick as he's ever run?
No, I think he's got, I'll stand corrected, but I've got a feeling he's been, what, 8.3s?
Wow. I know with the nitrous on it's a mid-8 second car. Anyway, Spencer Tidwell is currently at 15. Phil Middleton, or Ginner, as he's known in the Kestrel Beer Lane, currently number 4. Ginner was played a big part in rebuilding Al's Gasser that came back out a couple of years ago. For that, we wholeheartedly thank him.
Well, out of sight once again, Ginner.
Oh, 842 at 160. 1043 Spencer. Do you know what? If we'd have actually asked Rob Turrington, I bet if I said, "Is he your cream man?" and he'd just go, "No, it's just not my night." Sorry, I'll stop him now. Right, Ronnie Mercer and Rob Brindle.
It was good, but you'd had better ones earlier.
Oh yeah, well, you know. Yeah, Rob Brindle has run in the low 10s. Could a 9 be in the offing? I think he's been 10-0. This is a brand new car. Hadn't even moved under its own power until this week. And now he's out here making qualifying runs on a Saturday night Dragstalgia, looking to go in the 9s.
Ronnie Mercer, though, certainly got rid of the gremlins that have been plaguing him for, well, a fair while, to be honest. Certainly this season, but 84 so far. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, actually, Ronnie. 26 to 60. That's on course for another 8.
.885 with an 8. That is 3 runs of 884 and a 5. There we go. I tell you what, though, it was definitely a night to remember.
Yeah.
Look, that's what I did when you did the first one. You
Yeah.
brought this on yourself. Right, Mick Taylor, current number 3 qualifier with a 7.91 with the Banshee in the Kestrel Beer Lane against Rob Nixon, who's all over the place in the run he made earlier. So Mick Taylor with a double nitrous purge on the Banshee.
I hope Rob Torrington doesn't do another run this evening. I really hope not. Otherwise, it'll be the night shift.
Oh dear, I think we're just going to ban ourselves, actually. Definitely a night to remember, though. Definitely that. 118 to 60. Little wiggle at half track for Rob. 812, 162. Now, the number 1 qualifying spot at the moment is held by Jed Guy with a 7.15. Now, John Webster's best so far today has been a 7.70. However, he has the capability of taking that number 1 spot. I like the way that they've typed on the screen the car name, look. Fats Company 2, as opposed to Fast Company number 2, which is exactly what it is. John Webster with the state-of-the-art Outlaw Wrangler he built himself in his workshop over there by the main gate in the All-Take-Lim lane against Ted Booth, turning the nitrous on the Mighty Mouse. One more time. Ted actually ran 9:43. Johnny, if John could get off the line with no tyre shake, hold your breath. That was an expert pedal from John Webster.
Yeah, 107 to 60, but he's driving it like he stole it. 737, 186.
I was going to say the speed again, 186 miles an hour. Another great run for Ted, though. Another 9.4, 9.47 at 1.42. John Webster improves his time, not qualifying position.
Right, Phil Druitt with the 403 Mafia. Taking on Pete Holbert. Phil, number 12 at the moment. And Pete, number 26. It's a huge field about the Langley, and considering we're missing a whole team, not, you know, obviously we've got no Scotty, no Barry, no Colin.
That's a very good point. With the whole flying squad, we're missing, aren't we?
Well, there goes the Fast Company team, going to collect John from the top end. Nicely done, lads.
That'd be another nice run for Phil Druitt. 9:53. And Pete Holbert goes through the 13:20 at 1:04. So Mike Payne with the Great Barbarian. Immaculately turned out car.
Yeah, two cracking cars here, to be fair.
Can I ask a favour? I just want fuel pumps just down the over.
So the Great Barbarian Anglia of Martin Payne and Tom Margison with the Tinseltown Hustler. Now Martin earlier on went 9.19 with that immaculately turned out machine. Another nice looking run. 9:15 at 1:48. That was actually with a pedal in there as well. Yeah. Could be an 8-second car before long. Rob Stone.
Just had Lee Pike pop up to the tower, actually, with Honky Tonkin 2. Unfortunately, they've had a bit of an issue with the, I think you said it was fuel pump, and they need an O-ring kit for a Barry Grant 400. Now, if anybody has got that in their trailer, the Honky Tonkin 2 team in Gasser Circus would hugely appreciate that one. So they're looking for an O-ring kit for a Barry Grant 400. If you're running one of those, you'll know exactly what that is. And if you've got the kit, pop round and see.
That's a fuel pump.
Yeah, Lee Pike and you know, the Honky Tonkin 2 team. They're in the Gasser Circus, just past the end of the grandstand, opposite the track.
Well, Rob Stone had to back out of it because he was headed for the wall. Still goes 9:50. And 14:03 for Shane Bird. So your number one qualifier, and by the looks of it, with the cars we have left, he will be the number one qualifier. Jed Guy taking on Ben Kennedy. The relentless Ford Pop that a couple of weeks ago had a rather nasty tangle with the wall at the top end. He still smokes, look at that. He still does the same thing every single time on that side. Just breathes rather heavily.
Yeah, actually, just having a quick look at the internet, a Barry Grant 400 fuel pump is quite a popular item, so there is a strong chance that somebody may have an O-ring kit here. But please, if you do, pop round and see the Honky Tonkin 2 team. Lee Pike and Jerry Denning would be hugely appreciative of that.
So Ben Kennedy, again, after a superlative effort to get the car back together after doinking the wall at the top end a couple of weeks back, taking on your number one qualifier, Jed Guy, with Shorty's hot rod, 730 cubic inches, a big block Chevy. They should have rolled off the factory line like that, frankly. In the Kestrel beer lane, purging the nitrous. Can he go even quicker than a 715? Oh, that's beautiful. That's the one we've been waiting for from Jed Guy. Will it be a 7.0? Will it be even quicker? The answer is 7.01! 190 miles an hour for Jed Guy. That was so close to the first ever 6-second run on this side of the world.
Wow.
Well, the 105.60 foot. Take a bow. Ladies and gentlemen on the team, well done, Ray. Well done, Jed. Congratulations. That's the one we were waiting for. That's the one they were waiting for a long while.
Waiting for the messages to come through.
Well, Colin Miller was enjoying a family wedding until he spat his beer out.
Yeah.
yeah. Colin Miller was joining.
Right, he's active.
Who, Colin?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. That's what I said. Probably spat his beer out or his wine out at a family wedding.
Boy.
Probably halfway through his speech going, no! Anyway, it was only a 7:01. He hasn't done it yet. So, Peter Jones, the last car to make a qualifying run in Outlaw Anglia. That was exceptional, though. That was beautiful. There was no wasted motion on that run at all. Round of applause, please, for the Guy team, if you can hear us in the grandstand. Well done, everybody. 10.97 for Peter Jones, stays at 21. Absolutely outstanding. Oh, so close to a 6-second run. If he'd have skipped lunch, it would have been a 6. So, Nostalgia Superstock, round 1.
Oh,
it is.
Wow.
Colin's going to frantically scribble his own work.
Trouble is, I've never had a ladder this big to work with before.
So Nick Martin taking on Jack Bishop. Jack Bishop's going to sit there and wait.
Doesn't matter.
He's going to get a green light. Whoa. Because Nick Martin went red. It will be Jack moving on through. Doesn't matter what he runs because his opposition red lit.
Well, I run when I'm told.
Okay.
Yeah. Right, a solo then for Jake as Tig unable to make the call there. So Colin Miller basically says, tell Jed, so well done from us in sunny Scotland. So there we go. Cole sent the congratulations in already. Jim Chandler should have been alongside Paul Singer, but unfortunately Paul unable to make the call. So Jim going to be taking a solo into the next round. Dials a 10-second flat. Lovely wheels up launch and a 0-1 light. $9.99 breaks out by just that much, but he's already got the win. Right, Gary Carr. Dialing in an 8.92. Taking on the El Camino. Paul Smell. Paul will be leaving first. Dialing in at 12.92, and then 4 seconds later, Guy will set off in chase mode. And it's a 12.96 off the win margin, .007. Paul Smell just takes that one. Gary Carr went 8.97. Paul went 12.96, but say 0.007 between them. Next up, Vic Parsons and Stuart Arthur. Vic dialing in at 10.25, Stuart 14.99. And Vic takes that one there with a 10.85. Lose that there, 15.78. Big Christmas with the Fallen Agent taking on Gary Cork. The all-important dialings then, 11.50 for Pete, 12.40 for Gary, 0.9 of a second difference between them. For a green light drag race. Close at the stripe, but it's Gary Cork that takes that one. Don Scott, Dave Bilodeau.
This is a pretty heavyweight matchup for round one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thinking about it. Well, 9 and 30, but you wouldn't normally expect Don Scott to run, be at number 30, but he's dialed very conservatively at 9.75, especially as he's been running quite a bit quicker than that. Dave Bilodeau's about bang on what he normally runs, 9.98. So, we'll see who's got the wriggle room at the top end.
Green light race.
Whoa. Very good green light race as well, it will be. So I think Don's caught him. They both break it. Dave Bilodeau does the best job of running close to the number. Look at the
win
margin. Win margin 0.006. That was a hell of a close race. Don Scott was further off his dialing, but he was quicker.
13 mile an hour difference between them at the stripe as well.
Yeah.
Incredibly well judged by Dave.
Yeah, that shouldn't have happened in round one, that one. Okay, Al Medley against Andrew Bosworth. In the Auto Glen Lane, 10.37 against 10.72 for the old timer. Another green light race, pretty close on the tree as well. Who's going to do the best job of running the number and live to see tomorrow? Or be around to see tomorrow, I should say. Al Medley, good job. Another really close race. There was only 100th in it on the tree. There was 100th in it at the finish line as well. And Al Medley took the stripe by 100th of a second. I think it was actually the start line advantage that was the difference at the stripe, actually. The good thing we can see up here is we can see what the win margin is, and some of them have been minuscule. So, Gary Semper, you're doing your own work, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you keeping up with this?
Totally.
Excellent. Against Chris Goodale in the Auto Glimblade with the Camaro. So Firebird against Camaro. Firebird's going to go first, and goes green. So does Chris Goodale. I think Chris has got there first, and he backs off enough. Well judged, sir. He also had over a 10th in the bank off the start line, which helps a lot. Your car looks so lonely sitting over there not being part of this, you know that. It really does. It's just a sad sight.
Oh, it's not. It's a lovely sight.
I know. So, Jerry Raymond with the, I was going to say big time, huge time, Plymouth. Against Richard Granger with the Road Runner. It's a green light drag race. There's a big difference on the tree between one lane and the other. Let's see how it plays out at the top end. Jerry's going to get there first, and Jerry does, and look at that. Ooh, right on the, actually both on the money. Big reaction time difference. 0.22 in the Kestrel lane, 0.5, i.e. half a second, which is an eternity in drag racing. Unfortunately, for that beautiful car of for that beautiful Plymouth in the Auto Glim over Richard Granger. Right, Chris Lyram.
Yeah, it should have been alongside Ash Rawson, but no sign of him. Unfortunately, Kermit the Duster not making the call.
So Chris Byron with a freebie. $13.76. Doesn't matter what the number is. It's all about the win light.
Glyn Boardman with Old Scatterbolts. 11.89 the dial-in. Dan Williams with the Chevelle 10.45.
So roughly a second and a half. Sitting on the start line for Dan.
Yeah, it's the Watt Speed Shop against Williams Brothers Racing. We had to have a match-up between the two teams.
Dan bouncing his way into stage. And is he going to get there? He does!
Oh, 0.8 between them at the stripe.
Yeah, not great reaction times. 0.12 and 0.18 for Dan. Most uncharacteristic for Dan, actually. But he took the win at the stripe, which is the important thing. Stu Thompson should have been taking on Pete Wiseman with the damage case. No Pete, unfortunately. Maybe the car name finally got to him. So Kiwi will have a freebie into round 2.
Well, dials are 980. Going for it. 983 at 137. Jim Smith and Adrian Portelli. Number 35 and number 14 on the qualified order means nothing now. This is all about racing and running your numbers and obviously not pulling red lights, getting to the top end first without breaking out. 1070 plays 1160, so Jim will be leaving first. Well, almost looks like Adrian has pulled alongside.
Yeah, he's just feathering the throttle. Yeah. Nice. Well, look at that. That's a whole shot win. An 0.6 margin, and he was much further off his dial-in. That was all on the tree. 0.2 better in reaction time was the difference at the stripe. So Rob Terrell taking on Ian Johnson, who's actually bravely dialed a 10.05. Rob's going to go on to 10.20. So there's not going to be much in it on the tree, and there's not going to be much in it all the way up the track. Well, saying that.
Yes.
Rob's way out in front. Rob doesn't break out, so Rob wins. Closes the dial in as well. Yeah, nearly half-second reaction time difference. Was the major player in that matchup. So Lee Charles with the Charles Plays Valiant, excuse me, against Andy Robinson.
Yeah, two quick cars as well, actually, 9.95 and 10.05. I think that's the closest on dial-ins we've had, just a tenth of a second.
There's not much in it on the tree, is there?
No.
And they haven't got the blinders like they normally do.
No, that's true. Yes, very good point.
Yeah. They normally have a screen down the middle of the tree, so you can't see the other side to distract you. That's not happening here. Oh, blimey. This could be quite an upset, actually. Could be. It is. Another whole shot as well. Yeah. Andy Robinson was 007 on the tree to Lee's 0.11, and that was more than the difference at the finish line as well. 0.3 win margin. Even though Lee Charles was closer to his dial-in, it didn't matter because he got left on. Yeah, running. I mean, if these guys are used to running on the regular tree with the blinders, I wonder how distracting it is to actually see it like this as well. John Davidson, Dave Simcock. It doesn't seem to be making too much difference. Somebody's backing off a lot.
Yeah, it's Dave.
And he shouldn't have done. It is, with the 1062, John Davidson. I think Dave Simcock was way out in front and just backed off a bit too much.
Yeah, but looking at the speed he went through, I think he backed off for an issue, not so much on the run.
That would make sense.
Yeah. Ty Strevitt and Ollie. 12.32 plays a 9.29.
So, 2 and a bit seconds. Make that 3 and a bit seconds, actually. Ollie's got to sit there on the start line. He's kind of used to doing that, though, isn't he? When he runs in Pro ET, he's normally one of the quicker cars.
Oh, Ty goes straight into stage. Should courtesy stage, that's why Ian's pulling him back. That's it, both into pre. Now, Ty can go in.
And you watch Ollie just bump it in. There we go.
Oh, lovely wheels down from Ollie there.
I think he's going to get him at about 1,000 foot. He has. Ollie's already alongside him and backing off. And takes the win beautifully. Big whole shot advantage on the tree. There's a difference at the stripe as well. He was about a quarter of a second actually quicker on the tee than Ty Strevitt. Well-deserved win. Congratulations to Ollie. Simon Rickwood and Duncan Watts.
Only got 3 pairs to go, I think.
You think?
Unless I've miscounted. Yeah.
Simon Rickwood goes red. Oh. That must be music to your ears, just not in the right pairing. Duncan Watts away in the distance. It will be Duncan Watts taking the win. Duncan Watts, look at the breakout. Look at the size of Duncan Watts' breakout. He dialed 11.10, went 10.39.
Wow. Right. Number 1 qualifier, Guy King, taking on number 22 qualifier, Nick Williams. It's a Williams Brothers Racing matchup in round number 1. Nick will be leaving first. Guy will be chasing him down. Making sure everybody can read the sponsor logos on the side of the cars.
For a while.
Yep.
Now, normally what happens when this happens is Mr. Marshall, our chief starter,
Nick's gone in,
gives them a long tree. They're both pretty even on the tree as well. This will be about the top end.
Race. It's Guy, 10.07 on an 06. Nick, 46 on a 42. The win margin, 0.01 of a second.
Yeah, Nick was 200s quicker off the start line. But Guy was closer to his dial-in, the number 1.
And Guy gets a bye in round 2, just the way the ladder works.
That was a very, very good race.
Was excellent.
I hope they knew they were going to do that before they did it, if you know what I mean.
Last pair.
Bev Terrell taking on Spencer Trapp.
It is.
So this is actually the last race of the evening before we get into the Cracklefest and Fire Burnout.
Yeah.
Notice I said that quietly.
I did. 14.05 plays 11.09. Green light for Bev. Green light for Spencer.
He's getting there. He's got there.
Yeah.
He's won. 11.13 on an 09.
Bev got there first but broke out. So Spencer that takes the win.
That was a pretty big breakout as well. Spence had 400s in the bank off the start line, but that was kind of about it, really, to be honest with you. So thank you, all you folks, for sticking with us. We've still got more to come. It's 5 to 8 on a lovely summer's evening. We had the Fire Force Jet funny car of Martin Hill in kind of the perfect light of day at the end of the day. Do you think that Camaro needs moving?
Well, we only have one car for fire burnout tonight.
Okay.
We have a few, obviously, for the Cracklefest, so that's good.
Indeed.
Don't forget you've got the driving movie later on, Ford versus Ferrari.
Just trying to see who's in the pairing lanes, actually, because we can, if we look closely. However, my eyes
I can
ain't
see
that
Keith Freeman down there with the supercharged Outlaw.
good. Excellent. See Martin Hill, actually with the Jet Dragster, not the funny car.
There's a couple of Outlaw Anglias down there.
Maybe,
And I think...
maybe a rerun.
Yes. No, it's not a rerun. It's the carryover final.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, which they tried to get done yesterday, but it didn't happen.
That wasn't quite the last race. However, don't go anywhere. Hope you're all staying on site tonight. Hope you're going to be enjoying yourselves, having a barbecue. Kind of a late barbecue, but who cares, frankly, as long as you've got some racing to watch. Hope you've all had a wonderful day. And again, we've said it a number of times. We'll say it again. Thank you for making Santa Pod your venue of choice for this weekend. We haven't had... obviously, we didn't have the race 1 year ago. Yeah.
I've got to go.
Why is that, Colin? You're going to tell everybody.
I'm racing.
You're racing?
Yep. I'm taking on the governor.
You're taking on the governor and trying to take him out, aren't you?
Right, ladies and gentlemen, Keith Bartlett said to me, when I run a 10 in Roaring Rat, I'm going to have a race with you. And I said, yep, okay. So you're going to see Bruce the Camaro taking on Roaring Rat.
Indeed,
it's going to be a lot of fun.
And you're going to see... So, is this racing for pink slips?
I'll let you know if I win.
If you win, yes. If you don't, no. Anyway, so,
but
yeah,
no,
Colin's actually sitting up here with half of his fire suit on anyway. So, Colin, go get yourself comfy.
Okay.
And enjoy yourself. Good luck.
Thank you.
Not too much, though, because we don't want to get sacked.
Okay. But who do you want to win?
Oh, the bloke standing in the middle.
Okay, you're right. I'm going to go and get ready then.
I don't think he's in the race, though. Very best of luck, Colin. So we got the Outlaw Anglia, the bracket final, I think it was, from the most recent race. Rob Nixon taking on Dougie McClure. Yeah, this is the held over final due to weather. Was actually supposed to be last night, but we didn't get a chance due to the well, funny enough, the weather again. So this is the third go at running this. 12.20 for Dougie McClure, 10.20 with a sad face actually on the end of the zero for Rob Nixon. Just as the sun comes out, perfect timing. Look at that. Well, that was a very polite reaction time from Dougie McClure. Rob Nixon, though, goes red and gives it straight back to him. It will be Dougie McClure taking the win with a 12.8 on a 12.20. It doesn't matter about the nearly half-second reaction time because his opponent red lit. Well done, Dougie. Now, from up here, I can actually see Colin getting his fire suit on. That's a strange sight. We've got Martin Hill with the Jet Dragster as well, coming round in a couple of moments too. Got a couple of the Wild Bunch around there as well, which I think may be another one of the held over finals. Oh no, beg your pardon, of course it isn't. I know what they're here for. Idiot, forget I said a thing. Because we've got the Cracklefest coming up very, very shortly too. Look at that, everybody in the grandstand up there yawning. Now, can't see a damn thing because the sun's just come out and completely blocking your view. Yeah, exactly, look at that. Oh, they're all squinting. We haven't seen that for weeks. Oh, no. And everybody in the back's laughing, going, ha, 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 ha. We can, perfectly. Well, I can hear Roaring Rat coming down the far up road, which means only one thing. So this is happens a lot in America and, well, around the world, really. Grudge racing is a very big thing in the States. People call out each other for huge amounts of money. If anyone's seen Street Outlaws, you kind of know how it works. But as Colin said, when Keith Bartlett ran ran a 10 or got Roaring Rat to run a 10, he wanted to race against Colin, and that's what's about to happen. So they're about to have a heads-up race. Now, the performance advantage does go to the governor here at Santa Pod, Keith Bartlett. He's been down in the 10.6s. However, I'm not entirely sure he's raced anybody just yet. So it will be Keith against Colin. Well, it has been a really, really great day so far. Colin's just getting himself suited up and strapped in. Go on. It certainly is, and the fact that we've actually managed, the sun's managed to come out pretty much the first time all day, and it just happens to be at 2 minutes past 8. Do you know something? That might make a bit of a difference too, because obviously whoever's in the left-hand lane, whoever's in the Kestrel lane, is going to be looking straight into the sun. If you look at the way that the shadows fall in, they're going to be a little bit of a disadvantage. So lane choice is going to be a big thing for this race too. Who gets lane? I don't. Well, I think it could be Keith because he owns the place, but who knows? I think either that or Colin might cheat a bit and just get in the car quickly and come round and sit in the lane so Keith can't push in front of him. Who knows? Yeah. I still reckon the bloke in the middle. I really do. Mainly because, well, I think he's the best man for the job, to be honest with you. There we go. Or the pair of them anyway. Who do I think's going to win? ET-wise, it's Keith. Racing experience-wise, it's Colin. The fact that I'd love to take the mick out of him murderously for the rest of his life, Keith. I want Keith to win, that's what I mean, so I can take the mick out of Colin. But anyway, no, there's a couple of tenths difference in elapsed time for the pair of them. Do you know what? That would be a great idea when they come round, because I'm not entirely sure. Not entirely sure. And no one's seen, actually, it's a good point, nobody's seen Colin race his car so far yet this weekend. I've actually noticed there's a few people standing over the fence while he's strapping himself in, winding him up as well. One of them, Pete Franklin, which, well done, Pete, good boy. Nice to see you keeping busy while you're not in the radio station. But yeah, that's a good idea, actually. We'll have a bit of a, I was going to call it a popularity contest. That's the wrong thing to say. Can have a see who wants to win. So you've got the 68 Camaro or the 57 Chevy. One race is in Nostalgia Superstock normally. That's Colin and Pro ET, and he's actually racing it in Street Eliminator next weekend as well. And then you've obviously got the governor, Keith Bartlett, who raced. I think he owned that car a lot in the 70s. I think it was something like that. And he's only just recently got it back. Been putting in a few laps and doing pretty well. Basically, it's two blokes with race cars winding each other up. Is the really, really short version. That's exactly what it is. It's all about bragging rights. Yeah, no, it really is. It really is all about bragging rights. You see, the thing is, like I said, Colin's got the advantage due to the fact that he's been racing a lot more, like competitive racing. However, Keith is the one that's been racing today. Keith's actually put a number of runs in today. Colin hasn't at all. Colin just nipped up and got his car out of the pits. Colin's is a street car as well. That's what I said. He's racing in Street Eliminator next week. And most definitely looking forward to it. Indeed. Lucky guess. No, that's all right. That would be great fun too. Colin's actually going to be, everyone in Street Eliminator's been winding him up as well, just saying, like, whose tail lights does he want to see he's going to have one of the slower cars in the class, but that doesn't really matter. It's all for fun anyway. All drag racing's for fun. Now we need to do is get him to match race the jet car. That's not a bad idea. Although, do you know something? You may laugh. That has not Colin's done it before. That has happened in years gone by. If anyone's been around as long as I have, you will remember they used to match race fuel funny cars and jet cars. Can you believe that? That was a thing. That was a thing. It did used to happen. Yeah, and it was cool actually. To be honest with you, it really, really was cool. That was when we had the old the Scorpion jet dragster, the first jet dragster we had here at the racetrack. And yeah, that was a long, long while ago. Truck racing. How does that even work? So people with a truck. I'm sure they do, actually. It's probably quite an intimidating thing to see as well, actually. Well, there we go. Keith's made the first move. He's actually fired up and ready to come round. He's sitting there looking at Colin while Colin's still putting his gloves and his crash helmet on. Never mind. They're going to be winded. Here we go then, folks. Finally, after all the padding, we get the rush we've been waiting for. We get Keith Bartlett in Roaring Rat, the supercharged 57 Chevy, going to be coming. He's coming round in the Kestrel lane. So that probably will be a bit of a disadvantage to him because he's going to be looking straight into the sun on the Christmas tree. And my good buddy and sparring partner up here in the tower, Colin Theobald, with Bruce the Camaro. Do you know what? He's actually got a shark on the dashboard. I'm not even kidding. He's got a shark sitting on the dashboard. Who has a shark sitting on the dashboard of their car? So, now's the time to pick your favourite. First of all, we're going to go with my good friend. They're both my friends anyway, but Colin Theobald in Bruce. Hands up for Bruce, please. Who wants to see Bruce win? Okay. In the other lane, in the Kestrel Beer lane, we have the governor here at Santa Pod Raceway, Mr. Keith Bartlett in Roaring Rat. Who wants to see the 57 Chevy win? Okay, this is for bragging rights. Whoever loses this is never, ever going to hear the end of it. Let's put it that way. So all the Williams boys are down on the start line. Everybody's watching. The performance advantage is to Roaring Rat and Keith. However, the racecraft advantage, because he's been racing for a little while, is Colin, would you believe? So they're both in pre-stage. Who goes in first is normally the person that loses in drag racing. It's an old folklore thing. You got to be kidding me. They're both just sitting there looking at each other. Nobody wants to lose this, I don't think. Come on, Colin, back out again. Don't just sit there revving it. So Keith's got in first. Here we go then, folks. Colin's going to roll it in. Go on, in your own time, Colin. There we go. It's Colin away first by a couple of tenths of a second. Can Keith run him down? It looks like he might do. That's really, really close. It's Bruce on a massive hole shot. 11.09 at 122. Keith runs 10.86 at 127. The reaction time advantage was the difference. 0.18 for Bruce and Colin. 0.43 for Keith. So there we go. Well, the big question after all that is, does Colin get to keep his job as track commentator? You reckon? Okay. Well, actually, do you know what? They couldn't have made a better race of it as well. The win margin in the favour of Colin was 0-2. Hardly anything at all. Nothing in it. I was secretly rooting for a good race and the bloke in the middle, as I told you before. I wasn't lying. Anyway, so we are just about to have one more car go down the racetrack, which is 5 Force number 5, the Jet Dragster. It's Colin away first by a couple of tenths of a second. Can Keith run him down? It looks like he might do. That's really, really close. It's Bruce on a massive hole shot. 11.09 at 122. Keith runs 10.86 at 127. The reaction time advantage was the difference. 0.18 for Bruce. And the last actual quarter mile run of the day will be Fire Force number 5, the Jet Dragster. The Jet Dragster. We've seen the funny car earlier today. I wonder if those two gentlemen are friends up at the top end. I'm sure they are. I'm sure they had a great laugh up there at the last turn-off. So the starter goes on to the Jet Dragster. This is one of the world's quickest and fastest Jet Dragsters. Martin runs down into the low fives, approaching 300 miles an hour with this car. A nice extra treat for all you folks that hung around all day to see the culmination of today's event. Isn't it wonderful just to be back? I mean, this time last year, nothing was happening. Nobody was here. This event did not happen last summer. And I think we hadn't even got started with any events whatsoever. No race events happened this time last year. So just thank your lucky stars you're back here enjoying yourself. You're sitting out in the sunshine, getting to watch some great race cars and some great entertainment too. And on the subject of entertainment, I think Richie is just about to spin the starter over on the Jet. There we go. Now the only problem is, because obviously Colin's at the top end, he's not here. He's probably bouncing around like a little flea up there, very, very excited. And I'm the only one to hold everything down in the tower, which could be a little tricky. Well, that's warm. I don't want to be the one to tell Colin that his iPad's fallen off and everything else has gone, including all his notes, his headset and everything else as well. So this is where Martin winds up the thrust, gives it a bit more oomph and tries to destroy everything in the tower. Here we go then, folks. Give Richie and Martin a wave. Fire Force 5, the last run of the day. .955 to 60 foot all the way through to a 5:27. 266 miles an hour. He still clicked that off quite a way before the finish line. A massively deserved round of applause for the whole team. That was outstanding stuff. Well done to Richie, well done to Martin. That really, really was something to see. Okay, we're just going to get ourselves set ready to go for the Cracklefest. Colin's on his way back down. I'm on my way back down to the start line. And give him a big, big cheer. We've still got a little bit more to show you, so don't be going anywhere at all. And I'm just going to scamper down to the start line and be back with you in a minute.
So we're just getting set with all of the Cracklefest cars down here on the start line. It's great to see Jimmy Usher and the whole team with the Hemi Hunter. They've had a lot of issues. They haven't actually managed to get a run in today, but they have made the Cracklefest down here on the start line. Colin, if you're out there, I've actually got your microphone down here when you're ready. So if you haven't seen this before, basically we line up some seriously cool drag racing machinery, fire them all up in order and make an awful lot of noise. Some of them actually managed to drive down here on their own as well. We've got Bill Sherratt with the Yesterday's Dreams Nostalgia fuel car. It's actually been on display over in the marquee for a little while. And Bill's going to be firing up that in just a couple of moments. We've got various members of the Wild Bunch. We've got Keith Freeman. I like the fact it's actually got a sombrero on the top as well. Very fitting indeed. Dave McCallum with the pickup. So we're just going to get everybody in place and ready to go. I wonder where Colin's got to. He's probably floating on the way back from the finish line. So Dave McCallum just pulling the pickup round. So the head of everybody up there, you've got the pickup truck of Dave McCallum. You have got Keith Freeman with El Loco. Jimmy Usher's great to see Jimmy Usher out with Hemi Hunter. Normally runs in Supercharged Outlaws. Good to see him out. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Very, very good, Tush. Nice to see your lad back out here again.
Yes. It's been hard work today, but we've managed it.
So what's the problem been today? Just everything?
Everything. Gremlins, mate. But they're sorted.
Well, a couple of years ago, he did a very big wheelie and bent the car. So that was fairly major. What was it that stopped you running today?
Well, we had fuel leaks, and then we had a problem with the starter motor. Wrong part sent from America, so it was not working. And distributor, a pin had sheared off in the bottom, so it stopped.
You managed to get it back together to come out and join us this evening.
It's been hard work, but it's done.
Well, I was going to say, if you don't do anything for 2 years and you do one thing, this is probably the one thing to do.
Yeah, this is the one thing, but we'll run tomorrow.
Good stuff, Josh. Thank you very much indeed, mate. That's his lad, Jim Usher, over there as well. We got the Browns, all of them. We got Bradley Cooper. We got Rob White as well. I love the smiley face on the wheels. It's very, very cool. And obviously, we've got Mr. Bill Sherratt in Yesterday's Dreams. Give Bill a wave, everybody. There you go, Bill. That's for you. And over there as well, but you can't turn around. Do it with your left hand. Do it with your left hand round that way. Go on. That's the one. Look, everybody in the bank, give Bill Sherratt a wave. Give everybody a wave, actually, for that matter. So we're just getting all the fire trucks in place too. What we're going to do, we've still got, I think, a few more cars as well to come round to make some noise. But what we're going to do is we're going to fire them up in turn when everybody is ready to go. And we're just waiting for the signal to fire them up. We're obviously running a bit late, but I guess all you guys, like all of us really, we're staying here tonight anyway. We're all going to go and have a barbecue in a little while anyway, so it doesn't matter if we run a little bit over time, does it? We got to see everything we wanted to. We had a couple of incidents, but we still had a really, really great day back here again. One man I just want to have a quick chat with. No, don't run away. Get over here. No, you're not running away. No, it's all right. I'm only joking. James Forster, part of the Santa Pod crew that puts this together. Are you just about to fire them up?
I'm about to ask if they're ready, yeah.
Oh, that's a good start. Anyway, I won't ask stupid questions. You carry on, do what you need to do. Thank you very much. I think everybody's about there, to be brutally honest with you. Then we'll fire them up one in turn. And the idea is we make lots of noise, and it is a glorious kind of summer noise. Let's put it that way. So anyway, now it's all nice and quiet for a moment. Everybody in the grandstands, have you enjoyed yourselves today? Everybody on the banking, have you enjoyed yourselves today? I hate to say it, but I think that lot have enjoyed themselves more than you. I'll ask you again, have you enjoyed yourselves today? I tell you what, you lot are rubbish. All that lot in the grandstand sound like they've had a much better time. Are you sure about that? Do you want to do it again? Have you had a good time? Well, to be honest with you, we don't care. You've all had a great time because you're all here, aren't you? All together now. Have you all had a good time? I think that's a resounding yes. Thank you all very much. And again, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you very much indeed for joining us. We do hope you've had a terrific time. You can go anywhere for your weekend's entertainment. You can do whatever you like, but the fact that you've actually chosen to come and spend it with us really does mean a lot, especially after a whole year or thereabouts. This event didn't happen last year, like I keep saying, so it's just so nice to be back. We've got the thumbs up to fire them up. I think we're ready to go. Oh yeah, we're good. Hang on a minute. Do you want to hear all the cars? Who the hell said no? You. All right, fair enough then. All right, when you're ready, let's go. Now, hang on a minute. It's not a play. We don't need oohs and ahs. There we go, folks. Give it up for all of them. One man I want to have a quick word with, Mr. Cooper, sir. You were one of the first people here a while ago. How special is it to be back here doing this weekend?
I just can't comprehend it. The expansion of the place, condition of the strip and everything, the facilities. I'd never have dreamt this. If you'd told me this was going to happen, I would have said, no, never in the rain of pig's pudding, you know.
It's a fantastic event, and thank you very much indeed, Brad. It's so cool to see the car as well. And
we're glad to be here, you know, because it's 10 years, isn't it? And we think of people like Stu and Dennis and all, you know. So, yeah, we're proud to do it, really. We're honoured.
Good stuff. Thank you very much indeed for coming out. Thank you to all of our Cracklefest contestants. Come on, give them all a big round of applause. I've told you before, the real Mrs. Brown's boys, all of them. The real Mrs. Brown's boys. The real Mrs. Brown's boys. The pair of them. There we go. Now, the one man I want to interview. Oh, there he is. There he is. He's been hiding this whole time. Both of them, actually. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for our match race of the decade, Keith Bartlett and Colin Theobald. Come on. Now, that was actually rather good. First of all, Keith, has he still got a job?
Of course he's got a job. Ish. But he hasn't. And he's also got a car.
So, what happened then?
I treat him.
You treat him by a little while, but you also had a bit of a stutter off the start line. I don't know whether you know what the win margin was. It was only 0-2.
I was rubbish on the line, but it stuttered for sure. But never mind, I lost. If you're losing a whole shot, that's pretty embarrassing. But you know what? I'm challenging him at the Hot Rod Jags to a repage.
This is going to keep going again and again, isn't it? So, was Bruce all right? Because it looks a bit smoky up the end.
We haven't had a chance to have a proper look at it yet. It looks like a radiator hose has popped off, or hold itself anyway. There was a lot of water at the top end. Luckily, no oil. It sounded awful in the shutdown area and had to get towed back to the pits. But do you know what? I don't care. I won!
I wouldn't go shouting that too much, to be honest with you. So, what were you two do sitting on the line for so long?
He started to play games, so I thought I'd play games, but he knows I can't play games for as long as him, because so, you know, I knew I was going to get beaten on that. But it was interesting. I could see I was catching him all the way. I kind of already knew I'd left badly, but I was catching him really fast. And my mile an hour was really good at the top end, so I flew past him just, but you know what? If you lose to a whole shot, you lose. That's drag racing.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? But definitely, is that your highlight of the day?
Yeah. We wanted it to be entertaining. We wanted a good, close race. And I think we gave the spectators what they wanted. So I'm extremely happy. Keith's happy. It was.
No, Keith is not happy.
And yeah, I can't wait to do it again. Hot Rod Drags. Say Keith's called me out again, but I think the boys need to put a different carburettor on the car, make it a little bit quicker, because this man's lights are going to get better. I need to make my car quicker.
Well done to both of you anyway. It was fun to watch, wasn't it? Oh, come on, sound a bit more convincing. It was fun to watch, wasn't it? Thank you very much. There we go. It certainly was fun, gentlemen. Thank you very, very much indeed. So I think we are done with the Cracklefest. We're just on with the fire burnout coming up very, very shortly. Colin, yeah, you can have one of them as well. You're not getting away with it that easily, mate. It's all right, just the on button, that's all. So go on in your own words.
Have I got to start working again now? Thank you very much indeed. No, it was great, absolutely great. I wish I had a bit more time to warm the car up, but it was real good fun.
Yeah, it certainly looked like it anyway. There was good build-up, and it worked out really, really well, actually. the fact you sat there for so long.
Well, I needed to do that because obviously the car was cold, so I needed to put some heat into the engine. So certainly needed that. But I appreciate Keith stepping up and doing that race. Exactly what we wanted.
No problem. Well, I think all we got to do now is clear the racetrack to get ready for the fire burnout. So again, thank you to all of our participants. Yes, you did that well, didn't you? So yeah, we just got to get all the cars off the racetrack, and we have fire burnout coming up. But well, certainly been a memorable day, hasn't it, Colin?
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. Some of the racing has been top draw. Some of the qualifying, personal best, you name it, absolutely brilliant. So, going to get ourselves into position for fire burnouts. You having a good time, folks? I can't hear you. Are you having a good time? It's more like it. Thank you. Hello, buddy. You're all right. Yeah. Brave man tonight. Well done. Well, as the cackle cars make their way off the track, we got Steve Heaven that is going to be doing the fire burnout in tight fit. Got the crew guy here. So how are we feeling going into fire burnout?
Very excited, looking forward to it.
Is that because you're the one that's not sat in the seat?
I'd rather be sitting in the seat.
Oh, top bloke, absolutely top bloke. So Steve is strapped in the car. Not only that, the car is going great this weekend. New PB 825, brilliant.
Yeah, it's running really well. We're really pleased with it. At last, we're starting to get to the potential of the car.
And does Russ know that you're doing this tonight?
Yes, he does.
Well, Russ is obviously tuned in from Spain to see the fire burnout this evening. He's been tuned in watching the coverage pretty much all event long. And he's now going to see the tight fit dragster set alight as he takes part in our fire burnout this evening. Don't forget, you've got the driving movie a little bit later on. Ford versus Ferrari is the film tonight. And of course, the beer festival continues. All of our catering units are well and truly open. It's going to be a great night. Now, those of you in the grandstands, you know the drill. All the photographers along here, when they actually get into the fire burnout itself, they all crouch down so you can actually get your photographs, all right? Oh, Dave! Dave Wilson! It's Dave Wilson. Dave Nelson is in the stand. And normally, this guy does set himself alight here, but being a spectator tonight, this must be a bit odd for you doing this up there, doesn't it? You'd rather be up there, wouldn't you? I thought so. But good to see you. Dave Nelson with Doris Dormouse. Just check him out on YouTube. Some fantastic videos of that car on fire here at Santa Pod Raceway. Deliberately, I must add. So we just wait for the cackle cars to clear. The tow trucks are coming on to take them back to the pits. It's going to take a few minutes to do that. Good looking crowd up there.
Well, all we need to do now, everybody, is just basically clear the racetrack as quick as we can. And I think we have the fire burnout coming up in just a couple of moments round behind the tower. So everybody, thank you again for participating in the Cracklefest. If you could obviously make your way back to the pits, please, that would be awesome. Thank you very much indeed, folks.
Well, I think this is going to take a few moments for the cackle cars to actually clear the start line. So what we'll do, Nitro FM 96.2, if you can take it away for a moment, and we'll take it back when the track is clear, and we're ready to do our fire burnout. Thank you very much indeed.
The one my heart has gone to mean I want to wait.
Well, I think we're about ready to go. You hear me, Colin? Good stuff. Okay. Are we going to sing along to this?
No.
Maybe not. So we have, we did obviously put many calls out for fire burnout participants.
Just a reminder to our photographers that are trackside, when the car gets ready to do the fire burnout, you know the drill, you all need to crouch down. Just allows our spectators in the grandstands to get some photographs as well. We do this every time, so thank you very much indeed to our photographers. I'll stand out of the way as well, so you don't get the photograph of the back of my head. So it's Steve Heaven with Tight Fit, the Slingshot Dragster. Russ is tuned in from Spain. He's run a PB of 8:25 this weekend. Car is going absolutely superbly. And now we're going to set him on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a big cheer when he does the fire burnout and rolls out of it. The fluid is going down. This is raw fuel. Goes around the back of the car. Over the other back tyre. And slightly away.
That is an awful lot of fuel. I don't mean to be quite so obvious about it, but James is making sure that there's going to be a proper big flame around Steve this time round. So, here we go.
Well, considering that was his first ever fire burnout, he stayed in there a few seconds, which was really good. The photographers got the shots they wanted, and the crowd appreciated it. Well done. Well, I'm just looking at the trackside photographers. They always have a look at their lens, at their cameras. Callum's quite happy. He's got a great shot there. So well done. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so very much indeed for being with us today. Have a great evening. Hope you're all staying on site tonight. Get yourselves fed and watered. If you're going to the drive-in movie, enjoy that. And we look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow for day 3 of Dragstalgia, our 10th edition. Good night. See you tomorrow.